presented to the Legislative Council on the 21st of February 2024. I welcome the report of the PAC, and I'm grateful for the time and effort devoted by the Chairman of the PAC, Mr. Peter Shiu, and members of PAC. The government accepts PAC's various recommendations and sets out in detail in the government minute the specific responses of the relevant bureau and departments. PAC conducted public hearings on the chapters on licensing of food premises and maintenance of modernization of lifts and escalators in public rental housing estates. I would like to highlight the key measures taken and progress made by the government and relevant organizations in response to the recommendations. Regarding the work on licensing for food premises, the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department, or FEHD, has taken various measures to actively implement the recommendations raised by PAC and the Audit Commission with a view to enhancing the licensing procedures, improving work efficiency, and facilitating compliance with relevant requirements by all parties. Regarding the processing of applications for new food business licenses, FEHD has set up a working group with relevant departments to expedite the implementation of an electronic referral system to enhance the efficiency of departmental consultation. The departments are expected to enhance the communication and start referring applications electronically from the second quarter of this year. FEHD has also strengthened communication with licensed applicants to confirm early whether an application vetting panel meeting is needed in respect of the license application so as to make arrangements. Applicants can also check the application progress through the online license services system of FEHD. Regarding information system, FEHD has enhanced its license management information system, or LMIS, such that it can automatically record the key timestamps of the application process for directly calculating the processing time and issuing email alerts to remind frontline staff when their cases are approaching the deadlines of performance pledges. LMIS 3 is scheduled to be rolled out in 2025 to improve work efficiency by making use of the business process management system to monitor the processing of existing licenses and permits, including renewal and transfer cases. Starting from the second quarter of 2024, FEHD will issue all food business licenses or permits through electronic means for further convenience to the trade and society. In terms of performance reporting, FEHD has reviewed the calculation method for processing time for food business license applications since this year, including using the time of approval as the calculation basis to include cases which straddled over different years in the calculation in order to reflect the situation more comprehensively and accurately. FEHD will continue to enhance internal operation guidelines and strengthen staff training by requesting frontline staff to follow departmental guidelines in processing license or permit applications and to provide timely reports on the case progress to their supervisors. In addition to the above measures, FEHD will continue to optimize the food business licensing regime. FEHD introduced the professional certification system with a license first, inspection later approach earlier to shorten the license processing time and has further expanded its scope to cover general restaurants since February 2024, in addition to light refreshment restaurants and food factories. Furthermore, FEHD extensively relaxed the restrictions on food items sold by light refreshment restaurants in 2023. These measures are welcomed by the trade. The FEHD will maintain close communication with the trade and roll out new measures in a timely manner to keep the licensing regime abreast of the times. Next, on maintenance and modernization of lifts and escalators in public rental housing estates. In response to the recommendations made by PAC, the Housing Department, or HD, has reviewed the existing three-tier monitoring mechanism adopted for the maintenance of lifts and escalators in public rental housing estates and arranged different teams to carry out lift surprise checks and half-yearly inspections in parallel so as to minimize the frequency of suspension of lift services. In order to facilitate early identification of areas requiring attention or rectification in lift maintenance, the Housing Bureau and the Hong Kong Applied Science and Technology Research Institute signed a Memorandum of Understanding in November 2023 to jointly explore using artificial intelligence in AI predictive maintenance system for lifts, which would leverage Internet of Things data to predict lift breakdown patterns for carrying out preventive maintenance. ASTRI commenced a study of the AI application in March 2024. The Housing Department will work closely with ASTRI and assess the effectiveness of the system. Apart from the monitoring of lift performance, Housing Department has stepped up efforts in monitoring maintenance records and reports prepared by the lift and escalator contractors. The Housing Department has provided clear guidelines on checking of the maintenance frequency of all main items against those stated in the schedule. With the department's close monitoring, the contractors have submitted all the quarterly inspection reports duly signed by registered lift or escalator engineers since the third quarter of 2023. Besides, the Housing Department will enhance the existing information technology system to facilitate the monitoring of submission of quarterly inspection reports by the contractors. The Lift Modernization Program, or LM Program, calls for a complete replacement of the lift installation. The Housing Department has reviewed the scope of LM works and will further discuss with the Lift and Escalator Contractors Association to review the LM project management, work procedures, affordability, etc., with a view to expediting the implementation of LM works without compromising safety. The Housing Department will also strive to shorten the shutdown period of lifts by exploring other measures like partial LM and to require contractors to resume lift services within 2 weeks after obtaining the use permits. Regarding the assessment of lifts aged 25 years or above for inclusion to the LM program, the Housing Department has implemented an automated reminder system for project staff to conduct assessment and submit the evaluation reports in a timely manner. With a view to speeding up the workflow of the assessment exercise, the Housing Department has digitized the assessment form and recorded the lift evaluation in the IT system. Starting from the first quarter of 2024, staff can directly put in the data and generate scores in the system. In addition, the Housing Department has recorded all justifications clearly for determining the priority of lift replacement works under the LM program to better demonstrate that the decision of the relevant technical vetting committee has proper basis. With regard to other safety enhancement measures for lift and escalators, the enhancement works for all prioritized lifts have been proceeded as scheduled. The Housing Department will ensure that such works could be completed by 2031-32 as planned. The Housing Department has also reviewed the project management of lift safety enhancement works and taken measures to shorten the shutdown period of lifts. As for the overhaul of escalators, the Housing Department had already revised its instructions in 2018, and all escalators except newly handed over escalators which are not yet required to undergo overhaul have been overhauled in accordance with the instructions. President, I'd like to thank the PAC again for its efforts and suggestions. The bureaus and departments concerned will strictly adhere to their responses and implement improvement measures as set out in the minute.
Questions. Question 1, Mr. Lee Chen-kung. Thank you, President. It is learned that the public demand for food delivery services has been keen in recent years, and most takeaway food couriers deliver takeaway food by bicycles, leading to a significant increase in the number of bicycles on roads. Many motorists have relayed that some cyclists have awareness of obeying traffic regulations, including not wearing helmets and riding fast on roads, which affects the safety of other road users. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the number of summonses issued as well as the numbers of traffic accidents and casualties involving cyclists contravening traffic regulations in each of the past 5 years, and among such accidents, the numbers of those involving takeaway food couriers? 2, whether it would step up training, education, and publicity on cycling among takeaway food couriers so as to enhance their road safety awareness and reduce traffic accidents involving them. And 3, whether it will consider requiring cyclists to obtain specific licenses by taking tests and wear reflective clothing when cycling, and stipulating that bicycles must be fitted with reflective markings before they can be used on roads. If so, of the details; if not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Transport and Logistics. President, the government attaches great importance to cycling safety, and where road safety considerations and circumstances permit, foster a bicycle-friendly environment by constructing or improving cycle tracks and related facilities in new development areas and new towns, with a view to facilitating the public to use bicycles for short-distance commuting or recreational purposes, and thereby reducing the use of mechanized transport. In urban areas, the traffic is generally very heavy, while the roads are narrow and crowded. There are frequent on-street loading and unloading activities, with many vehicles passing and stopping by the roadside for a brief period of time. Due to road safety considerations, the government does not encourage the public to use bicycles as a mode of transport in urban areas. The Transport Department and the Hong Kong Police Force have been monitoring and analyzing the statistics and situation of cycling accidents, implementing enhancement measures and rolling out publicity and public education activities. In consultation with the TD and police, I would like to reply the question raised by Mr. Lee Chun-kang as follows. 1. The numbers of prosecutions against cycling offences and the numbers of accidents and casualties involving bicycles, including cyclists and other road users killed or injured in the accidents in the past 5 years, are tabulated below. Both the TD and police have not maintained a breakdown of the number of traffic accidents and related casualties involving couriers of food delivery. The police conducted a one-off thematic study in respect of traffic accidents involving bicycles, including fatal and seriously injured cases occurred in the first 6 months of 2021, and collated the number of traffic accidents and casualties related to food delivery. The findings indicated that the number of cycling accidents involving food delivery with fatal and seriously injured cases accounted for about 0.1% of the total number of traffic accidents across the city during the same period, with 8 people seriously injured and no fatalities. Overall speaking, the number of traffic accidents and casualties involving bicycles has shown a downward trend since 2021. 2. The government will continue enhancing safety awareness of road users through publicity, education, and enforcement work. The Transport Department has been collaborating with the Road Safety Council and the police in launching various publicity and educational activities with a view to promoting road safety to all road users, including cyclists. Examples including publishing and distributing the road safety bulletins and publicity publications, organizing road safety seminars for food delivery platforms, affixing full-height publicity posters to traffic signal controllers, making and telecasting publicity video clips on the internet, disseminating cycling safety information through social media platforms, and so forth, so that cyclists understand road safety matters that require their attention, including following the traffic rules at all times and wearing personal protective gear such as safety helmets. The police will also visit various community centers, bicycle rental shops, cycling clubs, automobile associations, and food delivery operators, etc., to promote cycling safety and remind road users to pay attention to cycling safety. 3. Same as the common practice in other regions, there is currently no requirement in Hong Kong for cyclists to obtain the relevant driving licenses. However, as bicycles are regarded as vehicles, cyclists have the same obligation to follow the laws and regulations applicable to drivers when cycling on the road. These include the relevant provisions of the Road Traffic Ordinance Chapter 374 and its subsidiary legislation, as well as the Road Users Code, RUC. Among the 10 chapters in the RUC, one of them is for cyclists. Failing to observe the RUC may be taken into account by the court when deciding the liability of a road user and whether he or she was in contravention of the laws and to what extent it was his or her fault. Therefore, cyclists should observe the RUC to safeguard the safety of themselves and other road users. on the requirements of reflectors. The Road Traffic Construction and Maintenance of Vehicles Regulations, Chapter 374A, already contain the relevant mandatory requirements specifying the standards of installation of reflectors in bicycles. Also, in accordance with the RUC, cyclists are required to wear bright, light-colored, fluorescent, and reflective clothing or wear reflective belts to make themselves more visible, including in the dark and in pool light to other road users. The government will closely monitor the issue of cycling safety and continue its efforts on publicity and education to encourage cyclists to pay attention to and comply with relevant laws and regulations, thereby promoting public awareness of cycling safety and reducing traffic accidents. In addition, cycling safety is one of the selected traffic enforcement priorities. The police will take enforcement actions against cycling violations. Thank you, President. Mr. Lee Ching-kung. Thank you, President. I'm sure most of you have learned how to ride a bicycle, but how many of you are actually aware that cyclists would have to read the RUC? There is a requirement for cyclists to wear reflective belts, but many cyclists are not aware of that. This reflects that the government does not do enough publicity. We know that food delivery couriers are very difficult, and they would ride motorized bicycles on pavements. It is very dangerous. When the police get here, they would have already been gone, and even if people lodge complaints, they would not be able to complete that. So will the police employ technologies or any new means to enhance road safety and protect road users? Thank you. Secretary. Thank you. The police will take enforcement action and implement publicity and education campaigns to help enhance awareness. The focus would definitely be on publicity and education. I talked about in my reply what we have done so far. If necessary, we will continue to enhance our publicity and education efforts. And as said in the reply in 2021, we have been seeing a downward trend in accidents and casualties involving bicycles. While we do see a downward trend, we want to prevent altogether any accidents involving bicycles. So we will continue to work in this regard. As for what Mr. Lee Ching-kung said about electric mobility devices, as you may remember last year, we have proposed a regulatory framework for EMDs, electric mobility devices, for consultation in the Council. And on 24th of February of this year, for EMD certifications, we have again conducted consultations. We will review consultation feedback and finalize the regulatory framework for EMDs. Thank you, President. Mr. Kok Wai Kung. Thank you, President. Early this year, the FTU has received feedback from those who are qualified food delivery couriers, and they had an accident with one who was riding a motorized bicycle. The one who was riding a motorized bicycle left right away, and there was no way to follow up on that. It was said in June of last year there were consultations with the regulation of EMDs. When will such regulatory framework be put in place? And will the administration consider for food delivery platforms, if their drivers or cyclists would have to ride motorized bicycles, there should be licenses for such cyclists. Secretary, thank you, President. As said, last year, we have consulted the Council on the regulatory framework for EMDs. We are currently drafting the bill. Once it is completed, we will, as soon as possible, submit it to the Council for EMDs. In different jurisdictions, there are different ways to regulate such devices. We need to look at it in detail, how it should be applied in Hong Kong. Hong Kong has many motorists and cyclists and road users. There are also very narrow roads. Traffic is often very heavy. We will definitely work with the Council closely on this. Thank you. Professor Lau Chi-peng. Thank you. We are talking about how to use the roads today. Before, horses, cattle, and ships would also be traveling on roads. They would be traveling at a slow speed, of course, you could imagine. But now it is different because we now have motorists on roads. If people are only pushing carts, of course it would be slower, but now it is different. The Secretary said that we have seen a downward trend involving bicycles since 2021, but we still have such accidents happening. Will the administration consider that for such electric mobility devices, motorized bicycles, and whatnot for cyclists using motorized bicycles, they should obtain relevant licenses, and then they can travel on roads? Thank you. Secretary. Thank you, President. When we're talking about EMDs or cycling safety, we have actually reviewed whether we can implement a licensing regime. Regarding the speed of various forms of transport, we have also looked into it. We believe it would be difficult to implement a licensing regime for cyclists because right now there is no registration system for bicycles to be sold. And in other jurisdictions, we don't see a lot of jurisdictions that would implement a licensing regime for cyclists. If we need to implement a licensing regime, we need a serial number issued for each bicycle. It would work like a chassis number for vehicles. It would act as a way to identify the vehicle concerned. So we believe it is not feasible to implement a licensing regime for cyclists. As for whether we should issue licenses to cyclists so that they can ride bicycles on the road, as I said earlier, there is really no such licensing system in the world. We need to be pragmatic when handling the relevant cases. We believe we should take enforcement action and implement publicity and public education activities to tackle this. Thank you. Dr. Junius Ho. Thank you, President. On the mainland, for such devices, they would have regulation. If the speed is past 20 kilometers per hour, they would be subject to the relevant regulations for motor vehicles. On the mainland, there have had rich experience in tackling such cases. I do appreciate the Secretary giving clear explanation on the regulatory framework consultations, but the consultations will not be completed until later this year. We really need a regulatory framework for EMDs to be put in place so that people will not breach the law inadvertently. If you have this regulatory framework as soon as possible, people will rest assured. Will you refer to the mainland experience when you are conducting consultations? Thank you. Secretary. Thank you. President, as said last year, we have consulted the Council on the proposed regulatory framework for EMDs. We have also, for the certification system for EMDs, in February of this year, conducted consultations. We are, of course, moving forward with this quickly. As you may know, EMDs are getting more popular in Hong Kong. We will try to complete the drafting of the bill as soon as possible and submit it to the Council. Thank you. Mr. Stephen Ho, they did not answer which question of yours. Will they refer to the experience in the mainland? Secretary. We have been liaising with the mainland authorities to conduct exchanges on the regulation of such devices. Thank you. Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you. The topic today is bicycles. Many members talked instead about EMDs. I think we should consider this on a district level when taking enforcement action. In my understanding, I could see that the police would go to Cheung Chau Pier and issue fixed penalty notices to cyclists who were riding relatively slowly. I don't think we are taking a targeted approach with enforcement action. I do understand that the administration will take enforcement action, but the figures do not reflect the actual situation. I hope that the Transport and Logistics Bureau will work with the police to catch the high-risk offenders. When those who are not caught, which should be caught, there is no change in the situation. So how will you do better in enforcement? Thank you. Secretary. We take note of Mr. Stephen Ho's suggestion. We will liaise with the police force on this. If necessary, we can include Mr. Stephen Ho in our discussions. The Secretary is giving a reply. Please take a seat, Secretary. If necessary, once I have more information, I will communicate with the member on this. Thank you. Dr. Aman Yu. Thank you, President. On road safety, we have the Road Safety City. It was constructed back in the 60s, 70s, or 80s. Will you consider renovating the city in order to do better in public education? We talked about bicycles. We then talked about motorized bicycles, and then now we're talking about Road Safety City. Can the member refer to the question before asking your questions? Thank you, Secretary. Well, we do have such facility, and it was constructed to conduct public education for people of all ages in order to enhance their awareness of road safety. We will definitely review whether we can do better for the facility. Thank you. Mr. Frankie Yik. Thank you, President. Mr. Lee Chen-kung raised an issue that is close to the hearts of many motorists. We now have food delivery couriers who are riding bicycles an hazardous manner. They would just cut in front of motorists. They do not turn on the lights. I have communicated with the police to see if we can take better enforcement action. And we actually see during nighttime there are many such cyclists on Jordan Road. They did see that there is a downward trend, but I would say that that is not the case. Thank you, President. Secretary. Thank you, President. I did say there is a downward trend in the number of traffic accidents and casualties involving bicycles since 2021. That is a fact. With publicity and public education, we will definitely enhance our efforts. Taking enforcement action is a very important part of the initiative. I would agree, which is why we have been working with the police on this. We will definitely see if we can do better in the 3 aspects. Thank you.
Question to Dr. Low Wai Kwok. Thank you, President. There are views pointing out that the fire that broke out in an old composite building in Kowloon last month resulted in multiple casualties has once again sounded an alarm for the potential fire safety hazards of old buildings. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, whether it will immediately conduct large-scale fire safety risk assessments on the same type of buildings across the territory and allocate additional resources to step up routine inspections and improve the monitoring system so as to plug the fire safety loopholes in such buildings? If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. 2, as the authorities indicated in the reply to a question raised by a member of this council on the 24th of last month, that the Fire Safety Buildings Amendment Bill would be submitted to this council for scrutiny as soon as possible, and that the proposed legislative amendments include increasing the penalties for non-compliance with the relevant directions of orders, whether the authorities will, in response to the aspirations of society, undertake that the bill will be submitted to this council expeditiously within the current legislative session and further increase the relevant penalties. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. And 3, as it is learned that the number of old buildings in Hong Kong has been on the rise, with some of them plagued with some problems, whether the authorities will advocate public-private partnership to step up efforts in redeveloping old districts so as to eradicate the potential fire safety hazards of old buildings in the urban areas at root. If so, of the details. If not, the reasons for that. Secretary for Security. President, fire safety of buildings is a matter of great concern to the government. A multi-pronged approach has been taken to improve the fire safety standards of old buildings. On law enforcement, the Fire Services Department FSD handles fire hazards in buildings, including old buildings, in accordance with the Fire Services Ordinance. Generally speaking, during inspections of buildings in respect of fire safety or complaints, if it is discovered that the means of escape are obstructed or locked, the smoke duct floors are left open or defective, the fire installations or equipment FSIs are not in efficient working order or have not undergone annual inspection and so on, FSD will follow up and take appropriate enforcement actions in accordance with the relevant regulations. On legislation to enhance the fire safety standard of old buildings, the government enacted the Fire Safety Buildings Ordinance, which stipulates that composite and domestic buildings constructed in or before 1987 target buildings must be enhanced to meet modern fire protection requirements. Being the enforcement authorities, AAs, FSD and the Buildings Department BD conduct joint inspections of target buildings across the territory in a systematic manner and in light of the actual condition of the buildings, in accordance with the requirements of the ordinance, issue fire safety directions to the owners or occupiers specifying the required fire safety improvement works. There are about 14,000 target buildings regulated under the ordinance. To date, about 10,940 target buildings have been inspected and over 370,000 directions have been issued. About 40% of the directions have been complied with or discharged, while the remaining 60% or so are being followed on. It's worth noting that while the ordinance aims to enhance the fire safety standards of target buildings, this does not mean that these buildings are subject to imminent fire risk. In fact, these buildings were constructed in compliance with the prevailing construction of fire safety standards at the time of construction. With regard to the enforcement of the ordinance, the relevant owner or occupier who fails to comply with the requirements of the ordinance without reasonable excuse is guilty of an offence. EAs can take enforcement actions accordingly. Since the commencement of the ordinance, about 3,600 successful prosecution of cases that failed to comply with the ordinance without reasonable excuse have been completed. As for raising public awareness on fire safety, FSD has been promoting the culture of fire safety through public education and community engagement programs. FSD also works with other departments and district fire safety committees to FSD organizes various fire safety promotional activities such as fire drills and fire safety talks in collaboration with different district organizations to promote public knowledge on fire safety on all fronts. On inspection and other aspects of the question raised by the member, my reply is as follows. 1. With regard to fire safety inspections, apart from carrying out inspections and enforcement actions in response to public complaints against fire hazards, FSD has introduced a risk-based building fire safety visit program to reduce fire risk in old buildings in a more effective and comprehensive manner. A risk-based inspection mechanism is in place for different types of building in Hong Kong, with priority given to old buildings with relatively higher fire risk, such as the very old buildings without FSS or with a single staircase, 3 new buildings, etc. High-risk buildings are subject to inspection once or twice a year. The aim is to identify fire hazards in public areas and take actions accordingly. In response to the fire that broke out in New Lucky House earlier, FSD has further stepped up its effort. It's lost no time in conducting risk assessment on old buildings with relatively high risk, such as buildings with premises holding guest house license without FSIs, with a single staircase, 3 new buildings, and so on. FSD has proactively stepped up inspection and taken enforcement actions against irregularities. We review the effectiveness of the enforcement actions. As a matter of fact, over 9,000 enforcement actions against various fire hazards were taken by FSD in 2023. 3,600 fire hazard abatement notices were issued and more than 300 prosecutions were instigated. In order to approve the existing legislative framework, the government is expediting the amendment exercise of the ordinance to empower FSD and BD to carry out fire safety improvement works for owners who fail to comply with the ordinance, that is, defaulted works, and recover the relevant fees from owners upon completion of the works. Now, we keep to the principle that timely and proper maintenance of private buildings is the responsibility of owners. We will amend the ordinance to introduce the defaulted works mechanism. It will help owners with genuine needs to obtain assistance from the government for the timely compliance with the relevant directions. There are views in the community that the deterrent effect of penalties is not sufficient and it should remain current. Making reference to penalties for offences of a similar nature or gravity, we propose to raise the maximum penalties for non-compliance by 4 times, for non-compliance with the directions and compliance orders by 4 times to increase the deterrent effect. So the proposed legislative amendments also include other elements such as provisions against uncooperative owners to prevent any person from obstructing an owner's cooperation to comply with the ordinance. There are also provisions to empower EAs to register directions issued against the involved buildings or their relevant parts in the land registry. These elements will help enhance the deterrent effect and encourage owners to comply with the ordinance. The government is pressing ahead with the amendment exercise. We aim to submit the amendment bill to the Legislative Council for scrutiny in July. 3. According to the Development Bureau, DEVB, a sustainable urban renewal strategy is to adopt a dual-track approach of redevelopment and rehabilitation. On building rehabilitation, the government adopts a multi-pronged approach. Apart from providing subsidies and technical assistance to owners, for carrying out building inspection and maintenance, the government will also proactively intervene by carrying out emergency works on behalf of owners where necessary. and step up enforcement. For some old and dilapidated buildings, rehabilitation may not be cost-effective and redevelopment is more practical and effective. The government will facilitate and expedite redevelopment projects by the public and private sectors. On the one hand, government supports the Urban Renewal Authority, URA, in taking forward development projects. On the other hand, to encourage private developers to participate in redevelopment, the government has introduced a number of policies and measures in recent years to enhance the financial viability of redevelopment projects. One such scheme is the pilot scheme on transfer of plot ratio and gradual permission interchangeability between domestic and non-domestic plot ratios in Yamate and Mongkok. Yara is also conducting planning studies in Chunwan and Shamshui-Po. In addition, DVB has introduced the Land Compulsory Sale for Redevelopment Amendment Bill 2023 to the Council to set up efforts to encourage large-scale private redevelopment projects by lowering the compulsory sale thresholds and facilitating the redevelopment of adjoining lots. The EVB is actively supporting the scrutiny work of the Bills Committee. The EVB has also commenced a study at the end of last year to explore specific measures to make use of newly developed land to promote large-scale redevelopment projects in old districts by the public and private sectors. It is the responsibility of owners to effectively manage their buildings with timely and proper repair maintenance. It is a duty of everyone to ensure fire safety and remove fire hazards. We hope that everyone in the community will take an extra step and join hands to create a safe living environment. Thank you, President. Dr. Lo Wai Kwok. While fire safety issues are complex, especially in older buildings, it involves different bureaus, the Secretary Bureau, the Development Bureau, the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau, and the different departments. Now, this major tragedy that we've just seen recently has the Bureau set up a regular communication mechanism to eradicate the problem altogether. Secretary for Security. The FSD and BD are the enforcement authorities. They are working together to conduct risk assessments on on reference buildings. They give directions and give advice to owners on abating fire hazards. And then it will also start to take up prosecution about against non-compliance with the directions and orders. On giving assistance to owners, last December, FSD set up a dedicated office to provide advice to owners on improving fire safety installations. So far, we've received about 3,000 inquiries or requests for assistance. We've had about 20 meetings with the owners. The contractors and owners are present at these meetings, and FSD provides professional advice to them. We will continue to work with the owners to improve fire safety. Professor Priscilla Leung. No, lives are precious. I am a member of the West Kowloon. I've witnessed many major fire cases and tragedies. Now, I must commend the Secretary in this term of government. You do listen to views. In 2022, you gave approval immediately to consult the public on the relevant fire safety legislation, and now we learn you're going to table the amendment bill in July this year. I've actually tabled a member's bill previously on the same on fire safety. Now, you say there is a system to inspect all buildings, but you also rely on complaints. There are so many buildings in Hong Kong. You probably could not cover all buildings in your inspection. How can you make good use of resources such as district councillors and community care teams? Do you have information on which buildings are aging rapidly, and then you could intervene proactively? Because I'm not sure if you have enough manpower to take up the work. So how can you make sure there is effective prevention through your inspection, and how can you make the most of community resources to that end? On fire safety inspection, I can take that question on community work. The Home Affairs Department operates a platform. Under the Secretary for Development could take that question. Now we have district fire safety committees, and there are other organizations as well as community care teams. So there are regular events to promote knowledge on how we can handle emergency cases, or how we could improve fire safety. Now we often hear about AED. There's no, you don't need to learn the skill. Everyone will be able to do AED. So the FSD is doing a lot in preventing, in educating public on handling emergencies. And then we have a risk-based approach, as I said. We look at the age of a building. We see if the building has only a single staircase, and maybe there's a non-compliance with previous orders, and then FSD will carry out inspection first on these buildings. We'll do at least 2 inspections in a year on these buildings. So we will inspect the high-risk buildings even more frequently. And then working together with BD, we issue fire safety directions for buildings constructed on or before 1987. As for the multi-party platform, I'll invite the Secretary for Development to take that question. Secretary for Development. On collaboration among different departments and on mobilizing community resources. In the second half of last year, the Development Bureau took the lead as a convener to set up different platforms. Now, the Development Bureau and recently the Security Bureau joins the platform, and then the Fire Services Department, Home Affairs Department, and the Urban Renewal Authority are also on the platform. So we can then sit down together to share information on building renewal and so on, and then the HAD and URA can deploy resources in a targeted manner to help owners where necessary. And in the district level, if it's identified that certain buildings should be included in the list of target buildings, then such suggestion could be made on that platform. Yesterday we issued a press release on the platform. We have set the targets for fire safety directions, and also we've given mention on talks that we're going to conduct at the district level. So this platform will surely be effective in promoting fire safety. Mr. Michael Tian. At the special FC meeting in April, I asked the Secretary for Security, are you going to amend the legislation to increase the penalty for non-compliance with directions and orders? It's about lives, so how come you are not enhancing increasing the penalty? The Secretary said it's hard to identify the responsible parties. Now, most of the orders are issued against owners. In the past year, only 4 cases involved owners and 2 cases involved owners corporations where a fine was made. Now, in one case, in some cases, the fine was $30,000, $9,000, or $16,000. Now, one of the owners about installing fire smoke doors. Smoke door costs $13,000, and the fine is only $16,000. So it's not really deterrent, and then most people will take the risk if the fine is not much more than the cost of the works. So you need to give out in to imprison people to serve a deterrent effect, because Hong Kong people don't care about fines, but they certainly don't want to be jailed. Secretary, there are now two pieces of legislation that are relevant. One is non-compliance with the fire safety directions. There is currently just a fine. There's no imprisonment term. But for fire hazard abatement notices issued under the reference regulation, for example, if there's obstruction of the means of escape and there's non-compliance, then there could be imprisonment. On the fire safety directions, that's what the member mentioned. In the bill to be tabled in July this year, we will include certain provisions. For example, if someone tries to obstruct the owner's corporation to carry out repair works, or if owners are cooperative or they try to even obstruct certain works, then we're considering whether to impose a penalty, including imprisonment on individuals. Mr. Andrew Lam. Well, there are various types of non-compliance. There are those who just ignore the law. Of course, they should be prosecuted. But then there are cases involving the elderly. It's not easy for them to shoulder the cost for complying with directions and orders. Now, the line is now drawn at buildings built before 1987. Last year, you worked with the Water Services Department to start a new approach on installing fire safety installations, and so that the work could combine with waterworks, and that's a good idea. And then a resources center was set up last year. I see that this center has done much. From statistics, we see the center has received over the center has proactively offered assistance to 2,000 cases, and there are also 3,000 cases of requests for assistance. Now, there are now 14,000 target buildings, and so far you have inspected just under 11,000 target buildings. I wonder if you have any specific targets. And then there is an orderly approach to inform owners of these buildings that they need to address the fire hazard issues. Now, do you have a timetable, and how much manpower do you need to do that? Thank you. Secretary. For owners in particular, the older owners, they may not be able to afford the fire safety improvement works. So that's why we have subsidy scheme on improving fire safety is operated by the ERA on our behalf. Let's say if it's a building with 12 stories, and after assistance is given, then each owner needs only to pay about $13,000. We know, of course, some owners may still not be able to afford that. So we are considering other ways to help these owners. The second point. Let's say there are owners who wish to comply with the orders, but they encounter certain difficulties. Maybe the owners' corporations and the contractors may have different views on whether certain works need to be carried out, and the owners may have no access to suitable to the relevant information. So that's why we have information center to help owners obtain correct information, and then they could make an informed decision. And so far, the center has handled over 30 cases.
Question 3, Mr. Dominic Lee. The 2023 policy address is proposed to promote the new energy transport industry, continue to test out more new energy vehicles, including hydrogen double-deck buses and hydrogen street washing vehicles, formulate the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong in the first half of this year, and commence the preparatory work for the legislative amendments pertaining to the production, storage, transportation, and application of hydrogen fuel. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the number of registered new energy vehicles and its percentage of the total number of vehicles in Hong Kong, as well as the number of new energy vehicles owned by the government and its percentage in the total number of vehicles owned by the government as at the end of last month? of the operating performance of hydrogen double-deck buses and hydrogen street washing vehicles as tested by the government, and whether it has studied if such hydrogen-powered vehicles can be included as one of the options for new energy transport, whether the government has drawn up a timetable for releasing the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, and as there are views that the technology of electric private cars, PCs, is rather mature, whether the authorities will, for the purpose of promoting electrification of PCs, take a more aggressive approach in setting a date for the complete phasing out of fuel-propelled and hybrid PCs, and roll out more measures to encourage the use of electric PCs so as to achieve as early as possible zero emissions from PCs. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, to align with the national dual carbon targets, the government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region strives to achieve carbon neutrality before 2050 and reduce the total carbon emissions of Hong Kong from 2005 level by half before 2035. It is a global trend to promote development of new energy transport to reduce carbon emissions from the transport sector. The government announced the Hong Kong Roadmap on Popularization of Electric Vehicles, Clean Air Plan for Hong Kong 2035, and Hong Kong Climate Action Plan 2050 successively in March, June, and October 2021. These blueprints and roadmap cover policy directions and future targets in various areas to promote the adoption of new energy transport technologies so as to guide Hong Kong towards zero vehicular emissions before 2050. In consultation with the Transport and Logistics Bureau, Transport Department, and the Government Logistics Department, GLD, I would like to reply to the question raised by Mr. Dominic Lee as follows. 1. As of the end of April 2024, there were 93,173 registered new energy vehicles in Hong Kong, accounting for 10.3% of the total number of registered vehicles. According to the information provided by the GLD, there were a total of 7,158 vehicles in the government fleet as of December 2023, among which 179 were electric vehicles, EV, accounting for 2.5% of the total number of vehicles in government fleet. There were a total of 1,853 saloon cars in the government fleet, among which 159 were EVs, accounting for 8.6% of the total number of government saloon cars. 2. Apart from EVs, hydrogen vehicles are also a kind of new energy transportation that the government is promoting. The government set up the Interdepartmental Working Group on Using Hydrogen as Fuel, the working group, in 2022 to coordinate preparatory work of bureaus and departments for the use of hydrogen fuel locally, as well as to promote the local adoption of hydrogen energy through trial projects so as to explore its future development potential and opportunities in Hong Kong. As of April 2024, the working group has successively reviewed and given agreement in principle to 14 applications of hydrogen energy trial projects, of which 3 have already commenced the trial, including the City Bus Limited's first hydrogen bus and its hydrogen refueling facility. This hydrogen bus commenced service officially in February 2024 for trial operation in 3 Kowloon urban routes in phases, namely 20, 22M, and 20A. The working group is collecting operational data of the hydrogen bus for assessing its operational performance. On the other hand, 3 hydrogen fuel cell street washing vehicles of the Food and Environmental Hygiene Department are coming to Hong Kong. The statutory vehicle examination process is underway. It is expected that their trial will be launched later this year in tandem with the trial of public hydrogen refueling station in Ngau Tau, Yuen Long, set up by Sinopec Hong Kong Limited, so as to use the station for hydrogen fuel replenishment during the trial period. The potential application of hydrogen energy in the future can be very wide. In terms of new energy transportation, hydrogen energy is suitable for green transformation of medium to large-sized and medium to long-haul vehicles. This is also the reason why we chose these pilot projects. The Chief Executive announced in the 2023 policy address that the government will formulate the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, the development strategy in short, in the first half of this year. We have canvassed views from the industry and experts and plan to publish the development strategy next month to make early preparation for the wider application of hydrogen energy in the future so that Hong Kong can seize the various opportunities brought by the development of hydrogen energy. 3. The Hong Kong roadmap on popularization of EVs set out in a concrete manner the long-term policy objectives and plans to promote the adoption of EVs and their associated supporting facilities. Major initiatives include setting a target to cease new registration of fuel-propelled private cars, PCs, in 2035 or earlier, promote the use of EPCs, expanding the EV charging network, and creating an environment with support facilities that is conducive for the popularization of EVs, and so on. Sufficient time will be provided for the stakeholders to prepare for the transition to EVs. In particular, on the provision of a comprehensive public and private charging network to support the popularization of EPCs, the Chief Executive set a target in 2023 policy address to increase the total number of private and public parking spaces with charging infrastructures in Hong Kong to about 200,000 by mid-2027. The government has made notable progress in promoting the popularization of EVs. In terms of EPCs, the percentage of EVs among newly registered PC in Hong Kong has soared in recent years, increasing from 6.3% in 2019 to 64.6% in 2023. The government will continue to expand the charging network and supporting facilities on multiple fronts to provide a good environment and conditions to encourage car owners to switch to EVs. Although the technology of EPCs is increasingly mature, there are still hundreds and thousands of fuel-propelled and hybrid private cars on the road in Hong Kong. Time is required for car owners to switch to EPCs. On the other hand, EV manufacturers also need time to build up the types and models of their products. The choice of EPC types and models in the current market is not as wide as those of conventional petrol PCs. Even though EPCs have a huge fuel cost advantage over conventional petrol private cars, there is still a considerable number of users who choose conventional petrol PCs for various reasons. Therefore, it is not yet the time now to decide on a more aggressive date for complete phasing out of fuel-propelled and hybrid PCs. The government will closely monitor the supply of EPCs in the market and the progress of the popularization of EPCs, and review from time to time whether the target to cease new registration of fuel-propelled and hybrid PCs in 2035 can be further advanced. Thank you, President. Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you. According to your main reply, there are 10% of new energy vehicles on the market, but the percentage of EVs in the government fleet account for only 2.5% and 8%. There are complaints on insufficient chargers on the market. It seems that the government is behind the market in terms of adoption of new energy vehicles. For hydrogen-powered vehicles, how does the government make sure that the government will proactively adopt hydrogen-powered vehicles in their government fleet and improve support facilities on the market? Thank you. Secretary. President, in terms of government fleet, we don't have a lot of private cars. For a number of types of vehicles, there are not EV models or new energy models available. That is why the ratio of EV to fuel-propelled cars is lower than that on the market, and we will try to improve on this area. In July 2021, we amended our procurement guidelines on vehicles. When departments and bureaus are procuring for new vehicles, they have to choose electric vehicles unless there are specific reasons for not doing so. And if they cannot procure electric vehicles, they have to obtain consent from the heads of the departments. So we can see that over the past year, the ratio of EVs has soared to 63%. So I believe that the ratio of EVs to fuel-propelled PC will increase in the future. As for hydrogen-powered vehicles, our strategy is that we will first prove that the hydrogen-powered vehicles is technically feasible, and that we have to create a hydrogen refueling network in Hong Kong first. So you can see that we have a number of trial projects that have already commenced. we engage, for example, the FHD to trial hydrogen fuel cell street washing vehicles, the government will not lag behind in terms of hydrogen fuel vehicles. Thank you. Next, Mr. Chu Kwok-keun. There are more and more teaching staff of schools making use of EVs. When the Education Bureau replied to our questions earlier, they said that they are consulting with various departments and bureaus to formulate guidelines on installing chargers at school. But then in the end, they decided not to roll out a guidelines, but only ask the schools to install such chargers. Some schools, the chargers at schools were not being used. EEB, as the Policy Bureau for Promotion of EVs, has they talked to the Education Bureau? Can the chargers installed be used by the teaching staff? How come one bureau say that it's not possible, and how come the other bureau says that the chargers are not being used? Secretary, thank you. Of course, the government would promote the use of EVs, and we are glad to see that some schools have installed chargers at their premises. Mr. Chu, we note your question, and we have talked to the Education Bureau. For the schools that have chargers installed, as long as they report to us about the installation, the chargers can be used by the teachers. We will ask the Education Bureau to step up liaison with the schools. Next, Mr. Cheng Hak-ken. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, President. Hydrogen-powered vehicles are mostly street washing vehicles, buses, and light rail. But I don't think that we should focus on heavy vehicles. I think that we should adopt hydrogen energy on taxis and private cars, for example. When you formulate the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, can we incorporate small and medium-sized vehicles into the strategy so that members of the public have an extra option to choose from apart from electric vehicles? Thank you. Thank you, President. In terms of the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, well, we will not rule out any possibilities because we believe that the hydrogen development will be market-oriented. If it's technically and economically feasible for us to adopt hydrogen on certain vehicles, we will allow such development. But as for the hydrogen PCs, development is rather mature, and EVs have been developing very rapidly, and we already have a very comprehensive charging network on the market. So I think that over the short run, hydrogen-fueled PCs may not be as prevalent as electric vehicles because of costs and support facilities. We think that EVs will have an edge over hydrogen-fueled vehicles. Hydrogen is not only applicable to vehicles. For example, we will make use of it in equipment and construction site. And hydrogen may also support distributed power supply in the future. When we release the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, we will see that all possible strategies and projects will be set out. As long as the adoption of hydrogen in certain projects is advantageous, we will allow that to happen. Thank you. Mr. Chan Seo-hong. Thank you, President. The government will release the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong in June this year to make early preparation for the wider adoption or application of hydrogen energy. I know that there is already a hydrogen double-decker running on the roads, but under our current legislation, these hydrogen buses cannot run in tunnels. The Interdepartmental Working Group on Using Hydrogen as Fuel recognized the risk of hydrogen double-decker running in tunnels. Under the relevant guidelines, these hydrogen double-deckers should be able to run in tunnels. I wonder when the hydrogen double-deckers will be able to run in tunnels, and do we have to amend the relevant guidelines? Thank you, President. Under our current legislation, there is no prohibition or provisions prohibiting hydrogen double-decker using tunnels. For storage, for vehicles that store or transport hydrogen, they are not allowed to use tunnels. But as for hydrogen double-deckers, they are allowed to run in tunnels. But that does not mean that we don't have to look into the problem very seriously, because if there is risk involved in hydrogen double-decker making use of the tunnel, there could be dire consequences, and we have to look into it very carefully. Under the working group, we work with the EMSD, and we have conducted a very detailed study. We have some simulation and laboratory testing, which prove that as long as the design of the hydrogen double-decker fulfill certain requirements on safety, hydrogen double-decker can make use of tunnels, and there is no risk involved. So we think that as long as the double-decker fulfill the relevant requirements, they can make use of the tunnel. The EMSD will first formulate guidelines, and second, under the strategy of hydrogen development in Hong Kong, we will be amending legislation and incorporate the guidelines into the laws so that it will become a safety standards for hydrogen-fueled double-decker or bus. Before legislating, the Interdepartmental Working Group can formulate operational guidelines. So as long as the hydrogen bus fulfill the relevant safety requirements, they can use the tunnels. We will progressively formulate our technical guidelines, including the technical requirements. Thank you. Next, Ms. Eunice Yong. Thank you. In 2023 policy address, it is mentioned that hopefully by 2027, there will be over 200,000 chargers in the public and private car parks. In 2019-2023, we can see that the number of newly registered vehicles that is EV went from 6.3% to 64.6%. Public chargers are not enough. As at March 2024, there are only 8,056 public chargers. There are 4,662 medium chargers. In government car parks, we have 72 government car parks. There are 1,400 medium chargers. So in government car parks, how many more chargers will we have in the future? And when will we be replacing the medium chargers to quick chargers? Secretary. President. In terms of the increase of public chargers, well, actually in 2022, our target was that by 2025, there should be no less than 5,000 public chargers. In reality, in 2021, there were only 3,350 public chargers. In March this year, we have over 8,054 public chargers, which has exceeded our target of having 5,000 chargers by 2025. And compared to the 2021 level, in 3 years' time, we have doubled the number of chargers. So we can see that we are actively increasing the number of chargers in government car parks. In the coming 3 years, in government car parks and government premises, we will add an additional 7,000 chargers or charging infrastructure to expand the charging networks of EVs. More importantly, for the free of charge chargers, we will be charging a fee in the future, and we think that such marketization will attract private enterprises and public organizations to install chargers. In order to increase the number of ultra-fast chargers and quick chargers, and we have a plan to convert petrol filling station to EV charging stations. Through this conversion, we think that by the end of this term of the government, we can provide over 5,000 ultra-fast and quick chargers. So I think that the charging network will be expanded. Thank you.
Question 4, Ms. Maggie Chan. The Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defence, or the MCD, will be converted into the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defence, or MWRCD, in September this year, with more efforts put in promoting the history of the War of Resistance and the significant contributions made by the Hong Kong Independence Battalion of the Dongjiang Column, or the battalion, during the war. In this connection, would the government inform this council, 1. As some members of the public opine that the exhibits relating to the battalion in MCD are displayed in a scattered and inconspicuous manner, whether the government will set up a thematic gallery for a thematic exhibition on the battalion at MWRCD to serve as a highlight exhibition of the museum, and whether related exhibits will be consolidated for display in a prominent place, for example, displaying the certificates of commendation issued to the battalion together with the roll of honor listing the names of the 115 martyrs belonging to the battalion. 2. As they are viewed as an important venue for promoting the spirits of resistance and introducing the history of the war, MCD should seek to create more interactive multimedia presentations. Whether the government has considered increasing the audience seating capacity as the narrative of the War of Resistance Gallery of MWRCD, so as to allow more visitors to watch the documentary films on the war. And 3. As there are views that the facilities and services for guided tours as MCD are inadequately arranged, whether the government has considered allowing visitors and more organizations to apply for MWRCD's free guided tour service and enhancing the guided tour system of MWRCD. For example, placing guided tour QR codes for the exhibits to provide real-time textual and audio narration, so that the relevant information can be obtained without the need to download the relevant mobile application inside the museum. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. President, since the reopening of the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defence, the HKMCD, in November 2022, after the completion of revamping its exhibitions and repairing its canopy, the museum has seen an attendance over 270,000, including some 475 school groups visits. In order that more students learn about the history of the War of Resistance and it promotes patriotic spirit, the museum cooperated with the Education Bureau to invite dozens of school principals to visit the museum in March and organize guided tours and thematic lectures for teachers to encourage schools to arrange more visits to the museum. Apart from facing the Hong Kong communities, the museum also received many relevant mainland authorities, including the National Cultural Heritage Administration, Museum of the Communist Party of China, Henan Provincial Administration of Cultural Heritage, Shenzhen Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau, and Nanjing Museum, etc., and received positive comments from them. Among them, the HKMCD has reached an agreement with the Shenzhen Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau to co-organize thematic exhibitions about the War of Resistance. The museum has always valued the opinion received from groups and individuals and responded positively in order to keep enriching the experience. Our reply is as follows. 1. The museum will be converted into the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and Coastal Defence in the coming September. To highlight the theme, the museum will group together 4 galleries related to the topic. namely Narrative of the War of Resistance Gallery, Join Hands to Resist Japanese Invasion Gallery, Japanese Invasion of Hong Kong Gallery, and Anti-Japanese Guerrillas Behind Enemy Lines Gallery. They will be named collectively as the War of Resistance Galleries. Plaques will be mounted as the upper parts of the galleries for easy identification and to facilitate visitors' planning of their routes, so as to focus their exploration of the history of the war. Two of the galleries, namely Narrative of the War of Resistance Gallery and the Anti-Japanese Guerrillas Behind Enemy Lines Gallery, will give a detailed elaboration on the Hong Kong and Kowloon Brigade. The existing Narrative of the War of Resistance Gallery of the HKMCD includes an area with the theme of commemoration of martyrs, where the names of the 115 members of the brigade on the Roll of Honor 1941 to 45 who died during the period of the Japanese occupation are set out in recognition of their contribution to the War of Resistance. Besides the name list, there is an interactive installation entitled Tributes to Martyrs. With some simple steps of operation, visitors can lay virtual bouquets to pay tribute to the heroes who sacrificed their lives during Japanese occupation, recognize their contribution to the War of Resistance, and show respect to them. The aforesaid gallery is also supplemented by a film introducing 16 heroes who have been placed on the list of anti-Japanese martyrs and heroic groups. As regards the certificates of commendation to the brigade, it is currently on display in the Anti-Japanese Guerrillas Behind Enemy Lines Gallery. In light of the conversion of the museum in the coming September, the HKMCD is actively exploring to enhance the presentation of the certificates together with the name list of the aforesaid 115 members in a prominent manner to allow citizens to show respect more conveniently. Additionally, the museum will use its special exhibition gallery to hold regular thematic exhibitions relating to the War of Resistance and to collaborate more with the relevant mainland authorities. The first key collaboration projects will be an exhibition on the War of Resistance activities of the East River Column in Hong Kong and Shenzhen areas, jointly organized with the Shenzhen Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau in September. 2. The Narrative of the War of Resistance Gallery of the HKMCD gives an account of the history of Japan's aggression against China and Hong Kong's participation in the war. It also narrates the missions and contributions of anti-Japanese guerrillas after the fall of Hong Kong. Apart from using exhibition panels, historical photos, and exhibits, the HKMCD also complements the exhibition with interactive installations and videos to introduce this period of history to visitors and enrich their museum-going experience. The number of seats currently provided for has already taken into account the pleasant viewing experience for visitors and the space limitation of the gallery. To enrich the visual content, the museum will arrange excerpts from 3 films by Hong Kong directors about the War of Resistance, namely The Battle of Shanghai, Hong Kong 1941, and Our Time Will Come, to be shown in the multimedia room of the Discovery Zone on the upper redoubt to accommodate a larger audience for the screenings. 3. At present, guided tour service for the public is available at the HKMCD 3 days a week and on public holidays. Registered schools and charitable or non-profit-making organizations are also welcome to apply for free guided tour service for groups in other time slots. The 55 docents currently working for the museum have led nearly 1,700 guided tours in total since the museum's reopening. In the future, the museum will discuss with the Tourism Commission the feasibility of providing docent training for serving guides. In addition, an audio guide to the museum's highlight exhibits is already available on the website. The museum thanked and has taken on board Mr. Chen Yong's suggestions that the QR codes of the websites of those exhibits be displayed in the museum. Apart from using the I Am Guide mobile app for an audio guide, visitors can also scan the QR codes to access the information on the exhibits on their web pages. Later, the museum will also add a textual guide to cater to the needs of different visitors. In summary, the museum will continue to listen to feedback from visitors, enhance and enrich viewing experience, and persistently promote the history of war of resistance and patriotic education. Thank you, President. Ms. Maggie Chan. Thank you, President. The reply shows that they think that it is a job done after converting the museum into the War of Resistance Museum and putting up a plaque. At present, the exhibits are scattered in various galleries. It is inconspicuous and it is a lack of respect to the martyrs. Now, the certificate of honor issued to the battalion is housed at a corner of the gallery, and they are placed beneath other exhibits. It is disrespect to the extreme. Now, for example, after showing the QR codes after scanning the QR codes, you have to download the app before you can access the information. My question is whether the government would set up a dedicated gallery to the battalion. Undersecretary. Thank you, President, and thank you, Ms. Maggie Chan. We will take into consideration Ms. Chan's suggestions carefully. Now, as we have said in the reply, after conversion of the Museum of Coastal Defense, we will display the roll of honor and also the certificates more prominently for the convenience of the public to show their respect. Now, at present, you only have to scan the QR codes without downloading the app to access the information. Mr. Tang Fei. Thank you, President. Please clip the microphone on your lapel. Secretary, you mentioned 3 movies. Now, I'm a movie buff, but I haven't heard about the 3 movies. Now, since the museum is an organization managed by the LCSD and hence the CSTB, can the CSTB position the museum more than just an education facility, but rather a tourism attraction and promote it? For example, setting up a webpage to introduce to the world museums and cultural spots concerning our war of resistance against Japanese aggression. Let's not waste the museum. Let's make it part of the in-depth tourism itinerary. Secretary, I agree with Mr. Tang Fei's views. We will step up promotion of the Hong Kong Museum of the War of Resistance and the Coastal Defense. We would like visitors to learn more about our history during the War of Resistance. We want to make it a photogenic spot and publicize the attraction. Mr. Stanley Ng. President, now we all know that coastal defense was mounted by the colonial army. So should we still adopt the name Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense? Because much of the fortifications set up for coastal defense were installed and erected by the colonial army. Is it suitable to include coastal defense in the name of the museum? Secretary. Thank you, President, and I thank Mr. Stanley Ng for his question. Now, coastal defense is a neutral term. At present, the contents in relation to coastal defense in the museum are narrated from the perspective of our country on how the country has mounted coastal defense in the past century. We would avoid focusing the contents of coastal defense on the work completed by the British Army. Now, since the theme of the museum is the war of resistance as well as coastal defense, so we think the proposed name is suitable. Mr. Rockchen, President, the Secretary mentioned that in the museum there would be an installation for laying of virtual bouquets. I like the idea. It will help enhance visitors' experience through multimedia technology. Now, concerning the deeds of the Independence Brigade of the Dongjiang Column, can we introduce more VR or AR elements so that we can provide an immersive experience to the visitors so that they learn about the history in a more intimate manner? Secretary, thank you, President, and thank you, Member. We agree with the direction of adopting more VR and AR technologies. This is the direction that we will pursue. Mr. Perry-Yu. Thank you, President. All along, museums have been our important tourism resource. A lot of study tours and family tours include itinerary of museum visits. Now, I have conducted a research. Many popular museums under the management of the LCSD do not accept advance booking from tour agencies for docent guided tours. You're not accepting bookings from agencies, but you are saying that they are important tourism resources. I think that's inconsistent. So I think there should be another field on the application form for travel agency alone. Secretary, thank you. Currently, we provide free guided tour service for the public. Individual groups and visitors can enjoy guided tour service with some booking. Now, for advanced booking for tour groups, we reserve them for schools and other NGOs. However, we will study the matter with the Tourism Commission to provide docent training for serving tourist guides so that they can provide docent services to members of their tour groups. Mr. Kenneth Leung, President, I understand that there is a gallery in the museum concerning the history of the Opium War, but because of the limitation of space, there is not much content. Now, this is the 150th anniversary of the destruction of opium by Lin Xixu. So can we have more contents on the Opium War this year? Secretary, this is the 185th anniversary of Lin Xixu's destruction of opium. So we will upload more thematic videos to educate the public on the history. We are going to collaborate with more units so as to enhance the contents of Opium War in the museum. Dr. Hui Simon Lee. President, the museum, after the conversion, will provide more contents concerning patriotism and also the Japanese aggression against China. In terms of the design, it seems that the focus is on the delivery of docent service. Now, I think we have to involve the education sector more to achieve the purpose of education. Now, we need to combine national security education and national education and also historical education in the museum. So in terms of values, historical perspective, we need to make use of the museum to deliver these targets. Secretary, thank you. The museum serves all walks of trade in all walks of life in the community, not just students. So we would like the exhibits to strike a chord with the general public. But we will reach out to schools more. As mentioned in the main reply, in March, we have arranged for dozens of school principals to visit the museum and provided guided tours to the teachers. We want to encourage them to make use of the museum to deliver patriotic education in the future. Mr. Yim Kong, thank you. Now, after the reopening of the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defence, I wonder if there are sufficient barrier-free facilities for persons with disabilities. Can they enjoy the museum like others? Secretary, I thank the member for his question. In each and every museum, we do our best to provide barrier-free facilities to facilitate visits by persons with disabilities. The Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defence is no exception. Reverend Peter Kuhn. Thank you, President. Now, there are only Cantonese guided tour service on 3 days, on Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we also provide docent service in English during the week. Thank you. Now, for 3 days a week, our guided tour service serves the public. However, schools, non-profit-making organizations can also receive guided tour service on other days. Now, the choice of language really depends on the needs of the recipients. Dr. Johnny Ng, President. Now, in the new museum, the government has adopted technology and make possible virtual laying of bouquets. So can we offer a virtual tour experience of the museum around the clock? Thank you. We will consider the direction. Now, but I think providing a metaverse experience around the clock may be challenging, but that's a direction we are willing to consider.
Question number 5, Mr. Ma Fung Kwok. Thank you, President. There are views that holders of permits for proceeding to Hong Kong and Macau, commonly known as one-way permits or OWPs, coming to Hong Kong are the new blood in replenishing Hong Kong's workforce. However, according to government figures, the daily quota of 150 for OWPs has not been fully utilized in recent years, and the proportions of OWP holders aged between 25 and 44, as well as those who have worked in the mainland, have both shrunk. In this connection, will the government inform this council, 1, of the number of the first-time arrivals on OWPs to Hong Kong in the past 3 years, together with a tabulated breakdown by work experience, place of origin, pursuing further studies after arriving in Hong Kong, and take up employment after arrival in Hong Kong, the number of such arrivals who subsequently return to live in the mainland, and 2, given that the government statistics have shown that the greatest difficulties for the permit holders in adapting to life in Hong Kong is work, and support services is most needed in seeking employment and career training, whether the government has steered new arrivals to join the industries currently plagued by labour shortages and provided them with training so as to enable their early integration into Hong Kong society to become new force in our labour market, and 3, as there are views that population growth in the mainland is gradually slowing down and its socio-economic conditions are improving, coupled with the underutilization of the quota in recent years, whether the authorities have conducted any review of the system and explored with the mainland authorities the feasibility of adjusting the OWP quota. Undersecretary for Security. Regarding the question raised by Mr. Ma Fung Kwok, having consulted the Home and Youth Affairs Bureau and the Labour and Welfare Bureau, our consolidated reply is as follows. According to Article 22(4) of the Basic Law, for entry into Hong Kong SAR, people from other parts of China must apply for approval. Among them, the number of persons who enter the region for the purpose of settlement shall be determined by the competent authorities of the Central People's Government after consulting the government of the region. The provisions of this article, in accordance with the interpretation of the NPCSC in 1999, mean that mainland residents who wish to enter the Hong Kong SAR for whatever reason must apply to the relevant authorities of their residential districts for approval in accordance with the national laws and administrative regulations, and must hold valid documents issued by the authorities before they can enter Hong Kong. Mainland residents who wish to settle in Hong Kong for family reunion must apply for permits for proceeding to Hong Kong and Macau, commonly known as one-way permits or OWPs, from the relevant authorities at the places of their household registration on the mainland. The objective is to allow mainland residents to come to Hong Kong for family reunion in an orderly manner. 1. The Immigration Department collects data on the demographic and social characteristics of all permit holders when they first enter in Hong Kong via lawful control point. The Home Affairs Department has also been conducting regular surveys on new arrivals aged 11 and above from the mainland who have arrived in Hong Kong for less than 1 year to identify their service needs and profile. The information is uploaded onto the website of the Home Affairs Department in the form of quarterly reports for reference by government departments and NGOs in planning services for new arrivals. The reports are also available for public reference. The number of OWP holders arriving in Hong Kong from 2021 to 2023 and their demographic and social characteristics are at Annex. The government does not keep track of their education and employment status after their arrival. OWP holders have come to Hong Kong to settle, and they can enter and exit Hong Kong and the mainland with relevant ID and travel documents. As Hong Kong continues to integrate into the country's overall development, there are bound to be more frequent exchanges. The government does not maintain statistics on OWP holders traveling to the mainland after arriving in Hong Kong. 2. In general, new arrivals holding OWPs will go to the Registration of Persons Office a few days after arriving in Hong Kong to apply for personal documents and complete the questionnaires. In 2023, nearly 60% of these arrivals were aged between 25 and 54. The government fully understands that they'd like to obtain information on employment upon arrival. In fact, government departments have been providing various kinds of support services to new arrivals from the mainland. Regarding training and employment support, the Employees Retraining Board, or ERB, provides suitable training and employment services to eligible local employees aged 15 or above, including new arrivals. Apart from general training courses, eligible new arrivals may also enroll in courses tailored for them in order to acquire understanding of the community resources, the local job market, work culture, etc. In 2023-24, there were over 800 enrollments of new arrivals in these tailored courses, with a placement rate of nearly 90% among those having completed the placement-tied courses. In addition, the ERB Service Center, located in Tin Shui Wai, offers instant, targeted, and diversified self-help and support services to those with training and employment needs, including language and generic skills workshops and mutual support groups for new arrivals. The Labour Department provides diversified and free employment services to assist job seekers, including new arrivals, and new arrivals can visit the Labour Department's job centres and industry-based recruitment centres to obtain services. In addition, the department sets up a dedicated webpage for mainland new arrivals to Hong Kong on its interactive employment service website, which provides employment information. The programs include employment program for the elderly and the middle-aged, youth employment and training program, work orientation and placement scheme, and re-employment allowance pilot scheme to be launched on the 15th of July this year, provide employment support to them and assist them in entering the job market. Regarding community integration, the department provides a wide range of services through district networks and NGOs to help new arrivals integrate into the community. These services include activities for mainland residents applying for OWPs to come to Hong Kong to let them have a better understanding of the living environment, activities for them to learn about the local community, computer training, Cantonese English workshops, so as to provide them with practical knowledge as well as providing them with access to information through talks, exhibitions, and distribution of guidebooks. 3. The current 150 daily quota for OWPs is the upper limit. The mainland authorities issue permits in accordance with the actual number of eligible applications submitted and strictly follow the vetting criteria. The 150 quota will not necessarily be used up. There are different views on the daily quota system, including views for maintaining or reducing the quota. Some views include advocating early settlement of family members of Hong Kong residents in Hong Kong for family reunion. The overall usage of the quota is indeed affected by various factors, including apparent reduction in the past few years due to COVID-19. With the resumption of normal travel between Hong Kong and the mainland, we note that the number of OWP holders arriving in Hong Kong has rebounded in 2023 with an average of 112 persons per day, close to the pre-pandemic average of 116 and 107 persons per day in 2018 and 2019, respectively. And in the past decade, cross-boundary marriages made up about 1/3 of registered marriages in Hong Kong. With Hong Kong's active integration into the country and more convenient travel between the two places, together with more frequent exchanges, the proportion of cross-boundary marriages may continue to increase. We should keep an eye on the trend in the long run. And moreover, given the current criteria of the mainland authorities, mainland spouses are required to wait for a certain period of time before coming to Hong Kong on OWPs. There is a need to continue this arrangement of allowing separated spouses and the children born in the mainland to come to Hong Kong for a family reunion through the system. The government will continue to monitor the usage of the quota, taking into account the views of different sectors of the community, and having regard to the overall interest, continue to reflect to the mainland authorities its views on matters relating to OWPs. Mr. Ma. Well, in fact, some complaints have been lodged by OWP applicants for a family reunion because of the vast number of applications in certain provinces and cities. The waiting time is getting too long. But at the moment, the 150 daily quota is underutilized. Is it possible to speed up the application process? What are the provinces and cities involved with the longest waiting time for these applicants, and what is the longest waiting time? Does the Hong Kong SAR government have this information? Can we consider a new arrangement? That is to say, only a single queue for all applications in the mainland instead of having separate queues in different provinces and cities. The purpose of the OWP scheme is to allow mainland residents to come to Hong Kong for a family reunion in an orderly manner. In fact, a point-based system was set up by the mainland authorities so that objective criteria are set in vetting the eligibility of applicants and setting priority to their applications. Now, the results of applications are also published online, and as long as applicants meet the vetting criteria, they can apply for family reunion on OWPs in Hong Kong. And they are also related to the time needed for vetting the application. In December 2023, the mainland authority announced that the vetting criteria will be used for according scores. And in the first half of 2024, basically, following the eligibility points, the waiting time on average is about 3 years. Now, some cases might have special circumstances, and the waiting time, therefore, might be slightly different. And the scores are also announced, for example, the marriage of spouses and the need to take care of dependent elderly parents for those above the age of 60, as well as children dependents, as well as elderly or other dependents that are not taken care of. Now, as far as the shortest or longest waiting time of applications in different provinces and cities, we do not have the information. Mr. Chen Pui-Leung. According to the statistics kept by the Immigration Department and the Home Affairs Department, half of the respondents of the questionnaires agreed that they would join the local job market, but they only account for half of all the OWP holders coming to Hong Kong. Have you assessed the actual situation after their arrival in Hong Kong, including their work and living status, as well as whether they would apply for public housing? Because if the Hong Kong SAR government does not have this idea, there is no way that the Hong Kong SAR government can leverage on OWP holders to address labor shortage in Hong Kong. Now, as I mentioned, the first time when OWP holders arrive in Hong Kong via Lowell Control Point, we would conduct regular surveys to keep statistics and collect information about the demographic and economic characteristics of the applicants. The Home Affairs Department also collects information through regular surveys on new arrivals. The response rate is over 50%, and the Labor and Welfare Department and the Labor and Welfare Bureau could help answer the question on the workforce. Under Secretary for Labor and Welfare. For OWP holders, after their arrival in Hong Kong, they become ordinary citizens in Hong Kong, and we do provide employment information and assistance to them via our website and our service centers. In fact, if there is a need to brush up the language skills, the ERB provides training courses such as Cantonese and English courses. They are welcome to enroll in these courses. However, we do not keep statistics about their status after their arrival in Hong Kong. Mr. Lai Tong Kwok, according to the government's reply, the government collects information about the OWP holders, including their demographic and social characteristics. But according to the annex, I think that the way the surveys are conducted is out of date. It no longer reflects the breakdown of occupation of these residents in the mainland, such as one of the categories being farmers, hunters, and fishermen. I don't know how many mainland residents nowadays are hunters by profession. There is also the last category being other occupations, which constitute the largest proportion, 3,764 of them, far exceeding the numbers in the other respective categories. So I think that the design of the survey was very much outdated, and perhaps you should go back and consider giving more detailed breakdown of the occupations in the mainland. And you should also have regard to the current occupation situation of mainland residents and redesign your questionnaires so that suitable services can be provided to the OWP holders after their arrival in Hong Kong. Secretary, thank you, President. Thank you, member, for the questions. We provide two survey or questionnaires or two forms for the arrivals to fill out. For the occupations in the mainland, in the HAD's survey, they fill in the form on their own volition. As for the that's for the immigration form. As for the HAD's questionnaire, the only question put to the respondent is what type of occupation would they be interested? And we do agree that perhaps the category of farmers, hunters, and fishermen may be out of date. So we will revamp this part to make it more suitable for the current day situation. Mr. Ronald Chan. For one-way permit holders, because of Hong Kong's active integration into the mainland nowadays, they are free to return to the mainland. But I want to know in what capacity do these permit holders return to the mainland, because their household registration has already been cancelled after they've obtained the one-way permit. And would they be able to apply for permanent residency in Hong Kong in that case? Now, upon arrival in Hong Kong, the one-way permit holders will be issued Hong Kong ID cards. So when they return to the mainland, they would be returning on the strength of the home return permit as Hong Kong residents. Dr. Hui Li. Thank you, President. Basically, the objective of the one-way permit scheme is for family reunion. That means separated spouses or children born in the mainland would be eligible to come to Hong Kong for family reunion. But do we have the breakdown of statistics belonging to these two different categories? They may come to Hong Kong for employment and for schooling, and this may impact on the service needs or the services in Hong Kong. Secretary. President, what I can give you as a preliminary information is that children coming to Hong Kong for family reunion belongs to the largest category, that's 78 to 81%. There are also other categories. Now, what support should be given to new arrivals? Perhaps the HYAB, Undersecretary for Home Affairs, Home and Youth Affairs can take the question on community resources. Thank you for the question. I think the Security Bureau already walked members through the main reply. Regarding the work of the HYAB, in the past decade, we have been engaging NGOs to organize activities through their branches on the mainland for the benefit of those who would be making applications for one-way permits to come to Hong Kong, so that they manage their expectations about the lives in Hong Kong later on. Now, after arriving in Hong Kong, we have the guides for new arrivals in Hong Kong. This is a very popular booklet. Every year, we publish and distribute over 60,000 booklets to different government departments, such as the Immigration Department, for further distribution. The booklet also contains information on accessing different government departments. We also have a district-based community integration program. In fact, we work with 13 NGOs in 7 districts. These NGOs organize different activities in the local communities to help them adapt to the lives in Hong Kong. There are also volunteer services and building community network, etc., for the new arrivals to better understand the local communities that they live in. About 20,000 people benefit from these initiatives every year. We also have a community ambassador scheme, collaborating with NGOs. We do have several dozen community ambassadors working with us. They used to be mainland residents, and these ambassadors would help new arrivals. There are different channels for the new arrivals to reach out to the ambassadors should they need help. Monsieur Nation. President, there are at least several thousand children coming to Hong Kong on the strength of one-way permits, or the father of whom are Hong Kong residents. They are eligible to stay in Hong Kong, but we do not have any quota set aside for single parents. Now, would the Hong Kong SAR government seek support from the central authorities to take better care of children from these single-parent families and to allow the other parent to come to Hong Kong? Very often, those fathers have deserted them. Whereas for the mother, because of the loss of the marital status, they could only come to Hong Kong to visit the children on the strength of two-way permits. They cannot take care of their children for good in Hong Kong. So I hope there will be a way for these spouses to be able to come to Hong Kong on one-way permit. According to the current regulations, for only adult children or separated spouses could apply for one-way permit to come to Hong Kong to look after the dependents in Hong Kong. We need to consider very carefully the implications of this proposal on the immigration arrangements and our population. If Now, if next of kin also refers to children not born to local parents staying in Hong Kong, and that many more applicants will be able to apply for one-way permit to come to Hong Kong for family reunion. And this would impact on our demographic as well as the different services such as obstetric services. So for special cases, we will reflect these cases to the mainland authorities on a case-by-case basis.
Last question seeking an oral reply. Honourable Yang Wing Kit. Thank you, President. The government has indicated that the Kai Tak Sports Park KTSP will open in the first half of next year. It will host 8 events of the 15th national games, including fencing, men's handball, rugby sevens, and bowling. In addition, it's been reported that the Hong Kong Sevens will also be moved to stage at KTSP next year. In this connection, will the government inform this council first whether it knows if there will be other major sports events and large-scale cultural and entertainment events such as concerts and variety shows staging at KTSP next year, if there will be, of the details, if not the reasons. Second, whether the authorities will request the operator of KTSP to discuss with the Transport Department the transport arrangements to be made during the staging of major sports events next year, like the provision of fare-paying tour coaches to transport spectators to and from nearby MTR stations, the introduction of more bus routes to and from KTSP, construction of a smart car park in an adjacent site to divert the flow of spectators, if so, the details, if not reasons. And third, whether it will produce pamphlets to recommend to spectators attending matches at KTSP the neighboring attractions such as those for food and entertainment so as to provide them with better leisure experiences, if so, of the details, if not the reasons for that. Secretary for Culture, Sports and Tourism. Mr. President, occupying an area of about 28 hectares and being the largest sports infrastructure project in Hong Kong's history, the Kai Tak Sports Park KTSP is crucial to the government's implementation of sports policies of promoting sports in the community, supporting elite sports, developing Hong Kong into a center of major international sports events, enhancing professionalism, and developing sports as an industry. KTSP adopts a design, build, and operate model with Kai Tak Sports Park Limited. KTSPL is a contracted party responsible for design, construction, and future operation of the park. The contract is for 25 years, 5 for design construction, approximately 20 for operation. The contracted party operates on a self-financing basis and is required to make fixed payments to the government on regular basis and share percentage of its total income with the government. The KTSP will provide modern and multi-purpose sports and recreation facilities upon completion, including a 50,000-seat main stadium, 10,000-seat indoor sports center, 5,000-seat public sports ground, and about 14 hectares of landscaped open space and other auxiliary facilities. The main stadium, equipping with a retractable roof, offering different stage positions and seating configurations, and has adopted a flexible pitch system design, providing more options for hosting different types of large-scale cultural and entertainment events such as concerts. My consolidated reply is as follows. Currently, the main structure of the public sports ground, indoor sports center, and main stadium have been largely completed. According to the progress, we expect major facilities to be completed by 2024. Upon successful completion of the test events and satisfactory completion of various testing, KTSP will open in the first half of 2025. To better prepare for the opening, we are working with KTSPL on the pre-commissioning arrangements, including the close monitoring of work progress, preparation of test events, as well as the testing of facilities like scoring, public address, and lighting systems. We'll also, in collaboration with the PTSPL and relevant departments, arrange for various trials to fine-tune and enhance the operation model and various arrangements when staging large-scale events. On event arrangements, KTSPL has been liaising closely with government departments and stakeholders, including national sports associations, sports sector, entertainment, and performance industries, to better understand the needs and interests towards the facilities. PTSPL also proactively reaches out to and follows up with organizations interested in hosting events there, with a view to promoting Hong Kong promoting the KTSP as the destination for local and international large-scale sports and entertainment events, as well as adding more vibrancy to Hong Kong as an events capital. KTSPL has so far made contact with over 200 promotion bodies, organizations, and agencies of local and international sports and non-sports events, and around 50 of them are interested and learning about the leasing arrangements. Such discussion involving commercial negotiations is still ongoing. Generally speaking, promotion strategy of events is led by organizations, while the KTSPL is the venue provider, has to act in concert with the plans of the event organizers. KTSPL cannot disclose the details in advance before organizers do so. We trust the event organizers will consider their overall promotion strategy and announce more details in due course. For transportation arrangements, the KTSP is located at the core of the Kai Tak development area with diversified, efficient, and convenient transportation facilities. Kai Tak Station and Song Wong Tai Station of the MTR are just 10 to 15 minutes walking distance away. Apart from the convenient railway network, commuters may travel by bus at the bus stops nearby between KTSP and different districts in Hong Kong. Taxi stands and 800 parking spaces are available. Nearby shopping malls also provide parking spaces for the public so as to meet the public's preference for different modes of transport. When large-scale events are staged, we'll liaise closely with KTSPL and relevant departments like the police, as well as the transport department and transport operators in advance. Depending on the scale of the events and the needs of the visitors, we'll deploy contingency measures, like enhancing railway services and arranging special services to meet the additional traffic demand during the events. We'll also test the effectiveness of the transportation arrangements during the test events so that we can adjust the relevant strategies as necessary to improve response efficiency. On improving the experience of visitors to the KTSP, the President offers different kinds of catering facilities, including some 70 outlets of international cuisines, mobile catering booths that can be flexibly arranged according to the scale and needs of the events, as well as 9 diversified concept restaurants at the Dining Cove for clients to dine indoors or outdoors. Kowloon City and To Kwa Wan are nearby, and they provide many dining options. Citizens and tourists who visit KTSP for major or large-scale events can easily go to those 2 districts for a taste of our local culinary delights. The mobile app to be developed by the KTSPL will provide visitors with one-stop services like promotion, information on leisure and catering options, as well as various events. We'll continue to work closely with the KTSPL to further enhance visitors' experience, as well as liaise with departments and the Hong Kong Tourism Board to promote the leisure and catering options in the vicinity of the park, so as to create a synergy effect for bringing about local economic development. With the concerted efforts of various participating departments and units, the construction of the park has entered its final stage. We believe that Hong Kong citizens like us are eagerly awaiting the completion and opening of the park. It will bring about significant synergy to the development of Hong Kong, while promoting sports in the community, supporting elite sports, maintaining Hong Kong as a center for major international sports events, enhancing professionalism and developing sports as an industry. The park will also drive the development of related industries like entertainment, performances, and tourism. The Cultural, Sports and Tourism Bureau will continue to work closely with the SPL and government departments. An interdepartmental working group led by the CS4A will also be set up to coordinate the relevant work with a view to ensuring the successful completion and commissioning of the KTSP, thereby creating a new landmark for Hong Kong. Mr. Yang Wing-kit, yesterday the CS made an announcement of 100 mega events for the second half of the year. The mega events this year will not take place in Kai Tak, but then the Kai Tak SP will commission next year. We believe that many mega events will take place there next year. As to how mega events can drive local economic development, I hope the Secretary will do more. We have been told that the Hong Kong Tourism Board will work together with the KTSPL to publicize the attractions of Kowloon City So make sure that you can tell people that you can have the Chiu Chow cuisine and the Thai cuisine in Kowloon City. And recently we have the movie, Warriors, the Twilight of the Warriors rolled in. And in fact, we have different kinds of festivals, like the Thai festival, their attractions. Please include such attractions in the pamphlet so that we can drive the local economy after the visitors have been to the KTSP. Thank you for your suggestions. Yes, we are glad to cooperate with different sectors and different communities so as to further promote KTSP and the surrounding areas. Let's hope that the KTSP will bring in more economic benefits and we will have close liaison with the neighborhoods. Ms. Jovi Chen. Thank you, President. Mr. Xia Baolong, the director of the Hong Kong Macau Affairs Office, has said that tourism can take place anywhere and everywhere. With this new approach, we need to plan in advance. Next year, the KTSP will host the 15th National Games. A number of events will take place, altogether 8 of them, like men's handball, etc. Well, I know that there will be concerts as well, and then many visitors will come for the mega events. So make sure that you can have special activities like night markets, and then with the President, as the head of the delegation, we went to Singapore. Outside the Singaporean National Gallery, while an event is about to take place, people can also go to the dining facilities nearby as well as the National Gallery. I know that a week in advance, 4 tourist areas will also hold parties. There will be live music and dining options, and you have also got mock-up racing facilities so that you can have a simulcast. You have a simulator to drive racing cars, and then the economic benefits was $8.8 billion. Next year, we're going to have mega sports events at the KTSP. Are you going to have support activities and facilities so as to generate even more economic benefits by bringing in more spectators and visitors? Secretary, yes, we will liaise with the KTSPL. We'll have close cooperation. So while we have sports mega events, we'll also like to drive the local economic development nearby, like different themed activities at the Dining Cove. There should also be street performances. There can be street bazaars. All such are possibilities. Outside of the KTSP, we'll try our best to liaise with the local people and the local organizations so that their activities can have a synergy with the events held at the KTSP. In other words, we're willing to consider all types of activities. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Mr. President, for the KTSP, certainly it is going to be a very important landmark. It has a glittering appearance. It is going to become another pearl in the city of Hong Kong. I believe that in future, many mega events will take place there. Yes, the Secretary has talked about the completion of many facilities in the vicinity. There will be 70 dining outlets. Will they be ready before the Rugby Sevens next year? If they are not yet ready, do you have a backup plan? Well, for Rugby 7, currently we can host 40,000 spectators at So-Kon Pool. And all the time, spectators have had very good dining experience in addition to the sports event. Kai Tak itself hasn't got the same to offer. If they are not ready next year, would you consider having the Rugby 7 at the Hong Kong Stadium for another year so that we won't tarnish our very good brand name of the Rugby 7? Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Lam, for your question. As I have said, there are over 70 outlets of international cuisines and 9 concept restaurants. If necessary, we can make arrangements for mobile catering booths. We believe that we can cater for the needs of activities of different natures. As I have said, Kowloon City and To Kwa Wan have many different dining outlets. I'm sure they can provide services to the spectators. For the Rugby Sevens organizers, we will have close liaison with the operator. We'll make sure that in future the venue can meet the needs as well as the needs of the spectators. And if necessary, we'll certainly consider different contingency plans. Mr. Benson Look. Yes, Mrs. Yao Bolong, the director of Hong Kong Macau Affairs Office, said that we can have tourism anywhere, everywhere. We have to make sure that spectators can go to and leave this park smoothly. In the main reply, we have been told about the transport arrangements. If you have been to a concert, if you have been to a match, then you would know that when you go to the event, probably the pedestrian flow will spread over a period of time and the transport and traffic network can cope. But then for the 50,000 seat venue, all the spectators will leave the venue at the same time in a period of 10 minutes or so. It will be a huge challenge to our transport and traffic network. So we have been told that depending on the scale of the events, there will be special arrangements. What about new ideas like providing a ferry service, or do we have other arrangements so as to make sure that spectators can leave easily and smoothly? Are you going to have drills or rehearsals about the arrangements? Secretary, as I have said, there will be test events before the commissioning to make sure that we are ready with crowd control and other arrangements so that we will have proper and smooth arrangements for the official opening. Well, in fact, the CS4A will soon set up an interdepartmental working group to coordinate the relevant work to make sure that the KTSP will be completed and commissioned smoothly and successfully, thereby creating a new landmark for Hong Kong and give spectators and visitors a very good experience. Mr. Martin Liao. Now, we have been told that the KTSPL has promised that for the first 5 years, 40 days will be set aside for sports, and later on, there will be 54 days in a year. About 10% or so of the calendar days will be devoted to sports. The number isn't actually that great. Of course, it is going to operate on a self-financing basis. It has its own priorities. But what about the government? I think the government is still too bound to promote sports. So what is the government's plan to promote sports together with the KTSPL? That is by having more days in the calendar devoted to sports activities. Mr. President, in our contract with the KTSPL, if they fail to meet the requirements, they will be fined. Of course, we hope that we don't need to trigger the mechanism. Therefore, together with the KTSPL, we're having close liaisons, and we are providing all sorts of assistance within our capacity, hoping that there will be different kinds of events to be held there. And in fact, we have started the work, and we will be cooperating with the KTSPL so as to promote the park so that the operation will be fine. Mr. Adrian Ho, thank you, President. There will be bus routes, there will be MTR stations nearby to serve the visitors of the park. but in fact it is well situated, it is well located, it is next to the Victoria Park. If you want to take a good look of the Victoria Harbour, you can have a ride on the ferry. So I just wondered if you have ever talked to the operator so that when mega events are held, you can resort to having ferry services carrying both passengers as well as vehicles. In this way, we can divert the traffic, and you may also have different destinations so that the the spectators can be ferried to different piers so that hotels in Hong Kong can also benefit. Well, indeed, President, we have been talking about the water route. Not too long ago, at a development panel meeting of the LegCo, we have been told that the KTSPL will consider having water taxis. So there will be coordination among departments and bureaus to see how appropriate services can be offered. Dr. Chow Min Kwong, it is said in the question that concerts and variety shows could be held. I think it is most important to have the best beginning. Maybe we can invite local singers from different eras to sing at the opening ceremony of the KTSP. Let's invite the pop singers to sing there. In this way, overseas Chinese can also come to Hong Kong to witness this very important opening event. Secretary, thank you, Dr. Chow, for his suggestion. We will certainly consider such an approach. We expect that there will be a number of events and activities to celebrate the opening of the park. Dr. Chow's idea will be considered. Thank you.
Government Bills, first reading. Statute Law Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2024. Social Workers Registration Amendments Bill 2024. Second reading. Secretary for Justice. President, I move the second reading of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2024. The Department of Justice, or DOJ, has introduced statute law miscellaneous provisions bills to the Legislative Council from time to time in order to amend multiple ordinances effectively by way of an omnibus bill. The proposed amendments are largely minor, technical, and non-controversial in nature, but are useful for the purpose of updating or improving existing legislation. This avoids the need to make bids for separate slots relating to each ordinance, the amendments to which typically involve only a few clauses. The last statute law miscellaneous provisions ordinance was enacted in year 2020. The government considers it necessary to introduce another omnibus bill to make miscellaneous amendments to various ordinances. Opportunity is also taken to make straightforward adaptation of references which do not fit the Hong Kong SAR's constitutional status, and repeal obsolete provisions or references in various ordinances in a consolidated manner. The bill comprises 15 parts. The proposed amendments in the bill can be broadly categorized into two groups. 1. Amendments without adaptation of law's elements, that is, parts 2 to 13 and part 15. They involved some 20 principal ordinances and 12 pieces of subsidiary legislation. And 2. Amendments with adaptation of law's elements, that is, part 14, which involves some 29 principal ordinances and 44 pieces of subsidiary legislation. The main contents of the bill are as follows. Part 2. Proposed amendments to the Evidence Ordinance, Cap 8. Part 2 of the bill contains amendments to the Evidence Ordinance, Cap 8 of Hong Kong legislation, proposed by the Chief Secretary for Administration's Office. The Government's Microfilm Center, which is operated under the Preservation Service Office of the Government's Records Service, or GRS, Administration Wing of the Chief Secretary for Administration's Office, accepts requests from bureaus and departments to microfilm inactive records, which have to be retained for not less than 7 years. Those original paper records without archival value will be destroyed as approved by the GRS Director upon completion of microfilm production. Due to the imminent obsolescence of traditional microfilming equipment and the fading out of its maintenance service, the GRS has a pressing need to digitalize its microfilming production by implementing computer output microfilm, or COM. However, Sections 39 and 40 of the Evidence Ordinance Cap 8, which provide for the admissibility of prints made from film as evidence in civil and criminal proceedings, may not apply to COM. The Chief Secretary's Office proposes to amend the definition of film in Section 41 of Evidence Ordinance so as to include a microfilm, the production of which involves digital means. The definition will cover microfilm produced through digital workflow to accommodate the evolution of the microfilming technology in future. Part 3, proposed amendments to the Contracts for Employment Outside Hong Kong Ordinance, Cap 78. The Labour and Welfare Bureau proposes to repeal Section 11(1)H of the Contracts for Employment Outside Hong Kong Ordinance, Cap 78. The provision makes a direct reference to the Contracts of Employment Indigenous Workers Convention 1939, International Labour Convention No. 64, which was abrogated in 2018. Part 4, proposed amendments to the Post Office Ordinance Cap 98 and its subsidiary legislation. The Post Office Ordinance Cap 98 contains various provisions in relation to certain obsolete services and functions of the Hong Kong Post that have either never been provided by the HKP or have already ceased. These services and functions include money orders, telegraph money orders, postal orders, and postal nooks, private travelling letterboxes, and the issuing of licenses to any persons to collect letters for transmission to China through the post office and to receive clubbed packets from China through the post office. The Commerce and Economic Development Bureau proposes to repeal the relevant provisions in Cap 98 and to make consequential amendments, including those concerning the related offences, while providing for the saving provisions. It is also proposed to consequentially amend the Post Office Regulations Cap 98 Sublege A, which concerns the operational details of money orders. The CEDB also proposes to amend an obsolete reference, that is, postal departments, in the English text in Cap 98. Part 5, proposed amendments to the Immigration Ordinance Cap 115. In Prem Singh v. Director of Immigration 2003, 1 HKLRD 550, the Court of Final Appeal held that the settled requirements in paragraph 31C of Schedule 1 to the Immigration Ordinance Cap 115 contravenes Article 24(2)(4) of the Basic Law. In view of the CFA judgment, the Security Bureau and the Immigration Departments propose to repeal paragraph 31C of Schedule 1 to Cap 115. Part 6, proposed amendments to the Criminal Procedure Ordinance Cap 221. The DOJ proposes to amend Section 113C of the Criminal Procedure Ordinance Cap 221 by refining the meaning of excluded fine to also cover a fine or penalty that is calculated by reference to a unit of time, a unit of measurement, or a specified number of persons or objects. The enactments listed in Section 113C1C are also to be removed for simplicity and updatedness. Part 7, proposed amendments to the Hong Kong Auxiliary Police Force Ordinance, Cap 233. The Security Bureau and the Hong Kong Police Force, or HKPF, propose to amend the Hong Kong Auxiliary Police Force Ordinance, Cap 233, to align the discipline system of the Hong Kong Auxiliary Police Force with that of the HKPF, as provided under the Police Discipline Regulations Cap 232/A or Cap 232A. There is a disciplinary offence in relation to the HKPF similar to that of conduct calculated to bring the force into disrepute, provided under Section 14M of Cap 233. The Court of Appeal ruled in Chiu Hoi Po v. Commissioner of Police that in the context of Cap 232A, the English word calculated in this said offence did not require a subjective intention on the part of the defaulter to bring the public service into disrepute. As a result, the word calculated in the said offence in Cap 232A was replaced with the word likely to make this clear. It is proposed to align the wording of the relevant disciplinary offence in Cap 233 with that in Cap 232A by replacing the word calculated with likely. The proposed amendment would not apply in relation to a defaulter who is notified of the conduct of proceedings for the offence concerned before the commencement date of the amendment. Further, it is proposed to amend Section 15(1) and 2 of Cap 233 to clarify that appeals from the boards of discipline are to be made by way of petition in writing to the Commissioner. That is, the Commissioner of Police or a Deputy Commissioner or the Chief Executive as the case requires, and to amend Section 26 of Cap 233 to clarify that appeals from any decision of the Commissioner upon any complaint by a member of the Hong Kong Auxiliary Police Force are to be made by way of petition in writing to the Chief Executive. Part 8. Proposed amendments to the District Court Ordinance Cap 336. The prosecution is entitled to appeal against an acquittal in the District Court by way of case stated. No procedural rules are made under the District Court Ordinance Cap 336 for such appeals. Instead, the procedural arrangements on the preparation, amendment, and setting down of such case stated are governed by Sections 106 to 109 of the Magistrates' Ordinance Cap 227, with the necessary modifications in accordance with Section 84A of Cap 336. However, the provisions on service under Section 115 of Cap 227 is not expressly referred to in Cap 336. There is an uncertainty as to whether Section 115 of Cap 227 applies to case-stated appeals from district court cases. Significantly, the Court of Appeal recently recommended in Secretary for Justice V. Chang Ho Fai and 4 others that consideration should be given to amending the relevant provisions. As a result, the DOJ proposes to amend Section 84A of Cap 336 by clearly stating that Section 115 of Cap 227 applies in relation to case-stated appeals from district court cases lodged by the prosecution. Part 9 proposed amendments to the Water Pollution Control Mines Bay Water Control Zone Order Cap 358(S). The Environment and Ecology Bureau proposes to update the reference to the maps of the Mines Bay Water Control Zone in the Water Pollution Control Mines Bay Water Control Zone Order Cap 358(S). The proposed amendment to the schedule to Cap 358(S) to refer to a new series of maps seeks to reflect the changes made to the Statements of Water Quality Objectives, Mines Bay Water Control Zone, Cap 358(U), and the Fish Culture Zone Designation Order, Cap 353(B), in late 2023. Part 10. Proposed amendments to the Legislation Publication Ordinance, Cap 614. With a view to maintaining this consistency of style and formatting of the statute book more efficiently, the DOJ proposes to amend the Legislation Publication Ordinance, Cap 614, by introducing powers to make formatting amendments to database instruments and to amend the square bracketed cross-references in schedules. Part 11. Proposed amendments to the Private Healthcare Facilities Ordinance, Cap 633. Under Section 82(1)(c) of the Private Healthcare Facilities Ordinance, Cap 633, a substitute decision maker of the patients of a private healthcare facilities for which a license is in force may make a complaint against the facility to the Committee on Complaints Against Private Healthcare Facilities, which is a statutory committee established under Section 71 of Cap 633 to handle complaints against licensed private healthcare facilities. The interpretation of the term substitute decision maker is originally provided for under Section 25 of Cap 633. By reference to Section 3 of the Electronic Health Record Sharing System Ordinance, Cap 625. Section 3 of Cap 625, which specifically caters for the Electronic Health Record Sharing System, or EHRSS, may impose unnecessary technical barriers on the rights of the patients to make complaints under Cap 633. For instance, Section 3(2)(b) of Cap 625 requires that for a guardian of the healthcare recipient to be a substitute decision maker for a minor, the guardian has to accompany the healthcare recipient at the relevant time. And yet, in Section 3(5) of Cap 625, relevant time means the time at which an application, joining consent, or sharing restriction request is made, required, or given in relation to the EHRSS. The meaning is unrelated to a complaint made against private healthcare facilities. The Health Bureau proposes to amend Cap 633 to provide for the interpretation of substitute decision maker in Cap 633 that is suitable to its own context and for its purposes. Part 12. Proposed amendments to the Patents Ordinance, Cap 514, and its subsidiary legislation. The CEDB proposes amendments to Cap 514 and its subsidiary legislation, namely the Patents Designation of Patents Officers Notice, Cap 514/A, and the Patents General Rules, Cap 514/C. The proposed amendments are to update the English title of 國家知識產權局 from State Intellectual Property Office to China National Intellectual Property Administration, so as to reflect the change made by the mainland authority concerned on the 28th of August 2018. Part 13. Proposed amendments to the Mainland Judgments Reciprocal Enforcement Ordinance, Cap 597, and Mainland Judgments in Matrimonial and Family Cases Reciprocal Recognition and Enforcement Ordinance, Cap 639, including its subsidiary legislation. The DOJ proposes to align the English equivalents of 高級人民法院, namely High People's Courts, appearing in the Mainland Judgments Reciprocal Enforcement Ordinance, Cap 597, the Mainland Judgments in Matrimonial and Family Cases Reciprocal Recognition and Enforcement Ordinance, Cap 639, and the Mainland Judgments in Matrimonial and Family Cases Reciprocal Recognition and Enforcement Rules, Cap 639/A, with the translation provided in the Supreme People's Court's notice, issued in July 2021, namely High People's Court. Part 14. Amendments with adaptation of laws elements and consequential amendments. Various Politburos propose to amend certain references and provisions in a number of enactments so that they align with the Basic Law and Hong Kong's status as a special administrative region of the PRC. Most of the proposed amendments are terminological or technical in nature. Examples include replacing Her Majesty, the Queen, her heirs or successors by the central authorities or the governments of the Hong Kong SAR under the Basic Law and other laws. Governor by Chief Executive. Governor in Council by Chief Executive in Council. The Colony by Hong Kong. 立法局 by 立法會. 行政局秘書 by 行政會議秘書, etc. And adapting or repealing incompatible terminologies and references such as the Crown, the Government of the United Kingdom, Secretary of State, Victoria, territorial waters, etc., according to the context in which they are used. Part 15, Miscellaneous Amendments. Part 15 of the bill makes minor and technical amendments to various enactments to rectify incorrect cross-references and to ensure the consistency between the bilingual text, etc. President, as I said at the beginning, the bill seeks to amend multiple ordinances in a consolidated and efficient manner for the purpose of improving the relevant legislation. It is part of the government's continuous efforts to consolidate Hong Kong's legislation. I so submit. I implore members to support the bill. Thank you, President.
現在嘅代
I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. Secretary for Labor and Welfare. President, I move the second reading of the Social Workers Registration Amendment Bill 2022, the bill. The objective of the bill is to improve the governance of the Social Workers Registration Board, the board in short, to ensure that the board would act in public interest and foster progressive development of the social worker profession. Registered social worker, RSWs, shoulder social and professional responsibilities towards the client with whom they have frequent contacts during the course of service delivery. They have the trust of their clients and exert on them significant influence. It is imperative for the board to perform its statutory functions in a fair and impartial manner with due regard to public interest. The Social Workers Registration Ordinance, the ordinance empowers the board to handle registration of social workers, disciplinary control, and related matters. Apart from being empowered by law to handle registration of social workers and disciplinary matters, the board, in exercising its public powers, bear responsibilities towards the clients of RSWs and the community as a whole, and has a duty to safeguard national security and act in public interest. Noting that the board's conduct and decisions in recent years have seriously deviated from the spirit of the ordinance in the areas of social worker registration, disciplinary control, and professional development, the government considers that there is an urgent need to improve the governance of the board so that it can more effectively protect public interest and safeguard national security. In this connection, the government proposes the following amendments to the ordinance. First, the bill will expand membership of the board for broader and more balanced participation. I wish to stress that upon the board's reconstitution, RSWs will continue to account for more than half of the seats of the board, with at least 14 RSWs among the 27 members. On the premise of ensuring professional self-regulation, the government will appoint RSWs of diverse backgrounds, positions to the board to complement board members returned by election, such that different voices within the social work profession will be brought into the board and reflected in its decisions. In addition, appointing more members from other professions and prominent personalities from different sectors of the community will bring in a broader, more diverse and balanced participation in the board to provide the checks and balances required for ensuring that public interest will be safeguarded. Second, the bill will enable prompt removal of RSWs convicted of serious offenses. Registration of social workers are renewed annually. Where a social worker has committed a serious offense, but their registration have not yet expired, their case would normally be considered upon the next renewal of their registration according to the current practice. Such practice cannot ensure that the interest of clients will be protected and is not in line with the legislative intent. The objective of the new mechanism is to ensure that the board can promptly deal with the applications of registrations by social workers who have committed serious offenses. I must emphasize that we have no intention to bar ex-offenders from becoming social workers across the board. Given that social workers shoulder social and professional responsibilities towards clients of disadvantaged groups, we consider that the board needs to strike a proper balance between the interest of individual applicants for registration and the public interest by promptly and meticulously processing applications for registration involving serious offenses so as to live up to the expectations of society. Third, the bill will lend clarity to the effective date of the Code of Practice for registered social workers and the appointment to the Disciplinary Committee panel, which will be the date on which the Secretary for Labor and Welfare, SLW, publishes a notice in the Gazette. This will enable SLW to better perform his gatekeeping role. Fourth, the bill will empower the board to set continuing professional development (CPD) requirements for the social work profession. The objective of CPD is to ensure that the social work profession can meet the changing service needs of the community and continue to serve the best interest of the needy, while promoting the long-term and sustainable development of the social work profession. I wish to point out that the relevant amendment provisions only empower the board to set CPD requirements, but does not prescribe an implementation timetable. The content, approach, and timetable of the future CPD requirements of RSWs will be devised by the board, the majority of which will be RSWs. I believe that the board will strike a balance among factors such as the sector's manpower and workload situation, as well as professional development need, in taking forward the work on this front in a pragmatic and orderly manner with a view to promoting the long-term development of the social work profession. Fifth, the bill will require all members of the board to take an oath. They must sign an oath before assumption of office, affirming that they will uphold the basic law and bear allegiance to the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China, and return the signed oath within the period specified by SLW. A person must not take up the office or continue to hold the office as a member of the board if they decline or neglect to take the oath, or if SLW is satisfied that the person does not genuinely and truthfully take the oath. In addition, the breach of the oath will be a valid ground for the chief executive to declare a board member's office to be vacant. President, we briefed the Legislative Council panel on welfare services on 16th of May 2024 on the proposal, and members supported the bill. I'm also pleased to learn that the social welfare sector, the LegCo, and various sectors of the community, including some members of the board, are supportive of our efforts in improving the governance of the board as soon as possible. The government will fully complement the work of the LegCo in scrutinizing the bill with a view to seeking member support and early passage of the bill in order that the board will be put back on the right track as soon as possible. Thank you, President. I now propose the question to you that the aforesaid bill be read the second time. In accordance with the rules of procedure, the second reading debate is adjourned and the bill is referred to the House Committee. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. Mr. Lee Chen-keun, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Lee Chen-keun. Thank you, President. As Chairman of the Bills Committee on Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024, I now make a report to the Council on the key deliberations of the committee. The purpose of the bill is to amend Inland Revenue Ordinance to raise the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rent, implement the one-off tax reduction measures proposed in the 2024-25 budget, and introduced a two-tiered standard rates regime for salaries tax, provisional salaries tax, and tax under personal assessment. The members in general supported the bill and were of the view that the one-off tax reduction can provide substantive relief to members of the public and that the two-tiered standard rates regime reflect the affordable user pay principle. BZ members noted that the threshold for charging the higher standard rate of 16% is set at $5 million for applying the standard rate of 16% only to the portion of net income exceeding the $5 million threshold to minimize the number of taxpayers affected while increasing the government's tax revenue. Members pointed out that Hong Kong has all along been upholding a simple and low tax regime. No further adjustment to the two-tiered standard rate regime should be made in order to maintain our tax competitiveness. Members also suggested that a sunset clause be introduced in the bill to specify that the government will abolish the two-tiered standard rate regime after achieving fiscal balance. The government advised that The members also said that the two-tier standard rate regime may affect enterprises and talents that may want to come to Hong Kong, and they said that the government should step up explanation. The government advised that no sunset clause is introduced for the proposed two-tier standard rate regime, and that is in line with the previous practice in adjusting the standard rate or progressive rate. In designing the regime, the government has maintained a proper balance between increasing revenue and avoiding impact on our tax competitiveness as a result of the increased tax rate. The government will explain to new arrivals admitted through various talent schemes the tax advantages of Hong Kong to boost their confidence in our tax system. As regards the proposal to raise deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest or domestic rents, BC members asked the administration to clarify if a taxpayer residing in Hong Kong with an eligible child born out of wedlock is entitled to the additional deduction ceiling amount of $20,000, and whether dwelling in the context of the deduction for domestic rent includes service apartments. Regarding the definition of child under the bill, the administration pointed out that the definition, which is the same as the existing definition of child as referred to in relation to the child allowance and other tax deductions, mainly refers to a child of the taxpayer and their spouse. There is no requirement for the child to be born in wedlock. The same principle applies in determining whether a taxpayer is entitled to the additional deduction ceiling amount of $20,000, that is, a child born out of wedlock will be regarded as the taxpayer's child. As for deduction for domestic rent, in order to be eligible for it, a taxpayer's domestic premises must be a building or part of such a building that is not prohibited by or pursuant to any law or by any specified instrument. The taxpayer must also have entered into a tenancy or subtenancy in writing in respect of the domestic premises, which must be stamped under the stamp duty ordinance. For taxpayers who reside in serviced apartments, their entitlement to the deduction would depend on whether tenancies and writings have been entered into with the residents of individual serviced apartment. BC members also pointed out that a number of measures have been proposed under 2023 policy address to encourage childbearing and support families with newborn children. Members consider that its original intent is to encourage childbearing by people with ties to Hong Kong, thereby promoting a balanced development of the population in the long run. However, there is no requirement under the bill for one of the parents of the newborn child to be a permanent resident. Members question whether such an arrangement has deviated from the original policy intent. The administration advised that according to the relevant requirements for child allowance, all taxpayers, whether or not they are permanent residents, may claim the allowance if their unmarried dependent children meet certain conditions in the year of assessment concerned. Raising the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rent is intended to provide additional support to taxpayers living with their newborn children, as doing so may involve additional housing needs and expenses on their part. To qualify for the additional deduction, the child must reside with the taxpayer in Hong Kong, and the maximum number of years of assessment for the use of additional deduction ceiling amount is 19. If the child has already resided with the taxpayers in Hong Kong for 19 years, the child would have established sufficient ties with Hong Kong or even become a Hong Kong permanent resident. Given that the actual amount of tax savings due to taxpayer arising from the additional deduction ceiling is limited, the administration considers that, on balance, this measure has little room for potential abuse even without a requirement that one of the parents of the newborn child must be a Hong Kong permanent resident. President, here's my personal views on the bill. President, as we all know, Hong Kong SAR also always uphold this low and simple tax regime, and we provide a clear and stable business environment for our local enterprises. This is one of our greatest advantage. Looking back, we can see that since 1947, we have implemented a simple and low tax regime. The tax rate back then was 10%. With a change in time, 40 years later, in 1984, the standard rate went up to 17%. So the rate of increase is lower than the rate of increase for inflation. That was the time when the Hong Kong economy grew and we became one of the 4 Asian dragons. With the opening up of our country, Hong Kong definitely did have the conditions to further raise our tax rate. Back then, we were faced with a number of uncertainties. We have a migration problem, and we were not clear about our future. That hampered our competitiveness. In order to keep our economy afloat and our competitiveness, since 1984, and the government lowered the standard tax rate to 16% and further to 15%. As a result, our GDP grew steadily. In 1988, our total trade volume ranked the first in Asia, second only to Japan. Our GDP is as high as 1/4 of our country. Our trade ranking went from 23 in 1966 to 8 in the mid-1990s. Our economy grew very rapidly back then. The government is introducing a 2-tier standard rate regime today. And that goes against our simple and low tax regime. I understand that this is a special arrangement under extreme circumstances, but as a lot of members have said in the Bills Committee meeting, we're worried that after implementation of the 2-tier standard rate regime, a floodgate will have been opened and the Pandora box have been cracked open. When the government is faced with further fiscal difficulties, the government may further raise the tax rate to 10%, 20%, or introduce a 3-tier standard rate regime. Or they may even lower the threshold of $5 million. I think that this will affect the incentives of talents coming to Hong Kong and undermine our competitiveness. Although no sunset clause will be set, I hope that the government can seriously consider abolishing the 2-tier standard rate regime when we achieve fiscal balance to keep our competitiveness intact. For the one-off tax reliefs in the year of system 2023-24, that is to do away with the salaries tax, tax under person assessment, and profit tax by 100% subject to a ceiling of $3,000. I know that the tax deductions has reduced because of the fiscal position of the government. I think that the government should look after the middle-class people, because a lot of those people told me that they had to take care of their children and they have to take care of their parents. They cannot get hold of a property units, and they sometimes find it difficult to be promoted at work. Middle class often pay a large sum of tax while enjoying very little benefit in terms of welfare. They're faced with a series of stress. They have to take care of their children. They are faced with medical costs, and they have to also look after their parents. Middle class people are feeling very helpless. They have very little disposable income. Some middle class people told me that in order to save money, they used to they now only eat 1 or 2 meals a day, and they only dine out during afternoon hours. And some of them even do grocery shopping in the mainland cities. They told me that their sense of happiness and gain is even lower than those residing in PRH units. I hope that the government will roll out measures that help the middle class. Lastly, for the increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest, domestic rents for families with newborn children, the cap will be raised from $100,000 to $120,000. I definitely welcome this measure to encourage childbearing with our low birth rate, but this additional $20,000 of tax deduction, the extra tax deduction enjoyed by people is not enough for them to even purchase baby powder or baby formula. I hope that the government will review the tax deduction amount and roll other measures to encourage childbearing. For example, tax deductions for hiring foreign domestic helpers and allow families to make use of education vouchers in other places. For example, in the Greater Bay Area, President also submit.
委國議員。
Dr. Lo Wai-kwok. Thank you, President. I support the passing of the bill. The bill seeks to amend the Inland Revenue Ordinance to give effect to certain proposals in the budget. There are a number of initiatives in the budget, including one of tax concessions for the year of 2023 to 24 for salaries tax under personal assessment and profits tax subject to a ceiling of $3,000. This is disappointing. With the recovery of the economy, the pace of recovery is lower than expected. We should provide more support to the grassroots and alleviate the burden on the middle class. But the BPA understands the difficulties faced by the government and understand that we need to tide over the difficult times. With such a significant fiscal deficit, the financial secretary's hands are tied. When the economy gets better, I hope the government can provide more incentives to people so that they will have a greater sense of belonging to Hong Kong. Another amendment is for the increase of the ceiling amounts for concessionary deductions allowable for home loan interest and domestic rents. Right now, there are tax deductions. The current deduction amounts are $100,000. The fertility rate of Hong Kong has been low in recent years. Therefore, it was announced in the 2023 policy address. The deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents would be raised from the year of assessment 2024-25 to a higher amount for taxpayers who meet specified conditions in relation to their children. Specifically, the new amounts would be $120,000, and the people would have to live with a child until they get to the age of 18. In the long term, this measure would help with the healthy development of the demographic mix. In fact, the BPA suggested that the child tax allowance amounts should be increased and that there should be progressive child allowance. There's also an introduction of two-tiered standard rates for salaries tax, professional salaries tax, and tax under personal assessment in the bill. Right now, for salaries tax, we have a range of 2% to 17%. And if a threshold is met, or if the rate of income is higher, then some of the individuals may be charged with 15%. With the proposed two-tiered standard rates regime, in calculating the amount of tax for taxpayers whose net income before deduction of allowances exceeds $5 million, For the first $5 million of their net income, they would be subject to the existing standard rate of 15%. The portion of their net income exceeding $5 million would be subject to a higher standard rate of 16%. It is said that 12,000 taxpayers will be affected. It would only account for 0.6% of the taxpayers, but it would bring about an additional revenue of $910 million. But this has caused concern for certain people. If the government can freely adjust the tax regime to meet government expenditure, this will hurt people's interest in coming to Hong Kong to work. We have never had a progressive standards rates regime. Some people are also concerned that the government will now take a new direction with their tax system. President, as I said before, we need to carefully consider each financial measure before introducing them. We need to make sure we are tax competitive in order to maintain our attractiveness. Deputy President, we need to be innovative. We can have some other measures. We can perhaps lower the profits tax rate to 15% to better support certain industries. We can also review certain tax packages. We want to grow the pie for the economy. With more income for companies, salaries for people may also be increased. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Kenneth Leung. Thank you, Deputy President. I was a member of the Bills Committee. I speak in support of the bill. There are two parts to the bill. One for tax concessions. Two, the introduction of a two-tiered standard rates. And I'll speak respectively for these two parts. We have two tax concessionary measures. One-off reductions of salaries tax under personal assessment and profits tax subject to a ceiling of $3,000. I support this. For many youngsters who have just joined the job market, they are not entitled to many tax concessions. So they are heavily reliant on the annual tax concessions. I appreciate the fact that the government, when faced with a significant fiscal deficit, still has tax concessions. These will definitely help the youngsters. Another tax concession is the increase in the ceiling amounts for concessionary deductions allowable for home loan interest and domestic rents. The amounts have been increased by $20,000. We have been talking about whether we need to have the firstborn continue to reside with the person. But including me, some members thought that we should have a progressive system for child deductions. Many of the families do not have babies. In fact, 49.3% of the families in Hong Kong do not have any children. In order to encourage childbearing, we should provide more incentives to families who have given birth to more children. We believe it will not cause a great burden on the government. In fact, 19 years after the initiative, we will only have to spend $190 million on this. I think the government can consider more measures in this regard. Another initiative is the introduction of the two-tiered standard rates regime. For those with a net income exceeding $5 million, the portion of their net income exceeding $5 million would be subject to a higher standard rate of 16%. It is said that only 12,000 taxpayers will be affected. It accounts for only 0.6% of the taxpayers, and it would bring about $900 million in revenue. But we are concerned that it may undermine the interests of foreign talents coming to Hong Kong. Many of the incoming talents earn over $2 million, and they have to pay higher taxes in Hong Kong. Will this undermine the attractiveness of Hong Kong to them? We understand that the government would have to look for new sources of revenue and save costs. I believe the government has struck a balance, which is why I support the bill still. I understand that the government wants to make sure that only those who can afford it would pay more. And I understand that the government does not want to fall into the situation of having a structural deficit. Hong Kong is faced with a narrow tax base, and we have been discussing that for a long time. Hong Kong has long been reliant on land sale revenue and stamp duty revenue. This is not ideal, which is why I'm asking the government to also review the tax regime and to make sure there is review done at different times. As Director Xia Baolong said, we need to remain flexible at different times and implement reforms if necessary. I believe public finance would be one of the areas. Thank you. I speak in support of the bill. Dr. Xu.
President, in the budget, the Financial Secretary said that our fiscal policy in the coming 2 years will be very tight. And he stressed that we have to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The government, in terms of cutting expenditure, has been very aggressive. They ask the departments to cut expenditure by 2%. All departments suffer from such a measure. It may seem fair, but I think that this is not very reasonable in terms of deployment of resources. We cannot affect our grassroots people. In terms of social welfare sector, since the lump sum grant, our expenditure has been cut by almost 10%, but our workload has not been reduced. Our work should be in line with the government requirements, and we are faced with greater and greater demand from the community. Over the years of expenditure cut, well, this has actually affected the morale of our sector, and I'm worried that our quality of service will be undermined. There is no room for further cut of expenditure, and we cannot stand it anymore. So in terms of cutting expenditure, I think that this across-the-board approach is not fair and not reasonable. Dr. Tick, please come back to the bill. I just want to analyze the full picture. That is the whole situation about increasing revenue and cutting of expenditure. I need to commend the SLW, the Social Secretary for Labor and Welfare. They only asked the large corporations to cut their expenditure. But over the next 2 years, the large corporations may still be able to cope, but after that, they may not be able to. I hope that when we achieve a fiscal balance, the expenditure cut approach can be suspended or dispensed with. Now let's come back to the bill. In terms of increasing government revenue, the government is implementing this two-tiered standard rate regime. I don't think that this regime will be very effective. I don't think that the government is determined to increase revenue. As mentioned in the paper, only people earning more than $5 million per year will be affected. But we're just talking about 10,000 people, and the revenue generated will be some $900 million. President, in the civil service establishment, only chief executive will have to pay an extra 1%. So how effective is this regime in generating revenue? I think that this measure is too conservative. We're having a great income gap and income disparity in Hong Kong. According to Oxfam, the disparity is 34.3 times. In 2024, the disparity reached to some 40 times. There is greater and greater income disparity between the rich and the poor. Under such circumstances, the government should take proactive measures to redistribute resources through reforming our tax regime. Hopefully, those who can afford it can pay more, and we can help those in need. This is what we talk about when we talk about. This is what we mean when we talk about sharing of fruits of labor. After solving poverty in a targeted manner, we have to share our fruits of our economy and labor. I think that this is still a step ahead, but I think that the government should review the tax regime in general and make use of the tax regime and system to redistribute resources so that grassroots people can enjoy the improvement in our economy. President, I so speak in support of the bill. Next, Mr. Ko Aikan. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024. The FTU, in order to enhance the fairness of tax regime since 2001, we proposed that a progressive profit tax regime should be put in place, especially for enterprises earning more than $100 million. They should pay more because they can afford it. By that, we can increase revenue for the Treasury and narrow the income gap between the rich and the poor. We're to deal with the two-tier standard rate regime for salaries tax and profits tax, or salaries tax under personal assessment. The standard tax rate will be increased by 1%. For the first $5 million, 15% will be charged. For the portion of net income that exceeds the threshold of $5 million, 16% will be charged. 11,700 people will be affected, which will generate $910 million to the Treasury per year. So these 11,700 will have to pay $78,000 in surplus each year. So on average, these 11,700 taxpayers' total income exceed $10 million because we're talking about the portion that exceeds $5 million. So these taxpayers are earning more than $10 million per year. For this additional 1%, do we put this in place because we want to generate additional revenue for the Treasury? I don't think that this is quite effective. This is a kind of tax for the wealthy, and we want to make sure that our tax regime is fair. Will that affect our competitiveness? I think that the answer is very clearly stated in the government paper. If we compare ourselves to Singapore for taxpayers earning more than $5 million, after adjustment, taxpayers in Hong Kong will be paying $1.7 million. So Singapore, they will be paying $1.4 million. So there is still a great discrepancy between us, and there's still room for further adjustment. In terms of competitiveness, we are still maintaining a very low tax system. Members are worried about the introduction of progressive tax. Actually, for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment, we are already having this progressive tax system. For standard rate, it applies only for taxpayers earning a high income. For regular wage earners, for the first $50 million, they paid 2%. For the next $50 million, 7%, and the rest, 70%. For this progressive tax regime, after the first $200,000, the fixed rate of 70% will be charged. So we think that is appropriate for the government to add another percent to the standard rate. A lot of members said that we should perhaps introduce a sunset clause. And do we introduce this two-tier standard rate regime because the government want to increase the revenue? I don't think that there should be a sunset clause, and I think that we should expand the two-tier standard rate regime to corporations earning more than $100 million per year. Middle-class people are faced with immense pressure. But if our wealthy class citizens are not paying more, how do we protect our middle-class people? I think that we should, well, this $3,000 of a relief, I think that's not a lot, but under such difficult times, the government is still willing to offer this reduction of $3,000 tax deduction. I think that they have taken into account the burden of the people. We have to make sure that the tax regime is fair. We need to promote the development of our economy and make sure that the tax regime is fair. And I think that this new measure is appropriate and it's not a hasty kind of decision. There is consensus in the community for this regime. We need to make sure that we're still competitive and our position is not affected. I hope that the government will roll out more such innovative measures to increase revenue and make sure that our tax regime is vertically equal and that we have a vertical equity. Thank you.
Mr. Rock Chan. Thank you. Deputy President, I speak in support of the second reading of the Inland Revenue Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024. In Hong Kong, we practice a simple and low tax regime. This regime offers certainty to businesses, and it also helps to bring in enterprises and talents from overseas. So the simple and low tax regime is an important element for us to troll for enterprises and talents. So if we adjust the tax regime, we must not dampen the desire of enterprises and talents to come to Hong Kong as a result. And we must undermine our own tax competitiveness. Now, the proposed two-tiered standard rate system will result in about 12,000 taxpayers paying more in tax, bringing in additional revenue of $900 million or so. Now, these taxpayers only account for 0.6% of all taxpayers. Then for the high-income taxpayers, many of them are professionals with high degree of job mobility. So if the tax rate is too high, it may dampen their desire to come to work in Hong Kong. And then for enterprises, in particular innovative high I&T enterprises, they need to recruit talents, and then the higher taxes may result in higher operating costs for these businesses. Now, the principle is for those who could afford to pay more, and that's why the government is proposing the two-tier standard rate system. The additional revenue will actually help to lessen the pressure on the government in terms of its tight public finances. But then the government needs to maintain our tax competitiveness as the government tries to generate new revenue source. It must make sure that it won't go against our effort to troll for enterprises and talents. Now, the two-tier standard rate system will have minimal impact on taxpayers as a whole. Then for the low and simple tax regime for the high income tax payers and enterprises, there may be some impact. Now, the government must actively explain to overseas talents and businesses about the tax advantage of Hong Kong. We should compare our tax regime to that of other tax jurisdictions. This will then give overseas businesses and talents more confidence in coming to Hong Kong. At the same time, we need to consider possible options to broaden our tax base. We need to look for new tax revenue sources to fund our infrastructure projects and other investment projects. I speak in support of the passage of the bill. Mr. Edmund Wong. Deputy President, the bill is to implement the initiative announced by the Financial Secretary in his budget this year. There's a one-off tax reductions for the year of assessment of 2023-24, 100% reduction capped at $3,000. That's the case for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment. And then for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment tax, the two-tier standard rate regime will be introduced. And for income of more than $5 million that exceeds $5 million, there will be 16% of standard rate. As for income under $5 million, the 15% rate remains. Mr. John Lee, the Chief Executive, mentioned that has also announced a measure that if a child is born before a certain date or after a certain date, and there will be additional tax deduction ceiling amount for home loan interest and domestic rent. This is to encourage childbearing. Now, there are some measures to reduce the burden of taxpayers in terms of the one-off tax reduction. The amount is not as much as in previous years, but still in this difficult time is much appreciated. Now, the two-tiered standard rates regime will help the government to increase revenue to some extent. At the same time, we're able to maintain the simple and low tax regime as well as the tax competitiveness of Hong Kong. So I would say the measure is just about right. But then there are views that express that there are concerns that the two-tiered standard rates regime may undermine Hong Kong's appeal, so high-income earners may choose to leave Hong Kong. Now, I must point out that the two-tier standard rates regime is to add another % of tax for income exceeding $5 million. Compared to Singapore and other neighboring jurisdictions, the total tax amount is still less. And then the system is not complicated. That will add to the compliance cost. Now, of course, for high-income earners, if they choose to work in a particular place, there are various reasons. And for the tax competitiveness is only just one of the considerations. Most importantly, the high-income earners consider whether there are good prospects in the place concerned for them to, realize their full potential. So I would like to take this opportunity to urge the government to actively promote our economy and consider various policies. At the same time, the government needs to create the condition for more high-income earners to come and work in Hong Kong. And then there will be more taxpayers who will be able to pay the second tier of the standard rate. Now, on the additional $20,000 of deduction ceiling for home loan interest and domestic rent where there are newborn children. Now we have a low fertility rate. It is negative factor for our development because we see dwindling of manpower resources. That's why in the policy address in 2023, there's a series of measures announced to encourage childbearing. There is a cash supplement and other tax measures to encourage childbearing. Now, there's the newborn baby bonus of $20,000. For many new parents, they see this as a red packet. It will just help to relieve their burden a little. We know, of course, it's very costly to raise a child, not just in terms of finances, but other aspects, and it's far more than $20,000. So we want to encourage childbearing. There must be other support measures. For example, childcare services starting from the young age to older age, and then parents will then have the confidence to have children. So I speak in support of the bill.
Mr. Chen Shenying, Deputy President. In relation to the increase of the ceiling amounts for concessionary deductions allowable for home loan interest and domestic rents, as well as the two-tiered standard rates for salaries tax, provisional salaries tax, and tax under personal assessment, as well as the one-off tax concessions, I have the following comments. The government also introduced a newborn baby bonus. It is a one-off cash bonus of $20,000. It is a 3-year scheme. The government has taken a combination punches approach. We have also other measures, for example, the priority flat allocation for families with children. These are all initiatives to encourage childbearing. It is also announced that last year, the increase for the ceiling amounts for concessionary deductions allowable for home loan interest and domestic rents, the amounts would be increased from the $100,000 to $120,000. $20,000 may not be a lot, but it shows the government's stance to encourage childbearing. Interest rates have been increased many times, and we see mortgage interest rates does also stand high. But right now we have a relatively low loan to value ratio. And we have many talent admission schemes. For talents that are admitted, they would be renting properties. Thus rent prices stand high. In fact, the rental index has increased 7% year on year. Any concessions would have been offset by such increase in rent. So I asked the government to review the impact of high interest rates cost to families. Mr. Chen, please come back to the bill. Thank you. Please consider other measures other than the $20,000 increase in the ceiling amounts. Hong Kong's economic recovery is unbalanced. The government proposed one-off tax concessions for salaries tax under personal assessment and profits tax by 100%, but it will be subject to a ceiling of $3,000. This is much lower than what we had before, but this will still alleviate the burden on taxpayers. I understand the government is faced with a fiscal deficit, but we can be more flexible. We can perhaps implement tax concessions, different tax concessions for different tax bands. After the pandemic, we do see a slower economic recovery. I understand that why tax concessions are lower this year, but in future when the economy gets better, I believe the government should provide more, and I hope that the government will review the concessions to be provided every year. Also, there will be an introduction of a two-tiered standard rates regime. For the portion of the net income exceeding $5 million, they would be subject to a higher standard rate of 16%. It will bring about a revenue of $910 million. The government has no choice but to develop new sources of revenue, and this is an initiative I believe that will be supported by the people because it will only affect a small group of high-income earners. Hong Kong has a simple tax system and a low tax rate regime. However, in view of recent developments, such as pressure given by the European Union, Hong Kong's tax system has changed. And I believe with this initiative, the government has changed its system, but we should make sure we should continue to take the direction of having a simple tax system in Hong Kong. I would suggest that there should be a higher tax rate for luxury products such as yachts and other luxury products. I think a tax should be implemented for luxury products because it would be a choice made by the individual instead of a passive tax regime such as that for salaries tax and profits tax. I do support the bill, but I ask the government to continuously review the initiative's impact on Hong Kong's tax competitiveness, and Hong Kong should consider introducing other tax competitive measures to attract talents and other enterprises. Thank you. Members, I would like to remind members that we are speaking for the Bill Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and two-tiered standard rates. This is a resumption of second reading debate. We should focus on the bill. Thank you. Mr. Chan Kim-po. I understand that the government is trying to strike a balance with the introduction of two-tiered standard rates, asking those who can afford it to pay more. And in the year of assessment 2024-25, in calculating the amount of tax for taxpayers whose net income before deduction of allowances exceeds $5 million, for the first $5 million, it is to be charged at a standard rate of 15%. The rest would be subject to a higher standard rate of 16%. I support this initiative. This initiative would not affect taxpayers in general, but bring about new revenue. And only 11,700 taxpayers would be affected, but it would bring about $950 million in government revenue. We believe it will be a limited impact on talents who may want to come work in Hong Kong. With the two-tiered standard rates regime, we still have a lower tax rate in jurisdictions. In 2008-2009, it has been decreased, but ever since then, we have not seen any change in the standard rates. We believe adopting the principle of having those who can afford it pay more would make sense. And it is difficult to actually ask the general taxpayers to pay more. I believe the government has struck a balance with introducing this regime. This is relatively easy to implement as well, and I believe the impact to business environment has been minimized. I speak in support of the bill.
主席，我發言係支持。
Mr. Tang Fei. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rate Bill. This is to implement the measures proposed in the budget. There are three parts to the bill. First, two-tier standard rate regime for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment. As we all know, we have a progressive rates from 2% to 17% for salary tax and tax under personal assessment. Most taxpayers pay their taxes with this or under this progressive rates. For taxpayers who choose to pay with the standard rates, the calculation is rather simple. Now, the one-tier standard rate regime has been changed to a two-tier one. For taxpayers earning less than $5 million, their tax will be charged at a rate of 15%. If they earn more than that, the portion exceeding $5 million will be subject to a 16% tax rate. The government said that only 11,700 taxpayers will be affected that account for 0.6% of the total taxpayers in Hong Kong. That's less than 1%. That would generate $905 million per year for the government. For the second and third measures that have to do with the one-off tax reduction measures and the increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents, I will not go into them in detail. The policy objective is to reflect the affordable users paid principle and to generate revenue for the government. On a number of occasions, the financial secretary said time and again that the tax revenue of the government have increased, but the number of tax revenues that we have decreased. This shows that we have a greater income disparity in Hong Kong. For this, to implement this principle of those who can afford it to pay more, I think that we have to adopt these measures. But the problem is that while we are increasing government revenue, we have to maintain the fairness in terms of our financing measures, because with higher tax rates, more people will be leaving Hong Kong. According to the government report, for the two-tier standard rate regime, after it's implemented, only $900 million will be generated for the government. For the increase in deduction ceilings for home loan interest and domestic rents, some $100 million will be foregone. Can we actually generate more revenue for the government by having this two-tier standard rate regime? Because the two-tier standard rate regime will only generate $900 million per year for the government, but as for the other two measures, some $10 billion will be foregone. As shown in the report of the Bills Committee, if we compare ourselves to Singapore, for taxpayers earning more than $5 million, $5.5 million, $7 million, on average, taxpayers in Hong Kong pay $150,000 less in terms of tax. So our tax competitiveness is very strong, and I don't think that talents will be discouraged from going to Hong Kong. But we have some uncertainties. The government said that they will not be introducing a sunset clause, so this regime will be here for a long time. If the two-tier standard rate regime will be here for a two-time, the revenue generated will be offset by the tax reductions of $5 billion. I think that this is worrisome. Stability should always prevail. I'm not just talking about social stability, but also the stability of the fiscal position of the government. We need to boost confidence of the people so that they will stay and work in Hong Kong. If this regime will be here for a long time and is not sustainable, that will discourage talents for coming or staying in Hong Kong. So I think that the government should clarify the timetable and the time frame of the regime. And I think that the government should roll out more measures to increase revenue. While they are rolling out these measures, they should listen to the views of the community. Nevertheless, I think that the government should be transparent in formulating their policies. They have to be clear in terms of their objective so that people would support and understand the policies to be rolled out by the government. Next, Dr. Johnny Ng. President, This bill is to implement the one-off tax reliefs and the two-tier standard rate regime proposed in the budget, as well as the new measure and to increase the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents for families with newborn. Starting from YA 2024-25, a two-tier standard rate regime for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment will be introduced. The government, by implementing this regime, want to increase the government revenue and to implement the principle of those who can afford it to pay more. I support it. For taxpayers that have an income that exceeds the threshold of $5 million, the first $5 million that will be charged at a 15%. For the income that exceeds the threshold of $5 million, 16% will be charged. I think that this is reasonable. The two-tier standard rate regime will only affect about 11,700 taxpayers that account for less than 1%, that is 0.6% of the total taxpayer. That will generate $905 million per year for the government, so that a sustainable income stream can be generated for the Treasury. Will this standard rate regime discourage enterprises and talents from coming to Hong Kong, and will that affect our business environment? I don't think that would be the case, because the standard rate will only be increased by 1%. And even after that, our tax system is still the lowest in the world. And the government have struck a balance between maintaining the tax competitiveness of Hong Kong and generating revenue for the government. I don't think that this tax or standard rate regime will undermine competitiveness of Hong Kong. I think that this will be conducive to striking a fiscal balance in the near coming future. I hope that this regimes and measures will help with our economic recovery. Thank you.
Mr. Tony Chair. Thank you, Deputy President. Now, our economy suffered because of the black flag violence and the COVID pandemic. Also, there's geopolitical tensions and with suppression coming from the United States. Now, the government wants to adopt the principle of those who could afford to pay more. At the same time, there won't be any impact on the simple low tax regime. The government is adjusting the standard rates appropriately to increase in revenue. Now, the government needs to maintain various public services, and it also needs to keep to various measures that will promote our economic growth. The Financial Secretary therefore announced the two-tiered standard rate regime in his budget this year. There is no major changes to the existing tax regime and tax base. Instead, for an income for those earning more than $5 million and who are chargeable to salaries tax and tax under personal assessment, there will be an additional 1% of tax charge on the amount, the income amount exceeding $5 million. That means for every extra $10,000 of income, they will have to pay an extra $100 of tax to the government. Now, it's estimated there will be about 11,700 taxpayers who will be caught by the two-tiered regime. And these are the so-called king of the salary class. The amount of additional tax won't really affect them in any way. Then for the public coffers, there will be additional income of $905 million. Now, some have expressed concern that if the government is not able to restore fiscal balance, would the second tier standard rates keep going up, and there may even be 3-tier, 4-tier, 5-tier of standard rates, and then that will undermine our tax competitiveness, and we will not be as competitive in trolling talents or retaining talents. Some members have suggested a sunset clause, so that the two-tiered standard rates regime will be abolished after a certain period. But then I would say that would only add to the uncertainty of the tax policy. Now, Hong Kong has a free economy. The government has no control as to whether there will be a deficit or surplus each year in its books. Now, after the introduction of the two-tier standard rates regime, the effective salaries tax rate would only go up from the average of 8% to 8.04%. We still have a far lower tax rate compared to our other regional competitors such as Singapore. And then for Europe and North America, they have complex tax systems. So compared to them, the increase is also really minimal. In the budget this year, the Financial Secretary has explained clearly that the government is not just relying on tax increase to restore fiscal balance, but rather there is a whole package of measures. There's a consolidated program. The government will first try to achieve savings before and then generate revenues. There will be cut in civil service spending and establishment, and there's also review of priorities of infrastructure projects. So tax increase is not the only means. The government wants to boost economic growth as well by bringing in more enterprises and talents from overseas. That means the government wants to make the pie bigger. And then there are measures too to promote increase in stock transactions and so on, so there will be more stamp duty revenue as well. Now, the government once increased the stamp duty for stock transactions during the pandemic to pay for the extra expenditure. But after the pandemic, the government has restored the stamp duty rate to the previous level. So we can see that the government will always have regard to the latest circumstances in adjusting its tax and duty rates. Now, we have a simple and low tax regime already in Hong Kong, but then there are many, in particular among the middle class and the higher income earners, who complain that they work very hard but they don't see any improvement to their standard of living. I believe that's because there is a problem with land and housing supply. So property prices are high, domestic rents are high, so a good percentage of the household income is spent on either mortgage payment or rent payment. And the expenditure in this respect is far higher than the expenditure on tax payment. So that's why the government needs to keep providing more land and building housing units, and so people could enjoy a good home. And for luxury properties, that means properties selling for more than $50 million, there should be a higher stamp duty rate for property transactions. At the same time, the government should reduce the stamp duty rate for properties of a lower value. That is another means to help people to buy their homes and improve their standard of living. Now, the Financial Secretary has announced the removal of all property cooling measures. We have seen a rise in property transaction volume, but then prices have not really come down too much. So the government needs to take measures to adjust the stamp duty rate appropriately, so more people will be able to buy their first home or trade up to a better home. I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024. Professor Priscilla Lau. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024. Now, I could fully appreciate that the government has now a fiscal deficit of over $100 billion. There is need for the government to comply with the requirement of Article 107 of the Basic Law to achieve fiscal balance. At the same time, we need to maintain the simple and low tax regime as required under Article 108 of the Basic Law. So the government has a tough job and it has a difficult balancing act. That's why when with a huge fiscal deficit, there is strong temptation for the government to increase tax because that will mean immediate increase in revenue. Now, I fully appreciate we need to make savings and generate more revenue. For Article 108 of the Basic Law, that is a low tax regime, while at the time of the reunification of the mainland at the time, definitely we were referring to the simple and low tax regime. And that's a strong advantage of Hong Kong. Now we face intense competition with other economies such as Singapore and other mainland cities. So the simple and low tax policy is our brand. It is our appeal. And now if we increase the standard tax rate by 1% for those earning more than $5 million, we're not talking about much in terms of additional tax payment. But then the problem is we now have a two-tier system. I really do not like a two-tier system or a progressive tax system, because that gives the impression that the more you earn, the more tax you have to pay. But that's not really the impression we give the international community when Hong Kong develops from a small fishing village to a vibrant economy. Now, we know we're just talking about an increase of 1% in tax duty, but in tax rate. But my concern is more about the two-tier system. Now, Director Xia Baolong said that we must make the most of market forces when he visited Hong Kong. In the past 4 decades, the mainland has learned from us to make good use of market forces. The mainland has revised its tax regime. They have low taxes and even tax-free concessions. And so they have the mainland has developed into a quality socialist economy. But in Hong Kong, what the government needs to do is to strike a balance among people's livelihood and fiscal balance and so on. So now, when I joined this council for the first time over a decade or two ago, I was already talking about this issue. In the city university, the faculty of chemistry, there are plenty of expatriate lecturers. And they told me when they came to Hong Kong, they were able to save up for property. But if they work in their own country, they're not able to do so. There were 2 French professors here. They don't want to get promoted when they work in law firms previously in their own countries, because then they would have to pay much higher taxes. For Hong Kong, it's just an addition of 1% of tax, but then the concern is about the 2 tiers. Maybe people don't earn more than $5 million. The 2-tier regime really doesn't affect them, but then it gives a bad impression and causes concern to people. France is a typical socialist welfare state. People have to pay high taxes. In Finland, people also pay some 70% of taxes, and Hong Kong has low tax rate. But then is it really worth to give the impression that now we're practicing a 2-tier system? I don't think so. Especially you are just going to get an extra revenue of $900 million. But then at the same time, appreciate the dilemma the government faces. For the middle class, some of them may face a problem, an issue with this 2-tier system. But I'm just saying in future, if we're going to introduce measures like that, we have to be very cautious. We definitely must not have more tiers of tax rates, because that's not what Hong Kong relies upon in developing its economy. I think this is not a desirable measure. Now, some members have suggested we should broaden tax space and so on. But I think for us, the best policy is to make use of market forces. We need to have economic transformation. We need to be able to bring in different investors. So then we could create more job types. We want everyone to be well off. We don't want everyone to be dragged down. Now, Singapore invests heavily in its TMHK fund, 17 times more in terms of investment than ours, and we only have $60 billion of investment in such fund in bond issuance. I think we should issue more bonds, green bonds, gray bonds, silverhead bonds, or whatever. Now, there are countries along the Belt and Road and other Middle Eastern countries. We have great appeal to them, given our geographical position, our safe environment, and so on. So we need to tell good stories about investing in Hong Kong. Everybody has a duty to do so. Well, we have to bear in mind, small is beautiful. We are a small city. And for the grassroots sector below the poverty line, we need to do more for them, although we have a small population of 7 million. And I'm not going to talk about that. I think really what we need to strive for is economic transformation. We shouldn't just think about where we could increase taxes. We need to be bold. We should go for an even simpler tax regime. We're already charging a lower tax rate than Singapore. Now, some friends in Singapore tell me Singapore no longer sees us as a competitor. So let's not be complacent, thinking that we have a lower tax rate than Singapore. That's not going to resolve any issues. So we need to have vision. Now, okay, we have this bill. It's because we don't have a choice. So, but then is it the case that we really don't have a choice? I don't think so. So in future, I hope we should consider bond issuance. And we must make sure that people are able to make profit from buying bonds after 10, 20 years. This is a long-term investment because among the people there is still plenty of saving. Because for our generation, we are saving up half for our next generation. So the next generation must also work harder, like us. Now, many middle-class parents just leave their fortune to their children. But we need to bring this next generation into the job market so they would also help to develop the economy. Now, I must thank the government for not scrapping the $2 fare concession, given even you have fiscal deficit. There are many who've just retired, especially middle class. They agree there shouldn't be abuse of the $2 fare concession. And you're keeping this fare concession. This is a recognition of the contribution of the middle class. Please come back to this bill. Please allow me to finish. And then I must also express support for the increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents for families with newborn babies. I think it's a very good measure. This is similar to the newborn baby bonus of $20,000. Please come back to the bill. I have finished. Please be patient. I'm about to finish. Please be patient. Because after criticizing the government, I must also commend the government for measures that are good. Now, we need to keep Hong Kong as a healthy capitalist economy. We need to do more on that front. But first and foremost, we must make better use of market forces. We shouldn't just consider tax increase. So I speak.
Mr. Yim Kong. Thank you, Deputy President. I support, under the premise of maintaining a low tax system, we should adopt the principle of having those who can afford it pay more and implement the relevant standard rates regime. I support the bill. Hong Kong has an economy and tax regime that does not deal well with changes in the economic cycle. I think in the long term we should assess the effectiveness of the tax regime in Hong Kong. With the introduction of two-tiered standard rates regime, it will only affect the high-income earners earning over $5 million. The regime will only affect 12,000 taxpayers. That is only 0.6% of the taxpayers. And the taxes that they would have to pay less than 1% of their net chargeable income. I believe there will only be minimal impact to these high-income earners. If such high-income earners have the sense of social responsibility, and they should understand that there are expectations of society from them, I believe we should understand that the government is faced with a difficult situation right now. It can't be helped that they should take a part of the responsibility as elites of society. Even with the introduction of a two-tiered standard rates regime, Hong Kong's tax system is still very competitive. According to government figures, with the introduction of the two-tiered standard rates regime, the effective standard tax rate would only be increased from 8% to 8.04%. This is still quite low compared to other advanced economies. Compared to Singapore, for example, who also has a low tax regime, the effective tax rate is 24%. For income earners earning over $5 million in Singapore, they would have to pay, compared to Hong Kong after implementing the proposed two-tier standard rates regime, hundreds of thousands of dollars. We can see that Hong Kong has initiatives to boost the fertility rate, and I do support the direction that the government is taking. But I ask also the government to provide support to elderly persons in response to an aging population. We should also provide more support to incoming talents. For citizens who are taking care of dependent parents in the mainland, they should also be entitled to tax deductions. Hong Kong has an aging population. We need to provide more support to elderly persons. We should understand the difficulties faced by elderly persons and provide support to carers if necessary. Under one country, two systems, as we integrate into the development of the country, many elderly persons would move to the mainland upon retirement. I think the government should support the direction that they are taking, because this will alleviate the burden on the government as well. So I ask the government to commence a study in this regard. Mr. Yim, please come back to the bill. Deputy President, according to the basic law, we should practice fiscal balance. With a significant fiscal deficit, the government should take balance to strive for fiscal balance. And we should all work together to tide over the difficult times in order to make contributions to the economy. I so submit. Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Thank you, Deputy President. With the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 upon its passing, there will be a two-tiered standard rates regime. For the first $5 million, it will be subject to an existing standard rate of 15%. For those whose net income exceeds $5 million, the portion of their net income exceeding $5 million would be subject to a higher standard rate of 16%. Many, upon hearing this, would think, would the government charge taxes to the rich in future? Let me first say I do support the bill. As we all know, right now we have a fiscal deficit of $101.6 billion. The government must develop new sources of revenue, but then we need to understand that Hong Kong's brand is that of a low and simple tax system. If we add 1% this year and we add another 1% next year, do we still have a low tax regime? It is said that it is expected only 12,000 taxpayers will be affected, but it will bring about $900 million in revenue. It is a significant amount, but is this amount justifiable for the change in the brand? In fact, in another country, there has recently been an increase in sales tax by 1%. People say with the 1% increase in sales tax, the loss in income would actually hurt their ability to pay taxes. So I want the government to clarify that they won't be adding the rate, increasing the rate in future. We want to ask incoming talent or attract talents or investors from all over the world to come to Hong Kong. I understand that many investors are very interested in the CIES, that is Capital Investor Entrance Scheme. So for investment in non-residential properties, the government should adopt a more flexible approach in attracting such investors. The bill also increases the ceiling amounts for concessionary deductions allowable for home loan interest and domestic rents to support families with newborn children. I do support this initiative. The problem of low fertility rate is faced by many countries. Hong Kong is no exception. I believe because this is the year of the dragon, there should be more childbirths. But what will happen in the year after this? We need to encourage childbearing. But this is not enough. We need more long-term measures. In many places, there will be long-term support to encourage childbearing. For example, in Incheon of South Korea, in November of last year, there is a new measure for children born in Incheon. Their families will be entitled to support until the children get to 18. Well, Mr. Lam, please get back to the bill. I'll just finish this sentence. In fact, this is relevant to the bill. I'm just quoting examples from overseas. The government will also support the pregnancy-related fees as well as children education. And in fact, there is a special allowance that is an allowance to realize the child's dream. I think we need more long-term measures like such. I hope the government will continue to introduce measures to boost the fertility rate. Thank you, Deputy President. I so submit speaking in support of the bill.
Mr. Tang Ka-piu. Thank you, Deputy President. I will be very brief. I commend the Financial Secretary and the Secretary for Financial Services and Treasury for implementing this very proactive measure, that is the two-tier standard rates regime. We're having this globalization, and with the adoption of technology, wealth accumulation is increasing at a very fast pace. Under capitalism, when we have the rate of wealth accumulation is greater than the growth of the economy, that will result in an unstable society. We're dealing with salaries tax, but not capital gains tax. But for high income earners, an extra 1% of tax is very meaningful. That is in line with the trend of financial control over the world. IMF and OECD after the COVID pandemic, made such proposals to advanced economies. They think that for high-income earners and profitable corporations, a progressive tax regime should be implemented for sustainable finance. So this regime is not implemented because we are having a fiscal deficit, but is in line with the overall trend globally. And we also have an income disparity. The wealth accumulation is growing at pace faster than the economy. Are we scaring off talents by having this regime? As mentioned by other members, Singapore, as our imaginary competitor, their standard rates stands at 22%. The high-income earner will have to set aside 37% for the CPF. For Hong Kong, we're talking about 5 plus 5%. So we're still very competitive. So I think that we should commend the government. I hope that apart from the measures on salaries tax, there are some high-income earners that earn rent by leasing out their residential properties. They establish companies to hold these properties and earn rent. So I think that this kind of rent will not be covered by salary tax and tax under personal assessment. I hope that the Secretary will think about ways to cope with this, and I think that we should tax the corporations that earn more than $10 million so that we have a vertical equity that cover not just individuals but also corporations. I would like to thank the Hong Kong SAR government for reforming our tax regime. FTU supports the current term government. Thank you. Ms. Nixie Lam. Thank you. President, I speak in support of the bill to encourage childbearing. The government have rolled out a number of measures, including the increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents for families that have a newborn child on or after the 25th of October 2023. The ceiling went from $100,000 to $120,000, and they can enjoy deduction for 19 years of assessment. Since 2024-25, the government rolled out tax deductions for assistance reproductive measures. In each of the year of assessment, the cap for tax deduction is $100,000. I think that, I will commend such measures because this will help families that need assisted reproductive services. When I was pregnant last year, I advocated for such measures, and I spent some $200,000 on such services. So I think that this tax deduction will help families and parents that need such services to alleviate their financial burden. I have some suggestions regarding this bill, and I hope that the government will consider them. First, for taxpayers that have more than one babies, for example, when they have twins, I think that the tax deduction should be increased. For an extra child, I think that they should be entitled to an extra $20,000 of deduction. In terms of publicity and promotion, I think that the government should step up their efforts in this area. When I told my friends about this tax deduction, they said that they didn't know about it, and I hope that more potential parents would know about these tax concessions. Also, I think that the government should create a child-friendly environment together with the business sector. I think that we should review childbearing measures. Tax concession is just one of the approach. The government should look further into it. We need to alleviate the financial burden of potential parents to encourage people to give birth to a child. I so speak in support of the bill.
Mr. Dennis Leung. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. There are three parts to the bill. The first one is the two-tier standard rates regime. The second is the increase in deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents. And the last part is one-off tax reduction measures. The government will have fiscal deficit in this financial year and the next. The government needs to increase its revenue so that we could meet the requirement of basic law to keep expenditure within the limits of revenue. So this two-tier system is a possible solution, a way to increase revenue, and it adopts the principle of those who can afford to pay more, so the general public won't be affected. So for those with net income of more than $5 million, there's a 16% tax rate only for the portion that exceeds the $5 million. For the first $5 million of income, the tax rate remains at 15%. The two-tiered standard rates regime will only affect 11,700 taxpayers. So that's less than 0.6% of the total number of taxpayers. And then the government will then have additional income of $905 billion. So I support this regime. The government also uses actual examples to explain the two-tiered rates regime. Say, for a four-person family with income under $5.7 million, the additional tax rate is only less than 0.19%. For a single person with an income of $5 to $7 million, the additional tax rate is just $5,000 to $20,000. So, and then in terms of rate of increase is less than 1%. So therefore, the two-tier regime will only affect a handful of taxpayers. But then in future, each year the government will have additional revenue of $905 million, and that will help to lessen the financial pressure on the government, and then the government will also be able to continue to provide quality services to the public. Well, the two-tiered standard rates regime is simple, it's easy to understand. There won't be adverse impact on the public, and Hong Kong will still maintain its simple and low tax regime. So our tax regime remains appealing to talents from overseas. And then Hong Kong will move from stability to prosperity, and then there will be improvement to our economy as a whole. Now, this regime will lead to additional revenue of $905 million. At the same time, the government is introducing, again, one-off tax reduction measures. There will be reduction of salaries tax under personal assessment and profits tax by 100%, subject to a ceiling of $3,000 in the year of assessment 2023 to 24. About 60% of profits tax payers won't have to pay tax at all. This reduction measures will help to lessen the burden on taxpayers, in particular the middle class. I welcome the measures. Well, this may be one-off tax concessions, but still that means there will be foregone revenue on the part of the government. At the same time, taxpayers will have a lesser tax burden. I believe this is news welcome by the public. Now, the ceiling is only $3,000, not $10,000 as in the previous year. Well, taxpayers may be a bit disappointed, but it's better to have something than nothing. Now, during the COVID pandemic, the government launched a series of measures, and now we're in a difficult stage of trying to relaunch our economy. So I hope everyone will work together to move from stability to prosperity. We will all contribute to our economic development, and I'm sure we'll again see the good time, and the government will be able to come up with more relief measures to benefit the public. Now, there's another proposal in the bill that's to increase the deduction ceiling amounts for home loan interest and domestic rents. That means starting from the current year of assessment, if there are newborn babies, a household could will be entitled to an increase in deduction ceiling amount of $20,000 for home loan interest and domestic rents. Now, the proposal is to encourage childbearing. At the same time, the government wants to lessen the burden on households with newborn babies in terms of tax liabilities. And then the total number of years of assessments for enjoying this and reduction is 19. Now, if we take the maximum progressive tax rate of 17%, we're just talking about a reduction of $3,400 in tax amount. So it's the impact's minimal. So would this measure really encourage childbearing? I think we'll have to wait till after the year of assessment of 2024 to 25 before we could review the situation. But it's better to have some measures than nothing. I hope the government will come up with more measures to encourage childbearing, such as in terms of housing policy, social welfare policy, education policy, and labor policy. And then Hong Kong people will have more confidence in starting their own families, and then they will face less difficulties in raising children. Now, I have three suggestions. The government should keep to the principle of those who can afford to pay more and improve the narrow tax base. And there should be measures to prevent tax evasion. And thirdly, the government needs to improve the housing condition of the public. There should be more housing supply as well as more living space. At the same time, we face a labor shortage. If more people are able to join the job market, that means more people will be paying tax, and that will boost our tax government revenue. Thank you. Mr. Benson Look. Deputy President. The government introduced the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024 to this Council, and I support the bill. Now, in the 2024 to 25 budget, it's announced that the consolidated fiscal deficit will be over $100 billion, and it will only be in 2028 to 29 before we could restore fiscal balance or enjoy fiscal surplus. Now, the government's introducing the two-tier standard rates regime for taxpayers chargeable to salaries tax and tax under personal assessment. That means for those who earn more than $5 million, there will be a standard rate of 60% for the portion exceeding $5 million, and the standard rate of 15% will remain for the portion below $5 million. Now, we appreciate the need for the government to increase tax revenue in the face of a huge deficit. Still, the business sector believes the government needs to tread carefully in increasing taxes, because we've only just seen recovery of the economy, and the recovery pace is not as good as expected. You know, the catering sector and many other sectors are still facing dire operating environments. The government has introduced measures to troll for enterprises and talents on all fronts. We are seeing these measures working, but still, if we increase salaries tax now, would that have negative impact on our effort to troll for enterprises and talents? Now, I'm a member of the Bills Committee. As mentioned in the Bills Committee report, some members expressed concern, have suggested including a sunset clause for this extraordinary measure in this extraordinary time. The last time when salaries tax rate was increased, that was 2003-2004 rather, because at the time there was a SARS epidemic, and so there was need to increase tax. At that time there was no sunset clause, but then in 2008 to 2009, when the government's fiscal position improved, the salaries tax rate was restored to the previous level. That means 6 years after the increase in the salaries tax rate, the previous rate was restored. Now, we have a low and simple tax regime in Hong Kong, and that's one of our appeals in attracting businesses to come to Hong Kong. I hope this is two-tier regime is, again, temporary and one-off in nature. I hope the government didn't shift to progressive tax regime. And if the fiscal position of government improves, I hope it will restore the original tax rate as soon as possible. So as to prevent any negative impact of this measure. Now, the BBA and I suggested previously in previous budgets that the government should continue to review our fiscal position. It should try to make more savings, and with an aging community, we need to have a long-term fiscal planning. We must keep strictly to the to Article 108 of the Basic Law. And more important, we need to enhance our tax regime and promote business development. And that we need to have a bigger pie, we need to have more pies, so there is diversified development of our economy. Now, low and simple tax regime has always been our selling point. Hong Kong is also a place where enterprises and talents congregate, so we need to tread very carefully with new tax measures. Are there any other members who wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply, then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. President, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Lee Chan-keung, Chairman of the Bills Committee on Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tier Standard Rates Bill 2024, and the other 30 members of the Bills Committee for their scrutiny of the bill and their support for the resumption of the second reading debate of the bill. The bill seeks to implement the proposals put forward by the government in the 2024-25 budget and the 2023 policy address. The proposals include the implementation of a two-tiered standard rates regime for salaries tax and tax under personal assessment with effect from the year of assessment 2024-25, the introduction of an additional deduction ceiling amount for home loan interest and domestic rents for taxpayers residing with their newborn children, and the introduction of a one-off reduction of profits tax, salaries tax, and tax under personal assessment for the year of assessment 2023-24 by 100% subject to a ceiling of $3,000. The two-tier standard rates regime is estimated to generate additional revenue of about $905 million per annum, affecting about 11,700 taxpayers. As for the additional deduction ceiling amount for home loan interest and domestic rents, as well as the one-off tax concessions, they will reduce the tax burden of taxpayers. At the meetings of the Bills Committee and the second budget debate, some members expressed concern on if the proposed two-tier standard tax rates regime would undermine our simple tax regime. I would like to respond to this point. I must emphasize that a simple and low tax regime is one of our long-standing strengths and an important consideration in our formulation of the various tax policies. At present, Hong Kong has only 3 direct taxes, namely profits tax, salaries tax, and property tax. The proposed two-tiered standard tax rates regime is to adjust the relevant standard tax rates within the existing taxation scope. In proposing the adjustments, the government has balanced the fiscal needs, taxpayers' affordability, and the importance of maintaining a simple and low tax regime. We have also given due consideration to Hong Kong's tax competitiveness vis-à-vis that of neighboring tax jurisdictions. We believe that after the implementation of the relevant adjustments, our tax regime will still remain very simple and will not jeopardize the business environment and tax competitiveness of Hong Kong. I ask members to support the passage of the bill so we are able to implement the two-tiered standard tax rates regime. It's also the increase in deduction ceiling amount for home loan interest and tax rates, and implement the one-off tax concession measures. Thank you.
I now put a question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 will be read the second time. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Inland Revenue Amendment Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. This council now becomes committee of the whole council to consider the Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 19. Mr. Vincent Ching. Excuse me. Are there other members who wish to speak? If not, we now proceed with the voting. I put the question to you that the clauses read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I now report to the Council that the Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 has been passed by Committee of the Co-Council without amendment. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury. President, I move that the Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Inland Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? If not, I now put the question to you as stated. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. In the Revenue Amendment, Tax Concessions and Two-Tiered Standard Rates Bill 2024. This Council resumes the second reading debate on the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Stanley Lee, Chairman of the Bills Committee on the bill, will first address the Council on the committee's report. Mr. Stanley Lee. Thank you, President. In my capacity as Chairman of the Bills Committee, I would like to report to the Council the salient points of the deliberations of the Bills Committee. The main objectives of the bill are to extend the existing ban on feeding of wild animals to cover feral pigeons, to increase the maximum penalty for illegal feeding of wild animals and feral pigeons, and to introduce a fixed penalty regime, and to expand the types and powers of the relevant enforcement officers. The Bills Committee notes that many members of the public recognize the need to ban the feeding of feral pigeons to address the ecological and environmental problems caused by such acts. While some animal welfare organizations and animal lovers consider the banning of feeding of feral pigeons to be an animal-unfriendly measure, the Bills Committee is of the view that the different views in the committee are not necessarily conflicting. They simply relate to different aspects of the strategy to manage feral pigeons. The administration should step up explanation and publicity to clarify the policy intent of the ban, with a view to enhancing public acceptance of the measures. According to the administration, feeding of feral pigeons would alter their foraging behavior, increase the risk of spreading diseases and parasites, and reduce their ability to survive. Moreover, feeding of feral pigeons would lead to abnormal growth in their population, resulting in ecological imbalance and threatening the survival of feral pigeons and other wildlife. Moreover, feral pigeon feeders often scatter food in public places, posing a public health hazard. Therefore, the administration considered it necessary to ban the feeding of feral pigeons and step up publicity and public education on the risks and problems arising from the feeding of feral pigeons and wild animals. The bill proposes to provide exemption from the feeding ban for feeding of animals ordinarily kept in captivity and under special permits granted by the Director of Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation. Certain members of the Bills Committee expressed concern that wild animals or feral pigeons kept in non-enclosed or semi-enclosed premises might leave the premises. For example, racing pigeons would be released into the wild during races, and it might be difficult for law enforcement officers to tell whether the pigeons were feral pigeons or pigeons kept in captivity. According to the administration, while the feeding ban area FBA covers all public and private places or premises in Hong Kong, there are individuals keeping wild animals as pets and organizations keeping wild animals for research or conservation purposes. As the feeding ban is targeted at wild animals and feral pigeons living in the wild, there is a genuine need for an exemption provision. As for racing pigeons, they are usually kept in captivity and would not leave their lofts when they are not undergoing training or competitions, so they should not be common in the wild. Based on past experience in enforcement against illegal feeding of feral pigeons, the administration did not envisage particular problems in future enforcement against feeding of feral pigeons, and guidelines will be provided to enforcement officers. In response to members' views, the administration will propose amendments to the bill to establish that the burden of proof on the applicability of the relevant exemption provision lies with the defendant. The Bills Committee observed that some members of the public have resorted to various means to circumvent the feeding ban, including allowing wild animals to eat food leaked from bags, arguing that the feeding was unintentional or inadvertent, or scattering food out of the windows of their flats, thus making it difficult for law enforcement officers to catch the offenders in the act. In this connection, the Bills Committee requested the administration to formulate clear guidelines to ensure consistency in enforcement standards among different departments, including the AFCD, the LCSD, the FEHD, and the HD Housing Department, enhance interdepartmental cooperation, and make use of intelligent technology to strengthen the ability to collect corroborative evidence. In addition, some members expressed concern that as the officers authorized to take enforcement actions had other duties of their own, it might be a burden on them if they had to take up the enforcement of the feeding ban as well, and suggested that the government should consider setting up a dedicated enforcement team. According to the administration, the AFCD has drawn up standardized enforcement guidelines for reference by the relevant enforcement departments and will provide training to enforcement officers to ensure consistent enforcement standards. Enforcement departments would adopt a risk-based enforcement strategy and deploy internal resources to take enforcement actions against illegal feeding at different locations throughout the territory based on intelligence and reports, and would conduct joint departmental enforcement operations when necessary. Whilst in principle, the staff responsible for enforcing the feeding ban may be from a wide range of grades and ranks in different departments, it is expected that the enforcement work will mainly be carried out by frontline staff. The AFCD will further discuss with relevant departments on the details of the enforcement manpower. The bill provides that authorized and specified officers are required to produce a written appointment when exercising the powers under the Wild Animals Protection Ordinance. The Bills Committee requested the administration to take into account factors such as portability, durability, and risk of counterfeiting in deciding on the form of such written appointment. The administration advised that written appointment for enforcement officers would be issued in the form of letters and would be customized to match the size of booklets of fixed penalty notices to facilitate portability. The administration would also consider including requirements such as the production of government staff identification cards or departmental warrant cards in the enforcement guidelines to mitigate the risk of fraudulent representation. The Bills Committee urged the administration to step up publicity at ports of entry, tourist attractions, and illegal feeding black spots to enhance the awareness of tourists and the general public about the feeding ban, and the power of law enforcement officers to enter and search private premises to take enforcement action upon the issue of a warrant by a magistrate. The Bills Committee also requested the administration to review the effectiveness of the feeding ban and other related measures in a timely manner and make reference to the experience of other places to see if other measures should be put in place. Noting the proposal, the administration advised that upon commencement of the bill, the AFCD would continue to conduct regular surveys on the feral pigeon population and analyze the number of complaints for timely consideration of the need to enhance or adjust the relevant feral pigeon management measures, and it was open to any feasible options for the management of feral pigeons. President, the following are my personal views on the bill. I support the passing of the bill. After the amendments were made to the ordinance last year, the feeding of feral pigeons was not covered, and there has been public discussion on this. And in fact, I have gone with FEHD officers to illegal feeding black spots in Cheng Kwan O. In fact, outside Hang Ho MTR station, it is also an illegal feeding black spot. There is a gathering of feral pigeons, and the environment is very dirty. And with these feeding acts, feral pigeons would stay close to residential premises, and residents have been adversely affected. They were often pooped on. And the droppings of feral pigeons would also land on balconies or buildings, or it would land on people's clothes. People would have to close their windows at all times to prevent that from happening. People would also scatter food in places that are inconspicuous, and they will not be easily be noticed by cleaners, thus causing a public health hazard. In fact, it was reported that it was found in feral pigeons, their dead bodies, H5N1 viruses. In order to prevent such problems from happening, I believe the bill would be a solution. Before, they would only have to pay a meager fine for littering, so many would still feed feral pigeons. If we now have a maximum penalty increase from $10,000 to $100,000, people may reconsider their acts. During the Bills Committee, we have heard views of the public. I have some concerns. People may not be aware of the definitions of the relevant acts, and they may breach the law inadvertently, and there may not be efficient enforcement. Tourists may also have a low awareness of such feeding acts being illegal. And there is no clear definition for feeding, in the sense that if people have food leak from their bags or scatter food outside their windows, it would pose enforcement difficulties. There's also a manpower shortage in enforcement departments, and there's no clear delineation of responsibilities. Enforcement officers may not be able to take adequate enforcement action even with the powers of the ordinance. That's why I would like to make the following suggestions. 1. The government should enhance public education efforts. For example, in MTR stations, parks, ports of entry, there should be banners and notices telling the public and visitors the definition of feeding and the feeding ban, so that people won't breach the law inadvertently. We should also enhance awareness of the risks and problems arising from feeding of feral pigeons. We should also put in place a grace period where at first verbal warnings would be issued, and then proper enforcement action would be taken. We also need to resolve the difficulties with collection of evidence. We should install CCTV cameras so that during non-working hours, enforcement action can still be taken. We can also refer to the experience on the mainland, where body-worn video cameras would be worn by enforcement officers so that we would have adequate evidence when taking enforcement action. Between 2021 and 2024, the AFCD has received 2,500 complaints or inquiries relating to feral pigeons. I'm afraid that upon the passing of the bill, the figures for complaints and inquiries would increase, which is why I think there should be more interdepartmental cooperation and that there should be more joint departmental enforcement operations so as to prevent the problem of delineation of responsibilities and enforce effectively the powers under the ordinance. Lastly, the AFCD in 2021 has implemented the contraceptive drug program for feral pigeons. And to monitor the effectiveness of contraceptive drugs in managing the feral pigeon population, the government should publish the findings of the study as soon as possible and liaise with stakeholders to determine the way forward. Upon the passing of the bill, I hope the government can take a multi-pronged approach with the management of feral pigeons. We should try to move pigeons slowly back to their natural habitats instead of urban areas. The legislative amendments won't alter the natural behavior of feral pigeons. We need to also tackle the environmental problems. In 2015, President Xi visited Zimbabwe, and when he visited a natural conservation base, he said that wildlife is an important part of nature, and their development would be very important to the development of society as well. We are all animal lovers, and we care about animals even if we are not animal lovers. We want to make sure pigeons can go back to their natural behavior and their natural habitats. For the aforesaid reasons, I support the passing of the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Lam Chen Sing. Thank you, President. While the committee has been much bothered by illegal feeding of feral pigeons, such a feeding changes the habit of feral pigeons and brings about environmental nuisance. That's why I am all for the bill, and there should be there is also a penalty for illegal feeding of $5,000. This is to serve a deterrent effect. Now, feeding ban area now covers the entire territory. That is public estate, housing estates, parks, recreational facilities, and so on. So I think the Environmental Protection Department, the AFCD, FHD, and LCSD should all be responsible for enforcing the law. But then there must be clear definition of officers. Now, in the bill, for specified officers or authorized officers, there will be lists, and the government is adopting an all-encompassing approach. So all grades in relevant departments are covered in the list. For example, LCSD, authorized officers number more than 2,800. That's 30% more than the establishment of LCSD. And then chief librarians, amenities officers, amenities assistants, while in their job description, there is no such enforcement duty, but enforcement duties, but now they are covered as well. I learned from the revenue trade unions that to this day, they do not know in future they will have to be responsible for enforcement of this law. So I can understand the government is including all grades in the list for administrative convenience, but then this is not a targeted approach. Specified officers are only responsible for issuing fixed penalty notices to those who've breached the law. But then the government must not underestimate the difficulties of this task. Because the fixed penalty is $5,000, some may refuse to pay the penalty. They may choose to go to court instead to argue their case. Therefore, frontline staff need to serve as witness in court. And then, in accordance to Schedule 9, Section 3, if specified officers if the persons concerned refuse to produce a proof of identity, these persons need to be arrested and then handed over to the law enforcement agency. But before then, they need to detain the persons concerned. So there's a need for adequate training. 1 or 2 briefing sessions won't be enough. Now, there were cases in the past, there was park staff that advised the public not to leave food on the ground to feed feral pigeons. They were scolded, some were even attacked. Now, LCSD staff already have onerous duties managing the various facilities. So the government should consider special enforcement task forces in different districts. They should train some staff to be tasked with inspection and enforcement duties. If there's illegal feeding of feral pigeons spotted by frontline staff, they can then immediately inform the task force to come and handle the case. So there will be targeted training and a crew of experience for task force officers. And in future, if there is need for special operations, there will be suitable staff for deployment. At the same time, with this additional enforcement duties that will add to the workload of staff members substantially. Now, there is no installation of CCTVs in many parks. And usually, people hide the food, say, under their sleeves, and they try to feed pigeons in a secret manner. Now, we don't want to see arguments between enforcement officers and the public. So there should be body-worn video camera for officers that will serve a stronger deterrent effect. And for repeated offenders, court summons may be issued instead of a fixed penalty notice. And once convicted, there will be a fine of level 6 and imprisonment of 1 year. Now, there is a progressive penalty, so there should be electronic equipment for enforcement staff. They should be able to check whether there are previous conviction records or offense records. That will serve a stronger deterrent effect. I hope there will be a grace period after the passage of the bill. Some consider feeding feral pigeons part and parcel of their day-to-day activities. It's hard to change their habit quickly. So the government must let them know the serious consequences of illegal feeding of feral pigeons. Now, we're trying to attract visitors to come to Hong Kong. And in popular visitor spots such as Central, Tsim Sha Tsui, and so on, there are feral pigeons, and visitors may feed these feral pigeons. Of course, the law applies to all. Visitors should not be exempted. But then visitors may not know about law because they're not familiar with our law. So there should be a longer grace period for visitors. Initially, there should just be advice, oral, verbal advice, and then there must be more publicity at popular visitor spots. So I speak in support of the bill. Mr. Chen Siu-hong. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023, the bill. Cap 170, Wild Animals Protection Ordinance. Already there are provisions to ban the feeding of wild animals. But then the wild animals mentioned do not cover feral pigeons because under the common law, feral pigeons are regarded as domesticated animals. That's why they're not covered by the Wild Animals Protection Ordinance. Now, therefore, when people feed feral pigeons, the government could only resort to the revenue cleanliness and nuisance regulation to treat the food for feral pigeons as garbage, and so fixed penalty notices or summons could be issued. In 2021, 2022, and 22, AFCDE FEHD and LCHD received on average 17,100 complaints each year about the feeding of feral pigeons. And on average each year, there are about 400 persons prosecuted for feeding feral pigeons. Then the penalty is not at all deterrent. So people still continue to feed feral pigeons because they think they are being caring for the pigeons. Now, some people just put bird feed, bread and so on, breadcrumbs and so on the grounds for feral pigeons to feed on that. Now, of course, feeding feral pigeons also lead to the problem of excrement, and if feed also attract rodents, there will be serious environmental hygiene nuisance. In the morning, when people come for their morning exercise, they see that the ground is covered with excrement, and then so they are deterred. And also, feeding feral pigeon will change their habit, their feeding habit, and then they will no longer able to find food on their own. This actually affects the survival of pigeons. That's why I'm all for enhanced regulation of legal feeding of feral pigeons. Now, usually it's the elderly who feed feral pigeons. They think this is a caring act, and then they won't be deterred. So that's why the bill proposes to increase the maximum penalty from $10,000 to $100,000 and a maximum imprisonment term of 1 year. Also, there's an increase of the fixed penalty to $5,000. I believe that will serve a deterrent effect on those who like to feed pigeons. But then I think there should be a 3 to 6 months grace period after the passage of the bill. During the period, only verbal warnings will be given to those who breach the law, and there must be additional publicity and public education, so the public told about the new penalties. And then feeding is not just limited to roads and parks. In public housing estates and LCSD facilities, people also feed feral pigeons. That's why I support expanding the classes of officers as specified officers. Apart the LCSD housing department and so on should also be included on the list of appointed officers that will boost the enforcement capacity. But very often people feed pigeons in the early mornings. So the government should install CCTVs and adopt various innovative technology for evidence collection purpose, and there should be surprise inspection to combat illegal feeding of feral pigeons. In the amendment bill, it's proposed that to delete the provision for the production of written appointment. But the written appointment should be produced only if a person requires to see it. I think this is a pragmatic approach, so I support it. I speak in support of the bill and the amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Leung. I speak in support of the bill. In 2022, the government has amended the ordinance to expand the feeding ban area to cover the entire territory. And that would cover the feeding of wild animals, wild monkeys, wild pigs, and tree sparrows. But that did not cover feral pigeons and rock pigeons and other forms of pigeons, because according to the definition under Chapter 170, the feeding ban was only to cover wild animals. And according to Section 2, wild animals refer only to animals other than domesticated animals. Feral pigeons are referred to as domesticated animals under common law. That's why the feeding ban did not cover them. In 2022, there was a commencement notice. During the committee proceedings, I already raised my doubts as to the definition of domesticated animals. I want to have more regulation on the feeding of wild animals so that wild animals can resort to their natural behavior. I thank the administration for proposing this bill because that would resolve the environmental problems arising from feeding of feral pigeons. There was no change to the definition of domesticated animals in order to cover pigeons. The government, through legislative amendment of including a Schedule 2 to have the feeding ban extended to animals that are not wild animals, and the schedule can be amended through negative vetting procedures. And this will help the government adopt a flexible approach to keep pace with the times. I do support this approach being taken by the government. I also see that the government has been innovative in their approach taken with this bill, and that should better meet people's needs. Right now, the enforcement officers are mainly restricted to AFCD officers and police officers. The other officers cannot take enforcement action, which is why this bill has expanded the types of specified officers to enforce the fixed penalty regime, and that would cover other officers from departments such as LCSD, FEHD, and HD. They can issue fixed penalty notices as specified officers. They can also request individuals to produce proof of identity and inspect such proof of identity. If people do not comply with the relevant request, officers can make arrests. This will in turn provide more enforcement ability to the specified officers. Apart from extending the feeding ban to cover pigeons and extending the powers of enforcement officers, we have now increased penalties for the feeding of feral pigeon. We have increased the maximum penalty from $10,000 to $100,000 and imprisonment for 1 year. We have also introduced a fixed penalty regime of a fine of $5,000. I believe the new penalties can enhance public awareness and make sure that people know that feeding of feral pigeons is illegal. I have some suggestions for the newly added officers, LCSD, FEHD, and HD. There should be more joint departmental operations so that there won't be any loopholes that can be exploited by people going to a place that is not managed by the relevant department to feed pigeons. We should also enhance public awareness of the problems arising from the feeding of feral pigeons. The government should also convey to the courts the problems with feeding to make sure courts would hand out deterrent sentences to people contravening such sections. The government should also provide more training to frontline officers and provide them with the appropriate equipment to protect their safety so that they will not be injured on duty should they encounter resistance. Also, I ask that there should be more intelligent equipment provided to officers so that they can have more efficiency in operations that will also prevent any potential disputes. Lastly, there should be improvement works done in the community to prevent pigeons from flocking together. For example, between the supporting structures of bridges and the exit of ducks, we should make sure there will not be the flocking of pigeons. I so submit. President, Ms. Yong Hao-yan. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the bill. The bill would expand the feeding ban to cover feral pigeons, and there will be increased penalties. There will be a fixed penalty also for $5,000, and the maximum penalty for the feeding of feral pigeons has also been increased. We want to make sure the offense relating to the feeding of feral pigeons can be included under Chapter 170. That will be a consistent approach with the feeding of wild animals as well as feral pigeons. We need to ensure also that there should be consistent enforcement standards. In recent years, the problem of feeding of feral pigeons has gone out of control, and it has constituted a public health hazard. If we control feral pigeons, it will help with the environmental problems. We have increased penalties for the feeding of feral pigeons. It shows the government's determination to take action against the act. And with a fixed penalty regime in place, it showcases a flexible approach that fixed penalty notices can first be issued, and then we can move on to the more or the harsher penalties. We also need to ensure that enforcement standards are consistent. I can see that we have now extended the enforcement officers to cover officers from departments such as LCSD, FEHD, and HD, and they can issue fixed penalty notices. With this, it will facilitate the government to take a flexible approach when taking enforcement action. I also appreciate, essentially, we are taking a joint departmental approach in taking enforcement action. The bill would also give more powers to officers to collect evidence, and that will help with taking enforcement action. I suggest the government should introduce cameras using AI, and these cameras can make use of big data analyses. And once they identify acts of feeding of feral pigeons, they can automatically notify the enforcement department of such acts, and that should enhance efficiency. Such innovative technologies will definitely aid officers in their enforcement action, and that should aid the protection of animals. The government therefore should consider introducing such technologies to enhance enforcement efficiency to tackle the different acts of feeding by individuals. And in fact, it is also said that when there are reports of feeding in private premises, officers would conduct investigations, and if necessary, they would ask property management companies or owners, corporations to assist in their operations and perhaps install cameras at the relevant premises, and magistrates can give them the power to enter the premises. I have two photographs here. Some people would put some food waste and some crab legs on their balcony, and you can see feral pigeons staying here feeding on such food. These two pictures show very clearly that this really happens, and this has caused a nuisance to other people. In fact, this is given to me by another member of the New People's Party. Before, officers would often say that enforcement action cannot be taken because such premises are private. So I asked the government to take enforcement action also in private premises. There should not be any restriction only because the premises are private. I also asked the government to enhance public education efforts, to enhance public awareness on such feeding behavior being illegal. And in schools, we should work with NGOs to enhance public awareness to provide more care to wild animals. Thank you.
Mr. Vincent Chang. President, I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. We proposed this legislative amendment to the Deputy Secretary for Administration last year, and we're finally at this resumption of second reading debate. It shows that the government is working on a livelihood issue. Last year, we rolled out a campaign to clean Hong Kong. We tidied up the cityscape during the campaign. We submitted to the government a number of hygiene black spots in Hong Kong, and these are the places that suffer from serious hygiene nuisance. Feral pigeons feed on food waste, and that resulted in hygiene problems. The campaign solicited results, but the feral pigeon problems have still not been solved. The government amended the penalty for littering offenses, and as the next step, they will increase the penalty for illegal feeding of feral pigeons. A bills committee was set up to scrutinize the bill. The amendments are rather practical. For example, we expand the feeding ban to cover feral pigeons and increase penalty for illegal feeding of feral pigeons from level 3 fine $10,000 to a level 6 fine $100,000 and 1 year imprisonment. Also, a fixed penalty system has been introduced. That is, when frontline enforcement officers spot someone feeding feral pigeons, they can take enforcement action. The penalty is $5,000. That is higher than that for littering offense. That is $3,000. I support this higher penalty because that will streamline the enforcement procedures and enhance deterrent effect. Also, we expand the scope of enforcement officers. Previously, under the Wild Animals Protection Ordinance, only police and AFCD officers are allowed to take enforcement action against illegal feeding of feral pigeons. After amendment, FEHD, LCSD, and Housing Department officers can also take enforcement action. After passage of the bill, they will be empowered to ask the offenders to show their proof of identity. For this introduction of fixed penalty system and the raising of penalty, that will also apply to feeding of other wild animals, including monkeys. President, some people may think that the penalty for feral pigeon feeding is too high because for littering, the fine is only at $3,000. I think that is important for us to raise the penalty for illegal feeding of feral pigeons. I also have some photos to show you. These photos were taken in Tai Po. There were residents nearby that feed feral pigeons very regularly. Hundreds of feral pigeons gathered there to feed on those food waste. These feral pigeons live there on a daily basis, and this caused nuisance to the residents there. There were over 100 feral pigeons on the grass. There is a swimming pool in the middle, and the feral pigeons feed on those water, and children were too scared to swim there. This problem has yet to be solved, and that is why residents were worried. The hospital authority and the relevant department went to the site and installed CCTV there, and they said that residents who fed the feral pigeons have been prosecuted. The feral pigeons, the number of them dropped after that, but then the number rose shortly after that. So I think that it is important for us to increase the penalty and to introduce this fixed penalty system. Hopefully, with the publicity campaigns of the government and stepping up of enforcement, the problem can be solved. After passage of the bill, I hope that the government departments and bureaus will actually take action, like the case in Tai Kok Tsui. As there are hundreds of feral pigeons there that affect people's life, I think that we should come up with ways to combat illegal feeding after passage of the bill. AFCD in 2021 put in place this trial program of using contraceptive drug on feral pigeons for 2 years. The trial program was over some time ago. I asked if the program could be regularized in Tai Kok Tsui, for example, but no answer has been given to me. And the government have not reported to the LegCo on the effectiveness of the trial program. President, I support the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill. I hope that after the implementation of the bill on the 1st of August, the government can let us know how they can improve the problem. Will they be surveying on the number of feral pigeons? Enforcement, action, and publicity campaigns are very important. I hope that the problem can be solved upon passage of the bill. I so submit. Mr. Tony Che. Thank you, President. Hong Kong people like animals. They keep snakes, dogs, and cats. Sometimes they even keep animals that are regulated under the laws. Some people, because they cannot keep animals or pets at home, they feed wild pigs, monkeys in country parks, and they sometimes feed squirrels in parks, feral pigeons and tree sparrows, and some people even feed rats and rodents. As a result, these animals lost their instinct to forage and they even attack people. That affect the ecological balance. They harm the animals because they love them too much. The government proposed to expand the feeding ban area to the entire territory. And the government put to rest some wild pigs. And they stepped up publicity on combating illegal feeding to wild animals that reduced the number of incidents where wild pig attacked people. Under the common law system, feral pigeons is not considered wild animal. As a result, the regulations is not effective in combating illegal feeding of people. When there are a lot of feral pigeons concentrated in residential development, and when people feed these feral pigeons, there will be environmental hygiene and noise nuisance, and also there will be risk of disease transmission. For this Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023, one of the major proposals is to specify feral pigeons as a regulated animal so that there will be a feeding ban on them, and also the penalty will be raised from $10,000 to $100,000 and a 1-year imprisonment term to raise deterrent. Apart from that, to streamline enforcement procedure, the bill proposes to introduce a fixed penalty system like the littering offense. The fixed penalty notice amount to $5,000 so that we can solve the illegal feeding problem. Like a lot of members, we support the bill in principle, but we are worried if the government is capable in taking effective enforcement action. On feeding feral pigeons and wild pigs, they are quite different. Wild pigs usually appear at rural areas or country parks. But as for feral pigeons, they are everywhere. They are in PRH units and estates, and they are in private property developments. Some people like to feed feral pigeons as they walk, even because some country parks are patrolled by security guards, people try to avoid them, and this causes nuisance to pedestrians and residents. The bill proposes to expand the scope of enforcement officers to include, apart from police officers and AFCD officers, FEHT, LCSD, and Housing Department officers to solve the problem. The members are worried if the enforcement officers will be passing the buck on to each other so that there will not be a standardized enforcement standards. Enforcement officers may ignore the illegal feeding act because the place of where the act happened is not under the purview of their department. I hope that the government will enhance a liaison between different departments and also brief the property management companies and owners and corporations and issue perhaps guidelines to them so that the bill will not become a point of conflict between residents and the owners corporation. Community supports this bill to combat feeding feral pigeons to improve environmental hygiene. But some individuals and group questions if the bill can actually control the number of feral pigeons and solve the environmental hygiene issue caused. Some people suggest that we should allow people and tourists to feed feral pigeons legally as a form of public education and turn it into a tourist spot. We have a dense population, and feral pigeons are concentrated at places where a lot of people live. Perhaps we should not replicate the practice of other countries here. But I think that without affecting the lives of the people, the government should keep an open mind to various suggestions. Apart from legislating and enforcement, the government should step up publicity and education and see if there are other ways to control the number of feral pigeons. For the replacement of fertilized eggs with foraged egg and the trial program of using contraceptive drugs on feral pigeons, they are not really effective. I hope that after some time of implementation of the bill, the government should consider if other measures should be rolled out. Apart from this, as I've pointed out earlier, a lot of Hong Kong people like animals, but they use the wrong ways to love them. Feeding the feral pigeons will actually harm them, because feeding them will result in these animals living in a place that is not suitable to them and that threaten the survival of animals and plants. This term of the government create the Ecology and Environment Bureau, which is a new name of the former bureau. I hope that the government will step up natural conservation by stepping up publicity and education and also amend certain legislations so that we will not only conserve the government but also protect the environment. We should strike a balance between urban development and conservation of the environment. A lot of the members and peoples of the public said that we should combat abuse of animals, for example, illegal import, export of wild animals or neglect of animals, mercy release, or allowing animals to be kept at inappropriate places. A lot of countries and places prohibit commercial sale and purchase of animals. They only allow adoption of animals and pets. I think that Hong Kong should keep up with the time to better protect our animals, our ecology, and environment. President, I so speak in support of the Wild Animal Protection Amendment Bill, along with the government's amendment.
Mr. Kitson Yang. Thank you, President. I often receive complaints from residents in central Kowloon because there are people feeding feral pigeons at various locations that's led to a growth in the pigeon population. Now, there are pigeon settlements at many locations, many black spots, Hock Yun Street, Khao Pui Long Road, Ma Hang Chung Road, Long Po Road, etc. In these places, we often see the places littered with pigeon droppings, and there's also residue food, and that brings rodents and cockroaches. The frequency of street cleansing does not keep up with the frequency of excretion by pigeons, so residents are very unhappy. In central Kowloon, we've been bothered by this nuisance for a long time. People complaining a lot, but at the moment there is no legislation to target the feeding of feral pigeons. So when feeders, when those feeding pigeons litter the area, then they will then be issued with fixed penalty under the fixed penalty public cleanliness and obstruction ordinance, or the and so on. Now, even though the fixed penalties has been increased to $3,000 last year, those feeding pigeons are not deterred. There are many pigeon black spots. Even if plainclothes officers are sent to inspect areas, they can't really catch those people because they know the law. So as long as they clean up after feeding, there's nothing the enforcement officers could do. So that's why I very much welcome this bill to plug the loophole. So feeding of feral pigeons will become an illegal act. The maximum penalty will be increased from $10,000 to $100,000 and 1 year of imprisonment. And also there will be a fixed penalty of $5,000, which is higher than the fixed penalty for littering. So that has substantially increased the deterrent effect against illegal feeding of feral pigeons. Now, but then there is a problem of manpower shortage in catching people who feed feral pigeons, even if they've been tipped off. So I'm glad to see that the list of enforcement officers will be expanded to cover LCSD, housing department, and other department staff. Well, actually, the government could consider asking public organizations such as Housing Society to help with enforcement in their respective estates. And there could be clear guidelines and special training for frontline staff. Now, people use various ways to hide their feeding of feral pigeons. For example, they use bags with holes so food drop on the floor. Now, on the ground rather. And so there's a need to train staff so they know what constitutes illegal feeding of feral pigeon, and then there could be effective enforcement. Now, we cannot just rely on manpower. The government needs to deploy to adopt high technology in its enforcement effort. Now, CCTVs may be installed at black spots, but then they are no longer useful because there is not enough manpower to watch the footage. So that's why there's no enforcement, and those who feed pigeons are not deterred. Now, in other places, they're starting to use AI, or right now already welfare organizations using AI to look out for child abuse incidents in CCTV using AI. So maybe the government should also consider deploying AI to go through the videos. Now, some put food on top of their air conditioners to feed feral pigeons. So again, the government could deploy technology to enhance its capacity of evidence gathering. Now, there are in some estates they are using videos to monitor littering and so on. So we could adopt the same approach. We should consider mobile CCTVs and the use of AI technology to monitor black spots. Of course, many who feed feral pigeons do so regularly, so that's why there could be an increased penalty for repeated offenders to deter those who feed pigeons. Now, enforcement is one solution. We need to consider the management of feral pigeons. Say on top of the air conditioners, there are always pigeon dropping, so they dare not open the window because of the odor. At the same time, they're worried about transmission of avian flu. And then they have to call 1823, and then the government will send teams to chase away the pigeons. But then pigeons can fly around. You may chase them away from one spot. They just go to other spots, and it's still a nuisance to others. So that's not a good permanent solution. We need to control the reproduction of pigeons. In other places, they use contraceptive, and it seems to be rather effective. For example, in London at Trafalgar Square, they used to have problems with pigeons, but now they use contraceptive drugs, so they're able to control the pigeon population size. And since 2021, in Mount Hawaii Rose Rest Garden or at Kennedy Town Station and so on, the government started a 2-year trial program of using contraceptive drugs on feral pigeons. They mix the drugs with feed for pigeons. I understand in some places this program works well, but in other places it's not working as well. So we need to find out why that's the case. We need to know what works and what doesn't, and then we could then take stock of our experience, and we could expand the program to cover other places, and then we will be able to cap the pigeon population size. Now, the trial program could be extended to cover more black spots. We need a targeted approach. Usually, people who feed pigeons are not as well, do not have high level of awareness. People think they are doing charity when they feed feral pigeons. And some believe that the feral pigeons will starve if after the law and if people stop feeding them. Well, in nature, animals know how to hunt for food, and there's plenty of food actually around, so the pigeons won't starve to death. And from studies in other places, even they've imposed measures to control, to ban feeding. There are no cases of pigeons starving to death because pigeons will adapt to that. So I hope the government will step up publicity and education. The government should send out clear messages about the feeding ban. And people should know that if they don't feed pigeons, that doesn't mean they're not caring. I know that the government has put up banners at black spots. There are also posters, but then when they're damaged, no one follow up. So I hope the government will actively follow up on damaged banners and posters so they will be replaced quickly. And then on TV, radio, social media, and other platforms, the government should publicize the new law. There should also be cooperation with district councils, and then the public will learn about the latest legal requirements, and they won't be caught inadvertently by the law. I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. Mr. Kwok Wai Keung. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. This bill covers three aspects. One, the existing provision on feeding ban will be extended to cover feral pigeons. That's the first one. Secondly, there will be increase in the maximum penalty for illegal feeding of wild animals and feral pigeons. Instead of a level 3 fine of $10,000, the fine will be level 6 at or $100,000. There would also be a 1-year imprisonment term. And fixed penalty will be increased to there will be introduction of fixed penalty of $5,000. The third measure is to expand the list of specified officers and appointed officers. LCSD, Housing Department, FHT, SAB, and others will be appointed, will become appointed officers. Now, feral pigeons has been a nuisance for a very long time that bothers residents. When there was an amendment to introduce feeding ban of wild pigs, there were questions as to why feral pigeons were not included. Now finally we have this feeding ban for feral pigeons. It's better late than never. And for those who are bothered by the nuisance, they fully appreciate the problem. You may think, if people feed feral pigeons, they're just throwing biscuit crumbs or bread crumbs on the ground to feed pigeons. But then actually there are serious consequences. It adversely affects the environment, and it's also about city management. It's about public hygiene and so on. So feeding feral pigeons is a real problem. Now we have seen the feral pigeons population growing beyond control, and so we see bird droppings everywhere, on streets, in parks, and everywhere. That is environmental nuisance with disease transmission risk. It also and for historic buildings or sculptures, they are also affected. I've been a district councillor for 16 years. I've only just stepped down. And at Tong Shui Road flyover or footbridge, there's a serious feral pigeon problem. People know that. There's a building block. The wall is always white because it's covered by bird droppings. And then the platform is also covered by droppings. So we've asked the department to cleanse the street frequently, twice a day. And then there are chairs by the tram stop, but then no one can sit on that because there are always bird droppings. And there's no way residents could put their clothes out for drying. And then there are feral pigeons that build a nest on top of air conditioners. They live there, they eat there, they also and then droppings as well. So so the air conditioners don't no longer work. So that's why all these issues need to be addressed. I think therefore it's timely introduction of the bill. Now, increasing the penalty is not just about punishing the act of feeding feral pigeons, but rather is to raise the awareness of the public about protecting the environment and about responsible behavior. Now, whether we feed feral pigeons or we release birds to the wild, people do so probably with good intention. But then this is a wrong idea of promoting animal welfare. Feeding or releasing animals to the wild is all about individual feelings. It's not about the best interest of the animals concerned. Now, there's natural propagation of the birds, then they will adapt to nature, and but then feeding is an unnatural behavior, and animals are now pitched against human beings because of the nuisance they cause. There are also various other problems. It affects the nature. facts, there is a risk of disease transmission, and then the government need to put in more resources to cleanse the street often. They need to chase away pigeons. They need to do repair and so on. So it's a waste of public resources. And then pigeons can no longer find food on their own because they rely too much on human beings. And now they need only to find where people feed pigeons. So it's not, pigeons are no longer living in a natural environment. In the past, pigeons will keep a distance. Pigeons will usually keep a distance with people, but now they don't do that because they know people are feeding them, and that's not desirable. So when people feed pigeons, they're actually harming the pigeons. Now, in the past, usually people like to release pigeons to symbolize peace in major events. But now people no longer like pigeons, so that symbol no longer stands. Now, I think colleagues will agree, after the passage of the bill, it's important that we have effective enforcement. Otherwise, the amendment bill is not going to serve its intended purpose. And then the public will question if this is just a show to amend the bill. And while more people will be helping with enforcement, I think most importantly, we need to make sure the deterrent effect is served. Some members suggested more joint operations. Now, if there are large-scale joint operations with so many officers stationed at different locations, then those who feed the pigeons will stay away, of course. They're not stupid. Instead, I think there should be more covert operations that will be more effective. So we need to balance different interests. We need to consider different factors. As a member of this council, I and other members have the duty to lead the public in adopting and embracing responsible behavior so we have a clean and harmonious living environment for everyone. I hope government departments and frontline enforcement officers will be rallied on to work harder to address this long-standing nuisance. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Ho. Thank you, President. Today we are resuming second reading debate on the bill. Basically, the bill is about extending the feeding ban to cover feral pigeons. Many members mentioned wild animals today. Feral pigeons are not wild animals. That's what we talked about a lot during the Bills Committee meetings. So it's the same with water poultry. It is different from ordinary poultry. And people have actually questioned various issues. For example, whether the pigeons that were released on mercy release would be seen as feral pigeons. And I think it shows that human interference has played a huge role in this. We need to restrict human acts, especially acts of feeding. I think the bill is an active approach to tackle a long-standing issue. I do commend Mr. Tse, the Secretary, for your determination on enforcement issues. We may have to talk about the history before the government has not done well because different departments had different approaches. For example, for the FEHD, different people would have different approaches with feeding. And in fact, it's not just the FEHD. For the housing department, they may have found it difficult to undertake enforcement action. For private premises, it is also difficult for the enforcing departments to take enforcement action because they would say it's their own premises. But with their feeding, it affects not only them, it affects other residents as well. And whether people should pay to clean the walls simply because a selfish act done by an individual, I don't think so. Therefore, we should pose restrictions on the acts of certain individuals, on human acts. Feral pigeons are different from wild pigs because wild pigs, when they need to undergo sterilization, we need to have several officers holding them down in order to undergo sterilization. For feral pigeons, it actually is easier. If they are fed contraceptive drugs, if they eat them, the population of feral pigeons can be controlled. This is an effective measure. Some people ask if there can be areas that will allow for people to reach pigeons or get closer to pigeons. But there is a hazard because in Hong Kong there is the hazard of avian flu. We don't even allow for live poultry stores. Why should we allow people to get close to pigeons? There is a public hygiene risk involved. We should not expose members of the public to the risk of their personal safety. I think before we have adequate awareness, we should not allow for that. In future, should we start such initiatives, the government should be taking the lead. We shouldn't also regard this as a tourist attracting initiative because the risks of exposing people to pigeons may be higher than expected. I would say that the government is taking a very big step. It may not fully resolve the problem, but we can make good use of their experience to improve interdepartmental collaboration in taking enforcement action. Specified officers can enforce the fixed penalty regime. But one may question the other departments that are designated, will they actively take enforcement action? For example, for the housing department, they would have to prosecute the residents to whom they would have close liaison with, and that is an additional workload for them. They may not be very willing to take enforcement action. I think the government should implement clear guidelines and a roadmap and have a budget on what the cost will be. I do expect some costs involved in implementing the regime. When you say no costs, additional costs would be involved, I don't believe it. So the government should just provide us with the figures for the scrutiny of the council. And we need to make sure such figures are published for the fairness to all. Let me also say this. What is problematic here is a human act. It has nothing to do with pigeon behavior. We have not taught them well. That's why they have been cultured to stay in urban areas, causing problems. This is unfair to pigeons, people's hate for pigeons. We, in fact, kill 4,000 pigs and 200,000 chickens every day for the agriculture and fisheries sector. But can we say that we are cruel to animals? It's just a different perspective, really. For animal welfare, animal protection, what should we do? I think we should really reflect on this to make sure we are fair to both animals and humans. Thank you, Mr. Rincon. President, I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. The bill would provide for the appointment of specified officers from the AFCD, LCSD, FEHD, and HD to issue fixed penalty notices and inspect proof of identity of individuals. We need both public education as well as enforcement action to implement the provisions of the bill. We need to make sure the public is aware of the consequences of feeding of wild animals so that they wouldn't just think that you are increasing the penalties for no reason. We need to ensure these officers are aware of the relevant enforcement standards to ensure consistency. We should also first issue verbal warnings before taking actual enforcement action to prevent potential disputes from arising. In future, the feeding of feral pigeons will be banned with the passage of the bill. I suggested during the Bills Committee meetings whether other measures can be put in place to control the population of feral pigeons, for example, the construction of dovecotes and feeding them with contraceptive drugs. It is always easier to practice a preventive approach. In many places, pigeons symbolize peace, loyalty, and various good values. We need an approach to control pigeon population, but this approach should be a humane approach, even though pigeons may have caused a nuisance to people. And I think the laws are used to control temporarily the management of feral pigeons. In future, I believe we can make use of other means such as scientific approaches to control the population of feral pigeons. We want to make sure people know that we are humane towards animals. Thank you.
Ms. Judy Chan. President. Thank you, President. I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. The amendments involve expanding the feeding ban to cover feral pigeons. I think that for most members of the public, this is a great thing because all along we've seen communities with a large number of feral pigeons, and there are a lot of people feeding these pigeons. As a result, there were a lot of feral pigeons living in urban area, and that affect environmental hygiene of our city. We've experienced a pandemic very recently, so I'm sure that people are aware of environmental hygiene issues. The droppings of these feral pigeons are subject to parasite and disease transmission risk. I think that a feeding ban of feral pigeons will improve our cityscape to protect the health and safety of our people. President, previously, enforcement officers could only charge people with littering offense when they discover people feeding feral pigeons. The enforcement procedures were very complicated. As a result, the entire situation continued to deteriorate. So I think that to increase the penalty of feeding feral pigeons to $100,000 and 1 year imprisonment, and the introduction of a fixed penalty system to set the level of fixed penalty to $5,000, coupled with the expansion of the scope of enforcement officers. This will discourage people from feeding feral pigeons and also step up enforcement efficiency and effectiveness. President, When I took care of community matters, I received a lot of complaints from people saying that there were people who place food outside their windows to feed feral pigeons. And we see very often on the internet that there were videos and photos showing that people are leaving food outside their windows regularly to feed feral pigeons. And this is a picture that I captured from a video. These people scattered rice and bread crumbs outside their windows that attract a lot of feral pigeons. So we can see that, well, quite a number of feral pigeons are attracted to feed on this food. So I think that the government should step up liaison with the property management companies of private residential developments to combat illegal feeding. There are a number of black spots in the entire territory, and I don't think that the problem will be completely resolved after passage of the bill. So I hope that there will be a joint departmental collaboration among different departments to tackle the black spots. They should put up warning banners and verbally warn people who feed feral pigeons. And I think that the enforcement action officers should make use of technology to enforce the laws. I noticed that the government has rolled out this campaign of all for no feeding. I hope that the government will make use of different channels to educate the public. And they should organize workshops and set up street booths so that people know that feeding wild animals is not a way to love animals. Not feeding is the way to do so. President, I so submit. Next, Mr. Kenneth Lau. President, Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. This is the resumption of second reading debate of the bill. The bill expands the feeding ban to cover feral pigeons, and the penalty of illegal feeding of wild animals has been raised, and also there is an introduction of a fixed penalty system. The scope of enforcement officers will also be expanded to stop up enforcement action. The problems of feral pigeons have all along troubled our community. Feral pigeons does not only cause nuisance to our community, but also result in environmental hygiene issues. We hope that by passage of the bill, we can enhance the deterrent effect. The regime will come into effect on the 1st of August 2024 if the bill is passed. There are several areas to the amendment. There are 4 types of birds, including feral pigeons, will become regulated animals under the bill. The fixed penalty, the penalty for feeding wild animals, including monkeys, will be raised from $10,000 to $100,000, and there will be a 1-year imprisonment term. Also, there will be an introduction of a fixed penalty system of $5,000. Apart from that, the scope of enforcement officers will be expanded to cover not just police officers, AFCD officers, but also officers of FEHD, LCSD, and Housing Department. So that they will be empowered to take enforcement action against illegal feeding. They can issue fixed penalty notices, for example, to stop the act of illegal feeding on the spot. President, Feral pigeons will be covered under the feeding ban, and I support that. Nuisance caused by feral pigeons has all along been here at this Star Ferry Pier in Chim Sa Tsui and the Sikh church. There are a lot of feral pigeons, and a lot of people scatter their food on the streets for feral pigeons to feed on, and there are also people who bring food to these places to feed feral pigeons. As a result, the population of feral pigeon grew, and it also caused noise nuisance. A lot of feral pigeons produce droppings, and that affect the people. Feral pigeons are easily the host of various diseases and parasites. Chim Sa Tsui and Cheung Sa Wan have a high concentration population of feral pigeons. In 2021 to 22, AFCD, FCHD, and LCSD received a large number of complaints against feral pigeons, and they received, on average, 1,700 complaints per year. So the problem cannot be ignored. There are over 15 countries and places over the world, including Germany, UK, Italy, and Spain, that have imposed a feeding ban of feral pigeons. The AFCD also took reference from the data from Singapore. Feral pigeons can actually fly a few kilometers to forage, so the feeding ban will not result in starvation of feral pigeons. So I think that this feeding ban is in line with the practice of other countries. New Territories, Heng Yi-kok, and I support the bill. President, to control the number of wild animals, including monkeys and wild pigs, because they can breed very quickly, the government have put in place contraceptive programs, and also they put in place litter bins with new colors to discourage wild animals from feeding on the food in there. Overpopulation of wild animals is the result of human act, and that is also why there are wild animals and feral pigeons in urban area. Even though it's illegal to feed wild animals, there are still people who commit relevant offenses. So I think that it's appropriate for us to increase the penalty to enhance deterrent effect. I hope that after passage of the bill, before the 1st of August, the government will visit schools, community centers, and where there are a lot of wild animals to educate the public so that they will comply with the law. And during an initial stage of implementation of the law, there will be a 6-month phasing-in period so that elderly persons will enjoy a verbal warning when they violate the law. President, I'm not a member of the Bills Committee, but I realized that there were BC members who said that there are a gray area in enforcement. There were people who deliberately break the bags carrying the food or drop or hang the food on their balcony so that wild animals will feed on them. Would that constitute feeding? I think that the government should think about that. Apart from deploying officers and step-up enforcement action, I think that the government should also make use of technology to step up monitoring so that people will not make use of various loopholes. In Yunnan, in 2021, the relevant Environment Department observed the northern migration of Asian birds. They made use of drones or elephants. They made use of drones to monitor the behavior. So I hope that the government will also make use of drones to monitor the wild animals. If they discover anyone feeding wild animals, police and the AFCD will be notified. President, feeding wild animals will not only affect the survival instinct of the animals, but that will also make them more reliant on human feeding. I hope that we can solve the problem and protect wild animals by passing this bill. When the government and the people work together, the policy will be implemented very effectively. I hope that there will not be anyone to feed feral pigeons. I support Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you.
Mr. Holden Chow. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. Well, this bill is an extension of an earlier effort, as you might recall. The feeding ban area for wild animals has been extended to cover the entire territory. At the time, the discussion was that the feeding ban scope did not cover feral pigeons. I remember vividly that many members put forward their views to the administration asking for feral pigeons to be included in the feeding ban scope. I'm grateful to the administration for taking on board the views, and so now the government has introduced the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. So now feral pigeons is included in the definition of wild animals, because members agree that it was a pressing issue that needed to be addressed in the previous round of legislative amendment. Now, feral pigeons lead to environmental nuisance, transmission of disease, and so on. So residents are very much bothered. In Yuen Long, near the Naula, we see gathering of pigeons. I and my Yuen Long team colleagues have been in discussion with the Bureau all along. The Bureau has taken certain measures such as installing cameras or putting up huge banners. There is certain deterrent effect as a result of these measures. But then we're not just talking about Yuen Long. There are other places with the problem of feeding of feral pigeons. We need an effective approach, and we need to increase the penalty. So the bill proposes to increase the maximum penalty to $100,000 and imprisonment of 1 year. We believe for those who feed feral pigeons illegally, they will be deterred. Many members raised the question of empowering officers to enforce the law that was raised at the Bill's committee meetings, because after all, after you pass a bill, it's all about enforcement, and so it's a question of who you empower to take enforcement actions. Initially, it's just the AFCD and police officers who are empowered, and the bill is going to empower the LCSD, FEHD, and other departments, so their officers could also carry out enforcement against illegal feeding of feral pigeon. I support this approach because very often we learn from residents that when they talk to the department about feeding of feral pigeons, and then if it's about enforcement, it depends where the illegal feeding takes place. If it's in a park or it's in a public housing estate, then it's a different department responsible for management. So that's why if LCSD, FEHD, and housing department staff are given enforcement powers, that should address the problem I just mentioned. In the bill, a schedule is introduced to cover new species of wild animals. I believe this is a good approach because in future we may need to include other wild animals in the list. So it's pragmatic arrangement to put the list in a schedule. I support the passage of the bill, Deputy President. I hope that in future the government will deploy sufficient manpower to carry out enforcement. We can see there are people deliberately feeding feral pigeons. That's why they gather at a certain place. So many members mentioned the need to adopt technology to gather evidence. I hope you've heard that voice. I think when it comes to the gathering of feral pigeons is because of legal feeding. Hopefully, with the passage of the bill, there will be effective measures to combat the problem, and then we can again have a clean environment in our neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Chen Hao-fung. Thank you. In many public places, public housing estates, markets, parks, we will see feral pigeon population. We see that at the central market. I'm sure many members have had experience of pigeon droppings on their head when they walk past the central market. And I've received many complaints about the feeding of feral pigeons. They're afraid that it will lead to the transmission of avian flu and other diseases, and that poses a threat to public health. Now, today we are considering the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023, so it's a legislative means to address the issue. I'm a member of the Bills Committee and I support the amendment bill. Now, pigeons or wild animals could survive in the wild. For example, pigeons, they will eat fruits, insects. There are different types of food that they will eat, so we need not worry about them starving. But then people are trying to domesticate wild animals and turn them into pets. They feed them regularly. That will actually affect the habitat and feeding habit of wild animals. The bill proposes 3 major measures to tackle the feeding of feral pigeons. Now, there's already a law to ban the feeding of wild animals, but feral pigeons were not included in the list previously. So people are not breaking the law when they feed feral pigeons. With this bill, feral pigeons are included in a list of wild animals where there is a feeding ban. And there's a new maximum penalty of $100,000 and an imprisonment term of 1 year. There's also an introduction of a fixed penalty of $5,000. So that's the law to come up with these measures. But then the most important thing is about enforcement. Now, feral pigeons are fed near MTR stations, in urban areas, in parks, and so on. Now, the bill also expands the list of specified or appointed officers. Now, there are just FCD and police officers, but in future, housing department and other department staff are included in the list. They have the power to require the production of identity proof and the submission and the provision of a person particular, such as a phone number, name, and so on. So, after the passage of the bill, some 8,200 public officers will have the power to issue penalty notice. But my concern is in the past, people used to FVHD staff, issuing penalty notices, say, to hawkers and so on. But then in future, even housing department staff will have this power, and people may not know they have the power, and there may be disputes or even quarrels. And then public officers may not know how to enforce the law. Now, in future, chief librarians, managers, LCSD managers, and so on, will all have the power to enforce the law. Now, their usual duties may have nothing to do with enforcement of the ordinance. And now, if they are asked to enforce the ordinance, do they know how to handle emotional members of the public that we're worried. Now, there's suggestion that enforcement officers should be given body-worn video cameras. I think we can decide on that later after the implementation of the measure. But I think at black spots of feral pigeon feeding, we should install CCTVs that will serve as a deterrent. In fact, it will also make enforcement more transparent. How do we reduce the feral pigeon population? Well, we can't do it overnight, but I think definitely it's effective to reduce feeding of feral pigeons. The Hong Kong U conducted a study on the feeding of wild animals between 2021 and 22. They find that usually those who fed the wild animals were senior citizens. They were not worried about prosecution or transmission of disease. They had the wrong idea that the wild animals needed to be fed, otherwise they would starve to death. So therefore, we need to send out a new message to the people feeding feral to wild animals. We should tell them there's no need for human beings to feed wild animals. They know how to find food on their own, and we need to tell them it's now illegal to feed wild animals. They must not continue to do so. So the Bureau needs to do more to inform those who are feeding wild animals about the latest legal requirement. Issuing penalty notices to those feeding wild animals is just one measure, but then more importantly, we need to engage everyone so we build a clean and healthy environment. And then we will make sure that our effort will work. Thank you.
Mr. Shu Kafai. Thank you, Deputy President. As I remember, Secretary, when I was young, I did not see many feral pigeons in Hong Kong. It was just one or two isolated cases. And we were happy when we saw them around. But I'm not sure if these feral pigeons were caught and then they disappeared. So I was very happy when I saw the one or two feral pigeons. With time passing, there are more people who are more caring, so that they started feeding feral pigeons, and in fact there are a growing number of feral pigeons. Before, people did not have much complaint about it because people thought that was pretty, the sight of it. But in 1997, there was the avian flu pandemic, and a kindergarten student died of the virus. The issue became close to the hearts of the people, and in fact, there were 630 odd people who were infected, and the fatality rate is 60% for those who were affected by the virus. People are therefore very concerned about the avian flu virus, and people were scared of being infected. I know that Hong Kong has put in place laws to regulate poultry and has been enforcing such laws strictly. It seems that there has been an improvement in societal perception of feral pigeons. People no longer had a good impression of pigeons flocking together. Avian flu was affected, of course. And in fact, last week I read a Xiaohongshu post of a family. Parents and the child, they were in a park. They were eating a vanilla ice cream, and the child fed the ice cream to the father. And the father thought the taste was weird, and then the mother looked up and saw a bunch of pigeons. So people might wonder whether there were droppings in the ice cream. Some people may think that does not happen that frequently. In fact, I was working in Ma On Shan before, And I was wearing a blue suit when I was one day in Ma On Shan, and someone told me there were bird droppings on my suit, and I was not aware of this. And in fact, when I looked up, I saw pigeons flying around above me. Of course, I would just wipe it away. But in fact, being pooped on is not exactly a rare occurrence. At least it happened to me. Now, some of her friends said if I didn't feed them, of course, there may still be droppings. But the point is, if you feed pigeons, there will be more pigeons around and they will reproduce. If they do not have to forage for food, they have much more time for breeding. The concept is clear. Now, I do understand that some friends are very caring to animals. They think they're having mercy on animals. They may have good intentions, but are they doing the right things? If we take a macro perspective, if we are causing nuisance to other people, that may not be a good act. So I hope that with the passage of the bill, people can think about other people's needs as well, not just about having mercy on animals. In fact, in Ma On Shan, often people complained about wild pigs and feral pigeons. And when I told FEHD officers about it, they would take action very quickly. I'm not sure if it was because I was a district councillor. I told them about a spot where there was feeding that happened. Immediately, the individual was penalized, and there weren't as many pigeons as before. It may be because they moved elsewhere, but at least there were less pigeons in the area. I also talked to an owners corporation's chairman on Leighton Road. There was a large tree on the road. There were so many pigeons in the tree. It was a flock of pigeons. And they complained that not only were there droppings, they were making sounds every morning. So they made a complaint, but when they notified FEHD officers about it, FEHD officers simply said they couldn't catch anyone feeding. But the point is, people won't stay there feeding the pigeons forever. So what I think what will be more effective is the installation of cameras. With cameras installed, you will definitely be able to catch the individual in the act. So we should also consider the right means of enforcement. For FEHD, I do appreciate their efforts, but they should really be innovative in their thinking. In fact, when I handled a complaint in Wan Chai about water leakage from air conditioner, and in the morning I could see that it was all wet and there was even moss on the surface of the ground. And when I looked up, I did see there was water dripping from the air conditioner, and I called an FEHD officer right away, and they said they would investigate the complaint. But a week later, they just told me they couldn't identify the air conditioner that was dripping. I asked the colleague when you visited the location, and they said they got there right away after work and during work hours. I would say, of course, you wouldn't be able to catch that because when people leave for work, they would turn the air conditioner off. You should go there during the weekend like I did on a Saturday, and I could see that there was water dripping from the air conditioner. So you should go at different hours, not just work hours. Can you go there on a Saturday? And lo and behold, the complaint was resolved a week later because they have identified the air conditioner that is the culprit. So I think if people are dedicated, they should be able to catch the individuals. Of course, it may be harder. With the location identified and the time slot or the times that are identified, one would be able to take effective enforcement action. It's the same with feeding of wild animals. Before, with wild pigs biting people or injuring people, there has been much more enforcement action taken, and we can see that with enforcement efforts, there are much less wild pigs around. So I think with enforcement action taken, we will see a decrease in number of wild animals and feral pigeons. I did see some pigeons near the electrical complex, but they were very skinny, so I assume there was no feeding involved. For those who think they care about animals, we should remind them that even if they have good intentions, what they're doing may not be right. We need to consider the environment and other people's needs, and people should stop feeding feral pigeons. Thank you, Mr. Lai Tong-kwok. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the bill. The bill would pose a feeding ban on the feral pigeons and would introduce a fixed penalty regime and increase penalties. It will also provide for the appointment of specified officers, that is, officers of AFCD, LCSD, FEHD, and the HD, to issue fixed penalty notices. This is to plug the loophole. The amendments are to plug the loophole of feral pigeons not being regarded as a wild animal and to ban the feeding of feral pigeons, to eliminate environmental problems arising from such feeding. In fact, when I was trying to ask for people to vote for my party before, many people have complained to me of the issue. I believe this is exactly a response to such concerns. I was a Bills Committee member. During the deliberations of the Bills Committee, I said specifically that there was no clear definition of feeding. The administration said the definition of feeding is found in dictionaries, and there was no dispute on the definition of feeding in previous cases in courts. Because there is no clear definition of feeding, will there be future legal disputes on this? Only time will tell. Some people may ask, if one has dropped a piece of bread on the ground and left, at the time there were no pigeons. After a certain period of time, a pigeon would come and eat the piece of bread. Can we also prosecute the individual for feeding feral pigeons? At the time when they dropped the bread, there was no pigeon around. How can the administration prove that there was feeding of pigeons involved? The administration provided an answer that the individual could be charged with littering. I'm not saying the answer is wrong, but I would say that there are still loopholes in the bill, and these loopholes would have to be plugged with other legislation. The fixed penalty to be introduced is $5,000 for littering. The increased fine would only amount to $3,000. There is a $2,000 difference. In fact, Schedule 2A of the bill would include the various pigeons. And there are 4 categories in particular. The 4 category of pigeons actually refer to the same type of pigeons. They just have different names. And if we talk about also pigeons ordinarily kept in captivity, they are exempted from the feeding ban. There are some pigeons that are kept in captivity. They are called racing pigeons. They would fly around, and there is really no way to tell which is a racing pigeon and which is a feral pigeon. So in court, one may have to prove that whether the pigeon involved is a feral pigeon. The administration has incorporated my suggestion and have the burden of proof to be established by the defendant. I welcome this amendment. Thank you. And I would say this bill would really be reliant on guidelines and enforcement action to be taken, as well as public education efforts. I hope that the government can implement the provisions of the bill well so as to minimize nuisance caused by feral pigeons.
Mr. Dominic Lee. Thank you, President. Over the years, the feral pigeon issues have been troubling our people. When I was a district council in Kowloon Tong, feral pigeon issues has already been a problem. Illegal feeding happens at the slope at Kowloon Tong. I was a district council member, and I was also a member of the owners and corporation of an estate. And we borrowed some cages to capture feral pigeons from AFCD. But then the property management companies will have to place these cages on the roof by themselves. And we borrowed some cages to capture feral pigeons from the AFCD, and we successfully captured some feral pigeons. After these feral pigeons have been captured, we thought that the AFCD would help handle them. But then we realized that the AFCD would not be handling these feral pigeons on our behalf. They just relocate and release these feral pigeons at a place that is further away. We were taken aback because feral pigeons could fly, and if they fly back to our estate, the problem would not have been resolved. We have a problem of illegal feeding of feral pigeons, and we used to rely on police officers. They have a heavy workload, so it's not very feasible for them to be responsible for taking enforcement action against illegal feeding. At Surf Satin and Taipo, there are a lot of feral pigeons at Sha Kok village. If you stay at the pavilion at Sha Kok village, you would realize that there are a lot of feral pigeons and there are a lot of droppings coming from them. So I support the expansion of scope of enforcement officers to cover not just police officers, but also AFCD, FHD, and LCSD officers. This will enhance the flexibility and effectiveness of enforcement. So the New People Party supports the relevant amendment. Apart from enforcement power, methodology also matters. When I was a district council at Yau Yat Chun, there was another problem that was very serious. That is the illegal fly tipping of construction waste. And we proposed the installation of CCTV to capture offenders, but that was in vain. So apart from expanding the scope of enforcement officers, I think that we should install more CCTVs. The FEHD officers may be able to take enforcement action, but that may not be as effective because illegal feeding may happen very quickly. As long as people drop the food on the streets, the pigeons will be able to feed on them. The problem cannot be solved very easily. So I think that apart from amending the ordinance, we should step up enforcement and also install CCTVs. All in all, I think that the amendment bill will help with the situation, and hopefully through legislative amendment, education, the problem of feral pigeons will be solved. Mr. Paul Chair. Deputy President, to assess the civilization level of a community, we have to look at how we deal with our underprivileged group. I think that we do take good care of our underprivileged groups, but for animals that are even weaker than us, how do we deal with them? Feral pigeons are innocent. I think I support this idea. We have to look into uncivilized behavior. To solve these problems, we may have to warn them, and we may have to amend the legislation and take enforcement action. We are all familiar with these processes. How should we amend the ordinance? We know that the problem exists. I used to be a district councillor. We received a lot of complaints against feral pigeons. Now we are legislating for the feeding ban, and the ban area has been expanded to the entire territory. I agree with what Ms. Doreen Kong said. She said that as we are now asked to or forced to take enforcement action, I think that we should adopt a more civilized approach, and I think that we should coexist with our nature. But as for the ways to do that, or when we can achieve results, that we'll have to see. But I think that this is our last resort. In terms of enforcement, there were members who said that we should ask officers in plain clothes to take enforcement action. That's like taking enforcement action against jaywalking. I hope that as long as people know that the penalty exists, they will stop illegal feeding. And I think that the purpose of legislation is to change people's behavior instead of penalizing people. There will be potentially 8,258 enforcement officers upon passage of the bill. We don't want to see frequent enforcement actions being taken. I hope that the feral pigeons will not suffer the same problems that we are faced with. I hope that there will be a longer grace period. So that people are aware of the harsh penalty. That is $100,000 of fine and 1 year imprisonment. This is quite a harsh penalty. And I hope that people will change their behavior because of that. For repeated offenders, that are stubborn. We perhaps have no ways to deal with them but impose a penalty. When we travel to Venice and when we go to their plazas and we feed their pigeons, we don't want to receive fixed penalty notices. There are a lot of tourists coming to Hong Kong from the mainland and other countries. They are quite welcoming to animals. I don't know how many countries and places have implemented feeding ban of feral pigeons and wild animals. It's said in the paper that 15 countries and places have imposed such a ban. Sometimes we may inadvertently feed animals, and I hope that tourists will not be prosecuted because of that. We want to treat our tourist right. We have expanded the scope of enforcement officers. It may be necessary because illegal feeding may happen in PRH estates and places under the purview of FEHT. These enforcement officers may not be experienced. I hope that the government will step up training. More importantly, currently the penalty level is low, and that is why people usually don't defend against themselves in court. But when the penalty is raised to $100,000 and there's an prison term, there will be more people who defend for themselves in the court of law. So I think that the enforcement officers should be more professional, and they should be able to distinguish between littering and feeding. They may have to accumulate experience, and perhaps the Department of Justice can roll out guidelines. I would like to remind the Department of Justice that although the feeding ban is expanded to the entire territory, will that cover a MTR area? Do we have to amend the schedule? Do we have to amend the subsidiary legislation to the West Kowloon Cultural District, for example? Can the enforcement officers take action in those areas? I hope that the Department of Justice will clarify. Should we charge the offenders with illegal feeding of feral pigeons or littering? The Department of Justice may also have to advise in these areas. I hope that they will roll out some guidelines in this area so that people will know more about the measure, and they will know how they will be affected by the bill. So that they will not continue to feed feral pigeons. I want to write on what Miss Doreen Kong said. She said that we should return to adopt a civilized approach to coexist with feral pigeons. I agreed with that to a certain degree, but I think that if we are to abandon the measure, that is not quite possible. I hope that in a very short time, illegal feeding will be eradicated. We don't really come in touch with wild animals very frequently. Previously, when we saw a few feral pigeons on the street, we would take photos of them. Thank you.
Ms. Elizabeth Quat. Thank you, Deputy President. I speak in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. In this council, we've discussed for years on ways to deal with the feeding of feral pigeons, where at the time it wasn't illegal. Anyway, this problem has bothered us for many years. It's bothered public also for many years. I've received numerous complaints in Cheung near MTR stations. The complaints are people that keep feeding feral pigeons. So there's a huge number of feral pigeons gathering there, and then eventually they spread to beyond MTR stations. They move to window sills of tall buildings, and we've tried various means. For example, outside MTR stations on podiums, or we put needle-shaped objects, or so pigeons won't stay there. But then eventually it's not allowed because we can't do it anymore because it will injure the animals. So this problem's been around for a long time. We've also talked to the police in the past. We've talked to the FHD, and it's true there are residents or members of the public who have good intention, and they love to feed pigeons. They may think it's just an activity for them, and they are being very caring about animals. Now, feeding is treated as littering, and people are fined $2,000. And there are government officers that follow these people, and they keep issuing fixed penalty tickets to the people, but they keep feeding pigeons. It happened before, but then it's not effective. And so there are people who come out to feed pigeons regularly, and that causes a bigger problem with feral pigeons, and they wouldn't be dissuaded in any ways. And then after incidents of wild pigs injuring people, the government then legislated to ban the feeding of wild pigs. At the time we asked how come feral pigeons were not included, and the government undertook to do something, and now that's why we have this bill. There are people who care very much about feral pigeons. They asked perhaps the government could set up a pigeon garden somewhere, say inside a park, and then all the pigeons will be sent there. And they will be fed contraceptive drugs, so the pigeon population won't grow. Instead, there will be fewer pigeons eventually. But then if you keep pigeons in a huge cage, is it really desirable approach? So this approach remains controversial. And people ask, how am I going to enforce this law? Let's say someone living next to me is feeding pigeons on his windowsill. How do you enforce the law? And some suggested there could be a camera catching the feeding in the building opposite. Well, anyway, all these issues were discussed at Bills Committee meetings. And some questioned if this is a good approach. If we ban the feeding of pigeons, where do pigeons go? Where do they find food? Actually animals have a natural instinct to look for food. If you keep feeding animals, eventually they won't know how to look for food. And some have asked, near Cheung Kwan O MTR station, we see a large number of feral pigeons there. In future, there will be strict enforcement of the law, and there's a heavy penalty, and repeated offenders may even be imprisoned. We hope that with the enhanced deterrent effect, and people will no longer feed the pigeon. But then where will the pigeons go? We wouldn't know at this point. So after we pass the bill, we have to monitor where pigeons will go in future. If they all go to parks to look for food, well, in Cheung Kwan O there aren't that many parks really where there's food for pigeons. So at this point, we do not know where pigeons will go, but we do care about the pigeons. So we want to know how the government is going to monitor the pigeon population size and where the pigeons will move. Now we are enacting this amendment bill not because we want to imprison people, but rather we want to let the public know the harms of feeding wild animals. If you change their natural habitat, you change their habit and behavior, is not good for the wild animals. Now we don't want anyone to be penalized or imprisoned. We hope there will be sufficient publicity and education so no one will feed wild animals illegally. But if there are some who wouldn't be dissuaded, then we hope now the penalties are heavy enough to deter them. Now, Hong Kong is an animal-friendly city. I hope there will be more animal-friendly policies so we could coexist with wild animals in a peaceful manner. And we want wild animals to go back to their natural habitat and they're able to survive on their own. So I speak in support of the bill.
Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I now call upon the Secretary for Environment and Ecology to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary. Deputy President, I would like to thank Mr. Stanley Lee, Chairman of the Bills Committee, and other BC members for their effort, as well as the members who have just spoken in support of the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023 for their invaluable comments. Feeding wild animals such as wild pigs, monkeys, and wild birds changes their habits, causing nuisance and even harm to human beings. To tackle this problem, the government amended the Wild Animals Protection Ordinance in 2022, the ordinance in short, to extend the feeding ban area to the entire territory. However, as feral pigeons fall outside the definition of wild animals under the ordinance, they're excluded from the feeding ban. The unnatural growth of feral pigeons caused by human feeding can result in ecological imbalance, threatening the survival of wild animals such as wild birds, and cause issues relating to environmental hygiene. Currently, the maximum penalty for illegal feeding of wild animals is a fine of $10,000. Some people think that this is not deterrent enough. After consulting the Legislative Council and various sectors of the public, we introduced the bill into the Legislative Council last December to, first, expand the wild animal feeding ban area to cover feral pigeons. 2. Increase the maximum penalty of illegal feeding of wild animals from $10,000 to $100,000 and 1 year imprisonment, and introduce a fixed penalty system for illegal feeding. The amount is to be set at $5,000. The new penalty will better reflect the multifaceted adverse impacts brought about by illegal feeding on wildlife protection, animal welfare, and 3. Scope of enforcement officers will be expanded to cover officers appointed from Food and Environmental Hygiene Department, Leisure, Culture and Services Department, and Housing Department, on top of police officers and Agriculture, Fisheries and Conservation Department officers, so that they can take enforcement action at places under their respective purview. Taking on board BC members' suggestion, we propose to make technical amendments to certain provisions of the bill. I will elaborate during the committee stage amendment. The bill, if passed by Legislative Council, will take effect on the 1st of August this year. The government will step up publicity and promotion on the latest regulations and maximum penalty of illegal feeding, as well as the introduction of a fixed penalty system. During the debate just now, some members raised concern on if the government can enforce the feeding ban effectively. Under the bill, the scope of government enforcement officers have been expanded. As for what kind of officers will be authorized, the AFCD will formulate relevant guidelines with relevant departments. Together with various enforcement departments, guidelines have been put in place, and there will be also comprehensive training to cover identification of wild animals and process, as well as standards of evidence collection. Joint operation will be mounted when necessary to ensure effectiveness and consistency of enforcement. The AFCD will customize the written appointments of authorized letter to match the size of the booklets of fixed penalty notices for convenience and portability. Also, CCTVs have been installed at certain illegal feeding black spots. The AFCD will continue to work with relevant venue operators to see if the CCTVs can be installed to monitor the latest situation, collect evidence, and take enforcement action. We will also review from time to time if we can adopt technology to take enforcement action. There are also members who raise concern on measures other than law enforcement, which may be more important than enforcement. Well, since Q1 this year, the government have put in place this campaign of all for no feeding. Apart from online platforms, we have hang banners at various areas and organize events to educate the tourists and the public in the feeding ban. We will continue to organize community events such as seminars and different housing courts, school, community centers, and elderly centers. We will also organize exhibitions, set up street booths, and distribute leaflets to explain the impact of human feeding on environment, ecology, and animal instincts. We will also review the psychology of the public in feeding feral pigeons and provide them with counseling. The government will review the effectiveness of trial program for using contraceptive drug on feral pigeons before formulating the next step. There are also members who raised concern on the effectiveness of new regulations, and they proposed a grace period. We will consider that. There were also members who worried about the effectiveness of the new measures. After the new measures have been put in place, the AFCD will continue to assess the situation and take stock of the number of complaints to assess the effectiveness of the measures. And we will also look into whether or not we need to improve the measures and step up publicity and education. There were also members who talked about enforcement and private premises. Upon receipt of reports on illegal feeding of wild animals and feral pigeons at private premises, AFCD enforcement officers would carry out investigations, including meeting with the persons concerned to collect relevant information and evidence. Where necessary, enforcement officers will also seek assistance from the relevant property management companies. If there is sufficient evidence, prosecution will be initiated. President, the government imposes a feeding ban on feral pigeons and raised the penalty on illegal feeding to protect wild animals and alleviate issues relating to public nuisance and environmental hygiene brought about by human feeding. We will focus on publicity and education, coupled with enforcement action to solve the problem. Appeal to members to vote in support of the bill. President, so submit.
I now put the question to you that the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023 be read the second time. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Wild Animals Protection Amendments Bill 2023. This Council now becomes Committee of the Whole Council to consider the Wild Animals Protection Amendments Bill 2023. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for the debate and voting arrangements for the bill. Members have been informed that the committee will conduct a joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I now propose the question to you that the following clauses stand part of the bill. Clauses 1 to 22. The Secretary for Environment and Ecology will move amendments which seek to amend clauses 6, 8, 9, and 17. Members may refer to the appendix to the script for details of the amendments. Members may now proceed to the joint debate on the clauses and amendments. I will first call upon the Secretary for Environment and Ecology to speak, but he is not required to move the amendments at this stage. Then I will call upon members to speak. Upon the conclusion of the joint debate, this committee will first vote on the clauses with no amendments, standing part of the bill, and then vote on the amendments. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I will move amendments to the Wild Animals Protection Amendments Bill 2023 in a moment. The contents of the amendments is set out in the paper already forwarded to members. I will now briefly explain the amendments. Having considered the views of members of the Bills Committee, the government proposes to refine the drafting of certain provisions of the bill. These are mainly technical or textual amendments to better reflect the meaning of the relevant provisions. We propose to amend new section 17D(2) of the bill to make it clear that the notice referred to in the provision includes a penalty notice as defined in section 1(1) of the new Schedule 9. We also propose to amend the Chinese text of new sections 16(2) and section 2(2) of Schedule 9 in relation to the requirements for an enforcement officer to produce the written appointment for inspection when a person reasonably requires to see it. This is to ensure better consistency between the relevant provisions and the English text. In addition, under new section 9A(2) of the bill, the feeding ban on wild animals and feral pigeons does not apply to animals that are ordinarily kept in captivity or where a special permit has been granted for the feeding of such animals. We will move an amendment to add a new provision after the new section 18(2) and make it clear that the burden of establishing that the feeding ban specified does not apply because of the exceptions lies with the defendant. The Bills Committee has no objection to the above amendments. I earnestly ask members to support the relevant amendments. Does any member wish to speak? If not, I put the question to you. We now first vote on the clauses with no amendments standing part of the bill. I put the question to you that the clauses with no amendments are set out in the appendix to the script stand part of the bill. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. We now vote on the amendments. Secretary for Environment and Ecology, you may move your amendments. Chairman, I move the amendments set out in the appendix to the script. I propose the question to you that the Secretary's amendments be passed. Would those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the amendments passed. Clauses 6, 8, 9, and 17 as amended. I now put the question to you that the clauses as amended just read out by the clerk stand part of the bill. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. All the proceedings on the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023 have been concluded in Committee of the Whole Council. Council now resumes. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I now report to the Council that the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023 has been passed by Committee of the Whole Council with amendments. I move the motion that this Council adopts the report. I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. With those in favor, please raise their hands. Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Third reading. Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023. Secretary for Environment and Ecology. President, I move that the Wild Animals Protection Amendment Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. I now propose the question to you that the Wild Animals Protection Amendments Bill 2023 be read the third time and do pass. Does any member wish to speak? There being none, I now put the question to you as stated. Would those in favour please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. Wild Animals Protection Amendments Bill 2023.
Government motion. The Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury will move a proposed resolution under the Public Finance Ordinance. Members who wish to speak, please press the request to speak button. I now call upon the Secretary to speak and move the motion. President, I move that the motion as printed on the agenda be passed. The purpose of the amendments to the resolution of the Land Fund under Section 29 of the Public Finance Ordinance is to enable the government to transfer the future fund's cumulative investment return from the Land Fund to the general revenue. The Land Fund was established on the 1st of July 1997 by the resolution of the Land Fund passed by the Provisional Legislative Council under Section 29 of the Public Finance Ordinance on the 23rd of July 1997. As governed by the resolution, the Land Fund shall be administered and managed by the Financial Secretary, who may authorize and direct the investment of any assets of the Land Fund. With effect from the 1st of January 2016, the assets of the Land Fund have been held in notional savings account within the fiscal reserves called the Future Fund for placement with the Exchange Fund for higher investment return. The investment return was retained within the exchange fund and therefore had not been reflected in the government's accounts. As announced in the 2021-22 budget, the cumulative investment return of the future fund would be brought back to the operating account on a progressive basis. The return brought back was credited as revenue in the land fund. At present, the land fund resolution has no provision to allow the government to transfer the aforesaid cumulative investment return to the general revenue, and hence the return brought back to the land fund cannot be put to use for a purpose other than for investment of assets or meeting expenses relating to the administration or management of the land fund. It is therefore proposed to add a provision in the land fund resolution to give the financial secretary power to transfer from time to time from the land fund to the general revenue any balance representing the cumulative investment return that is generated from the future fund and already brought back to the land fund. The proposed arrangement is in line with the management of other existing government funds, whereby sums of such funds can be transferred to the general revenue by the Financial Secretary. Also, the amending resolution was announced by the Financial Secretary in the 2024-25 budget. I'd like to thank Mr. Rock Chen, Chairman of the subcommittee, for the scrutiny of this motion and other members for supporting the government's proposal and completing the scrutiny of the amending resolution. With regard to deliberations of the subcommittee, I'd like to take this opportunity to reiterate a few points. First, the amending resolution is technical in nature, which enables the internal transfer of funds within government accounts and hence no increase in government expenditure will be involved. Second, on the factors to be considered for the transfer, the amount to be transferred will be decided by the Financial Secretary taking into account Hong Kong's overall economic situation and the government's fiscal position as well as the amount of return in the fund. Third is, as regards transparency, the government will announce in the relevant documents of the annual budget the estimated amount of fund to be transferred. The actual amount will also be disclosed in the government's accounts subsequent to the fund transfer. I hope members will support this resolution. President, I so submit.
I now propose the question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Mr. Rock Chen. President, as the Chairman of the subcommittee on the proposed resolution, I report to the Council the scrutiny work of the subcommittee. The proposed resolution is for amending the Land Fund Amendments proposal resolution so that the Financial Secretary can, from time to time, transfer the cumulative investment income from the Land Fund to the general revenue accounts of the government. The Bills Committee has asked questions concerning the management and usage of the fund, as well as the other aspects. The administration advised that the intention of setting up the future fund is as a long-term saving account. Now, unless there are unforeseeable circumstances, the principal amounts of the future fund cannot be withdrawn before 2025. Now, by transferring the cumulative investment income to the general revenue account, some members are worried that it would undermine the growth potential of the future fund and that it would deviate from the original purpose of the establishment of the fund. The administration advises that the resolution was largely technical to enable transfer of funds within government accounts and hence no increase in government expenditure will be involved. Hence, it will not deviate the purpose of the future fund, that is, a long-term saving account for the government. And also, the proposed arrangement was in line with the management of other existing government funds, where sums of such funds could be transferred back to the general revenue by the Financial Secretary. Now, concerning the restriction on withdrawal of the future fund before the 31st of December 2025, the administration explained that the restriction only relates to the principal portion of the future fund. Now, in the future, if the government is to transfer the cumulative investment return of the future fund to the general revenue, it will still require an approval from the Council. Members inquired whether the proposal would cause an impact on the financial position of the government, and also that if there is a loss in the investment for the year, then the government's revenue would be negatively impacted. However, the future fund has adopted a mixed investment strategy, and so far the operation has been smooth. The administration expected that the future fund would continue to contribute positively to the government's fiscal position. President, the following is my personal views on the resolution. The proposed amendments to the resolution is just a transfer of fund within the government's accounts. In reality, the relevant investment income will be transferred from the future fund to the general revenue accounts of the government. In the past, the revenue was not reflected. The usage of the principal portion of the future fund still requires approval from the Council. The proposal will not cause any impact on the usage of the fund. The usage of the fund, however, will still have to align with the intention of the establishment of the fund. The government will have to ensure that the usage of the fund is transparent, to ensure that it has not deviated from the intent. I so submit I support the passage of the resolution. Mr. Edmund Wong.
Mr. President, I speak in support of the proposed resolution made under the Public Finance Ordinance. For this proposed resolution, it is simple. This is to empower the FS so as to transfer the investment return of the future fund to the general revenue. In $219.7 billion have been transferred to the future fund. The cumulative investment return is as much as $160 billion. Unlike other funds, the resolution of the land fund doesn't have any provision to say that the cumulative investment return can be transferred to the general revenue of the government. As early as 2021-2022 budget, the administration announced that the cumulative investment return of the future fund would be brought back to the operating account on a progressive basis. Today's proposed resolution is to do so. In other words, in simple terms, we are sort of transferring the money under one account to another account under our own name. In the past, the investment return for different funds have been regarded as part of the general revenue of the government. I think this can better reflect the financial position of the government, and the FS will be given more flexibility in the use of the funds and the return. When the administration first set up the future fund, there was this objective. In the year 2014 and 2015 March, there was the first as well as the second reports. In fact, there was a warning. It was said that as a result of the aging of our population, we have to encounter structural deficits. We need to act in advance to deal with the upcoming crisis. The Future Fund was set up so that we can invest and therefore hedge against the structural deficit and its related risks as a result of the aging of the population. The risk was identified back then, and the risk is still with us. Probably it has got worse. For us to hedge against the risk, we don't just rely on the growth in the value by investing in the fund so as to meet the expenditure needs for welfare, etc. We should be equipped and be ready any minute so that we can deal with the changes brought about by the transformation of our economy. We need to be as vibrant as possible. If we just allow the money to be kept in an investment account, we can't expect much from that. I think the government is duty-bound to invest the money in appropriate areas so as to enhance our competitiveness. Probably the public have some misunderstanding, thinking that the government is trying to spend our future money. When the future fund was set up, it was said that the money could not be used. And for us to touch the principle before 2025, the legislative approval would be needed. As Mr. Rock Chen has said, the administration explained to the subcommittee that the administration is not trying to use part of the principle, so to speak. In fact, we are only transferring the investment return from one account to another. The principle itself will be kept intact. We are going to invest for our future. Understand that the pandemic has drawn heavily on the government's reserves and resources so as to support the community. Moreover, our recovery pace is slower than expected. As a result, our reserves have come down drastically when compared with its peak. I also agree that the Future Fund may not be our MPF account, but still it would be important as a safe to keep our money for our future. Now, in the future, when we are better off in terms of our financial position, we should do what we did in the past, that is, inject more money into the funds so as to make it grow. So I spoke. Next, Ms. Carmen Ken. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, we had the Land Fund resolution under Section 29 PFO. It was set up in 1997, 1st of July. And at that time, $179.1 billion were involved. And then in 2016, the then FS, in order to meet the challenges of the aging population, $219 billion were placed under the Future Fund. We hope that there will be a higher rate of return by having long-term investment. It is said that for the cumulative investment return, the figure has grown beyond $160 billion. It is with the exchange fund without being incorporated under the general revenue. For the year 2021-22, in that year's budget, the FS said that the cumulative investment return of the Future Fund will be brought back to the operating account on a progressive basis. The Land Fund resolution currently says that the fund can be brought back to the Land Fund. So for the current proposal, this is to empower the FS to say that the return brought back from time to time to the Land Fund can be brought back to the general revenue of the administration. At the meeting of the subcommittee, the administration told us about the reasons for amending the Land Fund resolution. And in fact, in relation to the newly added or the new paragraph to be added, there is paragraph 8, we have been given the justification. I draw the attention of the administration to the following areas. First of all, explain clearly the legal basis of the transfer. The administration believes that this is to provide a clearer legal backup to the FS powers in relation to the transfer, so as to facilitate the internal transfer. According to the DOJ as well as the legal advice of the LegCo, it is a technical amendment, and therefore the administration has resorted to a very succinct way of drafting. And the word may has been adopted in both the Chinese and the English version, that is 好 in Chinese, so as to enable the FS to exercise its discretion. I think even though this is technical, we need to explain more. Second, for the future fund, we should make good use of it. As its name says, the future fund would have a mixed strategy for investment. It is hoped that via long-term investment, we can get a higher return for our fiscal reserves. Currently, the consolidated rate of return is around about 8%. Since the 2022 budget, altogether, $62 billion have been taken out for the Hong Kong Investment Corporation. And in fact, the cumulative investment return has $100 billion set aside for the Northern Metropolis development. Here, we are only talking about the cumulative investment return. We won't be affecting the principal. Any withdrawal of the principal would require the approval of the LegCo. So in future, when the Hong Kong IC operates maturely, we can consider regularly setting aside money from the future fund to the Hong Kong IC so that we can provide more funding for our startups as well as other enterprises. This is to meet the original purpose of setting up the future fund. Second, I think we need to be clear and transparent in relation to the amount to be transferred. When the FS is to decide on the amount to be transferred, he will take into account the overall state of the economy, financial position of the government, as well as the cumulative amount of investment return. And then in every year's budget, there will be an announcement as to the amount to be brought back from the cumulative return to the general revenue. Upon completion of the transfer, there will be a disclosure so that the public would have a clear idea about the relevant sums in the general revenue, and it would not get mixed up with other sources of revenue. It would not entail an increase in the government expenditure. Mr. President, I believe that the Council will continue to monitor the government's finances and will keep an eye on the areas I outlined. Thank you. Dr. Johnny Ng. Well, the proposal is such that we should be asked to allow the FS to have the power to transfer the cumulative investment return to the operating account. There was a thorough discussion. We were concerned about the strategy of investment, and we were concerned about whether there would be a specific purpose for the money to be transferred. Well, since 2016, the cumulative amount was $160 billion. And there is no specific purpose for the money to be transferred. And then we will look at the state of the economy as well as the financial position before the FS will decide on the future size of the bringing back. Now we have got the fiscal deficit, so I hope the administration will regularly tell us about the financial position, amount of money transferred, etc. I think the administration should also enhance the rate of return for the future funds so as to address the fiscal deficit. The government should steer the investment approach, and we should expand the scope of investment. We should also tie in with the national policy of new quality development. We should invest in industries as well as new projects involved in technology and innovation, so that the higher potential can give us a higher rate of return. So we should make good use of the future fund so as to contribute towards our fiscal health. So I spoke. Does any other member wish to speak?
If not, I will invite the Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury to reply. Then the debate will come to a close. Secretary, thank you, President. In fact, I've listened to members who have just spoken, and I've listened to their views before. Investment capital will come from the future fund, but this resolution touches on the investment return and the principle will remain untouched. I thank members for supporting this resolution. I now put this question to you that the Secretary's motion be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. I think the question is agreed by a majority of the members present. I declare the motion passed. The council meeting will be suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow.